ลิฟต์เรากำลังไปแล้วนะครับ
มาดูกันต่อครับนี่ครับควอลิฟายครั้งที่2ครับมากันแล้วอันนี้เป็นควอลิฟาย2นะครับแข่งก็ทราบกันอยู่ครับว่าในรุ่นของไอควอลิฟายครั้งที่2นี่เร็วกว่าเดิมแน่นอนเป็นนักขับในคลาสโปรครับชื่อหลายคนนั้นคุ้นเคยมากครับพิทฟันเดอร์ดิฟครับบอเวลลาทอเร่ไปเลย99นี่นะครับพิทฟันเดอร์ดิฟนักขับนิวซีแลนด์เนี่ยเป็นรีเพรสไดเวอร์มาขับแทนมาที่สโตแบร์ครับโอโร่เลสซิ่งคอลิฟายที่2ครับนี่เป็นมาติแมติกเกอร์และรถแข่งหมายเลข5ครับดีเล่นเปเรราครับโอ้โหนะครับชาวลักเซมเบิร์กครับหัวนี่มาจ่อด้านหน้าหมดเลยครับเพื่อทำเวลาเบอร์18ครับไหลมาแล้ว18นี่เป็นรถแข่งของโมเรโกดีอาร์เอาไม่พลาดโอ้โหนี่ก็เร็วครับราคาในคลาสโตนะครับจะได้เห็นความเก่าของเราเวลาวิ่งในสตรีทถูกต้องครับต่ำกว่า40แน่นอนเป่าจิ้นหลงครับนี่ตอนนี้นักแข่งชาวจีนครับไชนีสมาบ่อยครับเป่าจิ้นหลงโลโลเลย1,177เอลิจ้านี่ครับ
ย่อไว้ก่อนพี่วันย่อไว้ก่อน
จริงๆเราน่าจะไปแบบบรรยายอยู่บริเวณขอบนะฮะตอนขึ้นเราก็ค่อยๆขึ้นตา
โอ้ใจเย็นครับพี่ป๊อปเมื่อวานนี้นะครับภาพของเราในระหว่างที่แบบมีธงแดงอะไรเงี้ยก็จับให้ดูเรื่อยๆมี3 หนุ่มก็ไปนั่งทำMVกันตอนนี้ครับเสียงแต่ลมแคนดังแล้วป่าทางออกทิศใกล้จะเปิด3 นาทีครับติดป้าย
จริงๆแต่ลมน่าจะเป็นเสียงเหมือนแต่ลมบรรทุกที่
เดี๋ยวอันนั้นคือ3 ชาครับแล้วมันต้องมีท่าขอด้วยนะสับเป็นหมูสับนะมันก็เป็นเทรนด์ที่แบบโอ้โหอะไรกันเนี่ย
เราต้องแบบเป็นเอกลักษณ์ของเราไงพอป่าทางพิเปิดก็แต้นอะไร
เผื่อเมืองนอกเขาจะเอาตามบ้างนะผมรู้แล้วว่าเมื่อกี้มีเก่าให้ไอเดียมาเจ๋งมากเลยครับปีหน้าพวกเราจะเป็น outdoor บรรยายกันดีไหมอยู่ติดทะเลเวลาถ่ายรูปมาปั๊บเป็นแบ็คกราวด์เป็นทะเลพี่จอนไปได้ขออนุญาตอยู่ในห้องเหมือนเดิมโอ้นึกว่าเปรี้ยวเราจะไปพากันตรงนี้เลยตรง S2 เลย
เอาข้างหลังเป็น
คนก็ได้
บูสลีนแล้วเอาถ่ายดีกว่า
โอ้ผมว่าไปนั่งกับคนดูฮะไม่แต่ว่าเอาจริงถ้าเกิดแบบมีพิธีกรวาสนาแล้วเดี๋ยวคนดูโอเคนะใช่ผมเคยไปนี่นะสิงคโปร์กันปีก่อนที่เซสชั่นจะเริ่มนะเขาก็จะแบบให้พิธีกรวาสนาไปคุยกับแฟนในแต่ละแกนเลยใช่ไปจอดแจ๊สแล้วก็ถ่ายแล้วเปิดกระจกไปครับพี่กุ๊ดดี้เอาไหมครับกุ๊ดดี้ไปพี่กุ๊ดดี้บอกผมว่างอยู่สบายเดี๋ยวผมให้พี่กุ๊ดดี้ไปด้วยครับสแตนลงเทิร์น2เทิร์น2เลยนะฮะเดินกลับมาเองนะฮะไกล
เทิร์น2อย่างดีไปนู่นแล้วประกาศละ
ไปที่เคนนะฮะจบเลย
ให้ยูดีต้องโอ้คนนี้ต้องจีเอง
นะครับผมเนี่ยจ่ายตังค์ที่จ่าย500เลยเรียกของแท้ แรงของโคไดดี้ครับใช่คนละเลยแมนใช่บัตเจียที่นอกโซ่คนนั้นอะไรน่าจะเป็นแมคคาเรนครับแย่งแรงมากแล้วก็เมื่อวานนำของโอ้ของประวัติก่อนการโตครับแล้วแข่งทำมาเลเซียครับนาทีถัดมา
ก่อนจะเหลือเวลาอีก10 นาทีในการคอลิฟายก่อนไปขอเช็คอะไรบ้างครับหลังจากที่เราได้ความรู้ความเราได้มากขึ้นนะครับในการพูดถึง
จำได้โบนี้จำได้เราจำไม่ได้โบเธอโบอันเดิมเลยนี่แต่คนเสื้อดำที่มาแต่งหน้าโอ้โหพรุ่งนี้จะผมครับผมสุดท้ายนะและอาจารย์นี้ของผมนะเดี๋ยวผมจะพูดนะ
ซูเปอร์พิกอัพดิวิชั่น1นะครับซูเปอร์พิกอัพดิวิชั่น1คลาส AB
เขาตัดพี่อยู่
ให้นำรถมาเตรียมความพร้อมที่หน้าปากซอย5นะครับ
ผมจะดูเธอผมจะดูเธอตลอด
ตรวจสอบด้วยครับเพื่อที่นำมาการพิสูจน์ตอนนี้นำรถมาที่ปากซอย5รอคำชี้แจงต่อไปนะครับว่าจะให้ออกมาดำพิสูจน์เมื่อไหร่นำรถออกมาที่ปากซอย5ได้เลยครับซุปเปอร์พิกอัพคลาส AB ดิวิชั่น1ขอบคุณครับ
จากรถคอนโทรครับ
Hi, I'm Daniel Bilski. Let me take you for a lap of Bangsaen in the Be Quick Absolute Racing Audi. It's a super challenging track with 20 corners and plenty of bumps and jumps to master. Let's go. Fifth gear, flat out, 240. Looking for your brake marker at about 100 for the uphill braking zone. Road's cambered, hug the wall to the right. The camber helps you slow the car down. Late apex for turn 2. Watch the exit bumps, get good traction, then position the car for the jumps. 1, 2, car goes light, full throttle. 170 down here through Monkey Hill. Use the whole track width, get ready for the next big braking zone. Flow the car in, watch the exit wall, get ready to drop into the hairpin. First gear, 35 k's an hour, get the rotation, pin the throttle. Ready for the big long back straight. Maximum attack through here. A lot of time to make up on the exit of the hairpin if you get good drive and stay away from the bumps. Getting ready for the next big break about 100 meters. Now, hard brake, first gear, use all the track width. Flow the car in, short shift to second. Kissing the walls, get ready for the monument. Big commitment, here, pin the throttle. Let the car run wide, big bump on the entry to the next curve, full throttle through here if you dare. Getting ready for a short braking zone from 200, brake hard, second gear, flow the car in, watch the exit wall, watch the bumps, trying to get maximum traction. Careful on the entry to the next corner, you can flow very wide, very close to this exit wall, big bump on the exit. Spot your braking marker for the hotel, 100 meters, V the corner, first apex, get the rotation, second apex, pin the throttle. Hug, turn 20 all the way around to the front straight. A lot of time to lose here if you lose traction over the bumps. Hold it flat, let the car settle, run it to the line. That's a lap of the Bangsaen Grand Prix.
We get the opportunity to jump back in and give you coverage live from the circuit for today's racing action for the Thailand Super Series round number 2 for 2024. We've already seen 4 classes take to the track in anger for race mode. There's been a bunch of qualifying sessions that have already been run and done. We were just sitting back and enjoying all the action from Porsche Carrera Cup Asia as well. The update from that session, Dylan Pereira hit the fence and hit the fence hard at the exit of turn 4 on the run down to the hairpin, Dan. So we saw some witness marks on the road there yesterday. More dramas, though, for the Porsche Carrera Cup field. It's, again, I think the biggest key is we're inviting drivers from other series now to come in and be a part of this circuit, be a part of this event, and look at the mistakes. That's the level of concentration and how much risk you have to take to get a lap out of this place that, Dylan Pereira's ended up in the barriers after setting the fastest time of the session.
Turn 4 also is a spot we haven't seen too many one-car incidents at as well, but I guess nevertheless that is the risks of running around here. And yeah, as you said, drivers that maybe don't race here at least once a year that the series comes here, getting a taste of and also it's been an interrupted sort of practice sessions beforehand because there's been quite a few red flags in Porsche Carrera Cup Asia sessions on yesterday, in particular with stoppages to the running there. So as a result, it really sort of does feel like in a case here that there's been a lot of difficulty in getting some time in. But as I said, yeah, clearly committing, trying to find every last tenth of a second he could. There was Dylan Pereira, and it's ended up coming unstuck there. Although it looks like it hasn't affected the time that he got down earlier in the session.
Well, the problem will be, because he's triggered the red flag, is that he'll avoid his fastest time from that session. So whether or not he still managed to hang on to pole position will be an interesting one as well. And a big hello to everyone who's watching us right around the world. I always love checking in with our race fans that are joining us. Of course, Dan and I, all the way over here in wintry Australia. I tell you what, Dan, I am a little bit jealous this time of year, sitting down and enjoying the sun and sand that is going on in Thailand whilst freezing down in the southern part of Australia.
It has been a very cold and miserable couple of days for me personally down in Melbourne, yeah. So the fact that conditions, while they don't look bright and sunny, they are certainly looking... actually, I would say today's looking a fair bit more pleasant from these overhead shots than what we saw in the days previous this week. It's been a little gloomy at a couple of times we've tuned in to have a look at things, but today it looks like sun's out, skies are looking fairly clear, and it's almost time to go racing with our first of the Thailand Super Series categories for today, which will be our Thailand Super Pickup Division 1 drivers. It is our biggest field I think I've seen all weekend so far, Scott. 37 trucks set to take the start of this race.
37 trucks and standing room only. Remember the moment from yesterday's race of the C-Class drivers as well, where they came to a standstill on lap number 1 on the run down to the turn 6 hairpin. Incredibly tight racing was had there, and a lot of opportunities in the offering as well. Did just get some notes come through from Daniel Bilski as well, as the driver actually giving us that onboard lap. Has been putting a lot of work in with both Jack Lemvard and Sandy Stuvik to continue working on their driving talents. You've got to have a successful crew in and around you. You can't just improve upon your own. You require somebody to be around the car and to help you improve as a driver, and that's quite key to have somebody of so notable talent. With Daniel Bilski actually won GT4 class at the Bathurst 12 Hour this year.
Yeah, indeed. I haven't had a chance to speak much with Daniel this year so far, but indeed, it's always good to see you able to get back home to Australia and succeed at the Bathurst 12 Hour. It was the GT4 class, if I remember correctly, for him and that entry there. But yeah, also having raced here with Be Quick Absolute Racing in the past, and now working and consulting with current drivers across a couple of different teams here in Thailand. So you can see now grid action getting ready for this morning here down in the pit area. Goody talking with the local teams, or talking with as part of the local introduction and preparation. We have one driver, and that is Jalen Rowbotham, racing here in the super pickup trucks. He's had a pretty interrupted 2024 in the Thailand Super Series so far, unfortunately. So we've also got 3 minutes until engines to fire up and roll away from the grid formation. So it's going to be a pretty short period here, pre-race on the dummy grid, Scott. But we'll look forward to see what can Jalen do in his Corliss Race Engineering prepared Ford Ranger out there starting 12th. But looks like we're talking with Tanapon and the number 15. He'll be starting off the pole here, which will be important to see. Can he convert from the front row of the field here to start things off today?
And that's so critical. I mean, you come to a street course, particularly a street course whereby you've got 37 drivers in your category, well, not necessarily in your class. Mix of A and B class drivers make this field. The first of the B class drivers will be starting at a 5th position will be Suat in the number 59 Isuzu. And then there's a bit of a gap for him. So he's done quite well in terms of qualifying, moved himself quite a lot further forward than the rest of his compatriots in that B class, but that also means he's going to be around a horde of angry drivers will be looking to make some moves, which will be Chinawat in the 23 machine, Nanthawat in the 24 machine, and the 81 of Akasit, who was actually quite strong back at Chang as well. So an opportunity for those guys to try and move their way forward, and Suat, in the midst of all that smoke, in the midst of all that racing action, in the midst of the red mist as it descends a little bit, has got to make some decisions about how hard he actually wants to fight for those positions.
Yeah, and as we've seen here, these kinds of pickup trucks, they can probably do 2 wide at best on the longest straightaway. Maybe we can squeeze 3 wide down the start-finish straight.
4 down the back straight. I reckon that back straight's wide enough for 4. Just.
It's wide, but I don't think we've seen many people go for overly wide runs down the backstretch. I think we also can hear a tiny bit of the audio from the circuit in the background as well. So wondering to see, but you can see most of our personnel now moving off the grid. So looks like not long until we get underway. It looks like we're going to start walking our way down the grid here to start picking up the drivers. And it's starting with Tanapon here out of the position number 1 for the number 15 truck. It's an all Isuzu D-Max front row with Nutanuk alongside him in the number 93 machine. And we're looking forward to seeing how these guys go. Tanapon winning the opening race of the season. Unfortunately, in race 2, if I remember correctly, and just confirming the race results, yeah, he was one of the many trucks that did not finish the race. There's Jack Lembard, and he's starting number 41 out of 4th place with Miss Super Chai there. I did, at least whilst we were talking about racing results from Chung International Circuit. And then the field continuing here. There's row 3, Suwat out of 5th place in number 59, and Chinawut in the number 23. They're going to start out of 6th place, Scott.
Yeah, then we'll get back to row number 4 for Nanthawat in the 24 machine in the Isuzu. And after that, we'll get back to the 81 machine. We'll be off alongside of him. Will be Akasit, which just heads off a group of 3 B-class drivers. So he's the last of the A-class drivers before we get back into the 9th place, Anawat in the 95 machine. 2nd in the B-class, Natawut in the 5 machine. will be out of 10th spot on the grid and 3rd in B class, and Ekasit in the number 2 will be out of 11th on the 6th row of the grid, 4th place in B class. Then we get back to another group of the A class drivers. Jalen Robotham in the 21 machine, the only Australian driver in the field. Before we get to Paitun in the 11 machine out of 13th. Off alongside of him will be Akaluk in the 14 machine. Alon Korn, who drove incredibly well back at Chang, picked himself up a whole bunch of points. Will be out of 15th this weekend, so not qualifying all that well from Bangsaen. Alongside of him will be Song Sak in the 92. Sandy Stuvik will be a little bit deeper in the field than he necessarily would have liked in 17th, and Kamaruch in the 99 machine out of 18th, the 14 machine of Chayapon, and rounding out your top 20 there, Dan, will be Jaris in the 29.
Yeah, that he will indeed. And to think that's barely halfway through the field. Surachai will be the first of a slew of Class B drivers starting in 21st place in the 89 truck. You've got Andrew Cronin starting 22nd alongside him in the number 53 machine. In behind them, Jetron Imron, number 91 truck out of 23rd place with Samon Mapaket in 24th for the number 44 machine. And let's just quickly see 25-26. So you got Chayapon, Chantakit in the number 66 with Chanon Rotjana in the 36 for that 13th row. And it'll be Nutapon in the 46 along the Chalempon in the 13 machine. As we look here at the street circuit on screen now. If you haven't seen racing around, I suppose we didn't quite get a feel for the layout on board with Daniel Bilski earlier. That there is how this circuit looks from the top down. And as we mentioned yesterday, Scott, these super pickups not running on full slick tyre. The Hankook Ventus RS4 Extreme Semi-Slick will be the tyre of use, which means that should we get any moisture, which we haven't seen yet during our daytimes that we've been commentating these races, it'll be able to handle some moisture, but it also means they will be loose all over the place under heavy acceleration and braking out of these corners here today.
And tyre wear as well, as they overheat just a little bit, is worthwhile noting. How good was Superchai back at the Chang International Circuit as well? So, you know, a number of drivers that we do actually have to keep half an eye on because they're capable of being aggressive. And the big thing about this class as well, Dan, very, very aggressive from the drivers as well.
Without a doubt, yes, 100%. These guys are not afraid to really throw it in deep and try and make moves. As we have a look here at the order going down through there, down to 20 we've already covered. So we'll pick it up here in a little bit with 29th and 30th place. We've got Tayo Ida will be down in 29th place, where I sort of left off. It's another group of some Class A trucks sharing the 15th row of Chase Chakras Parks. Coming up on screen in just a second, there they are. And then it'll be Tanawat and Supercorn off the 16th row there, the 22 and number 4 trucks respectively. 17th row going to go to Pirawat and Waris in 39.88. Kitisak and Danawat behind them on the 18th row, with the 19th row only having Takashi Hata in the number 37 truck to round out the field. So
37
that
truck
is indeed. That's a very good point indeed. So just recapping also what we saw back at Chung 2 months ago for the opening races of the season on our race number 1 of the year, which was held on the Saturday. Tanapon winning the race, and also Class A in the number 15 next to MK Sport by Isuzu D-Max. So watch out for that number 15 here again on pole position to maybe convert once more. Longcorn in the number 85 was our Class B winner. Also came home second outright in the second of those next to MK Sport trucks there as well. And Longcorn also winning the Sunday race outright for race 2 of the season. So he's actually leading the championship outright to boot, despite being a Class B driver. As here we are through turn 17, he's starting to get the drivers into 2x2 formation. Looks like we're on board there with the number 95 of Anawat, starting 9th place today for this race. So that'll be good to have some shots on board. So we're looking forward to seeing what the drivers can do. Apparently got a loud drone shot, and we also have on board with our pole sitter in Tanapon, so that's good to see. Hopefully get a chance to watch this a couple of times. Here we go. As they're coming down towards us. Oh no, Jack Lemvard. Trouble for the Aurora Ford Racing Thailand truck. It's ground to a halt on the entry to turn 17. I think this might just abort our race start here while we get this sorted out. Actually, hang on, look. Is that a good sign?
So
that
they're
might
gonna
not-
what's gonna go on here is because that truck's just stuck at this point in time for Jack Lemvard is they're gonna do an extra formation lap. Now there's sort of two things to note here as you actually get the opportunity to see the front end of that champ truck as well, which is also worth noting. I think this is the tail end of the field, all just trying to fire through nice and quickly. The problem was for Lemvard was he was actually at the front end of the field, so he was fourth and due to qualify fourth. So the tail end of the field are trying to catch up, because they think that everyone's getting into in a formation. So as they come through, they'll note that there's an extra formation lap now. But from the tail end of the field, they would have been thinking, oh, we've got to get into our grid formation nice and quickly here. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what's going on, because there was some wheel spinning at the tail end of that car. So I'm wondering if there was a problem and then it resolved itself, or what's actually going on there.
That's not looking overly positive that Jack's halfway out the truck. Although, I think, yeah, they're going to have to, that's, yep, tow hook going on. Unfortunately, another Ford Ranger not going to be able to start this one today after the drives. Why don't you say that? That's one of the Aurora Ford Thailand racing trucks for Jalen Robotham, who's with Cordless Race Engineering, which will look a little similar since they both have backing from Ford here in Thailand. But if you look close enough, they are going to be very much different trucks there. Unfortunately, that's going to be a rough start for, as you see the team down in the pit lane. That there out of Cordless Racing, you can see Lanatech and CRE there on the shirts. Oh, hang on, they've removed the tow cable from the 41, but he's now properly getting out of that truck, and looks like we're definitely going to have to tow that one all the way back down to the pits. Thankfully, at turn 17, not too far to go to get that one out of the way, but that's not what the guys down at Aurora Ford Thailand Racing would have wanted to see here today.
And have a look at the support from Ford as well. So much support from Ford Thailand as well. They really, really get behind both of these teams, and you can see the disappointment for Jack Lemvard, because when you jump up and have a little bit of a look at the driving standings, in terms of Class A standings, when you remove the Class B drivers and rescore it, Jack Lemvard actually was right towards the pointy end of the championship after the first round. So that's going to take that one away. He actually sat in second place and was only 3 points back from the 24 car of Nanthawat. So that's going to relegate him to a DNS in this race, and a whole bunch of points not scored. The difficulty with this series and with this category, Dan, as well, is you've got to make sure that your truck makes the finish line. How many failures did we actually see back at Buriram a little bit earlier in the year? They just kept falling off like flies, and then as the race got towards its conclusion.
I can tell you exactly the number. 2 trucks didn't start, and 13 that did start the race did not finish. So 15 out of 21, well, 15 trucks either didn't start or didn't finish. Now that's the second race at Chung on the Sunday afternoon, versus 21 that did finish the race. The list is a little bit less nasty on the Saturday race. 27 trucks finished the race. Then an additional 7 trucks failed to finish, with Jalen Robotham unfortunately not starting. And we actually had a disqualification from the Saturday race back at Chung, number 93 of Nutanuch. Was disqualified despite completing all 12 laps of the race. So that's going to be important to know. In fact, yeah, would have come home second place, but then issue there that meant he's been was removed from the scoring of that opening race. So yeah, unfortunately, these trucks, based on the results at Chang, have been known to be a little vulnerable to mechanical reliability and faults. But second time around here on the formation lap, let's see how we go.
Well, I think the difficulty is, Dan, the problem with these sorts of styles of vehicle and the pure size and breadth of them is they're just a big vehicle, and you're throwing a lot of torque mechanically through the drivetrain. You've got to upgrade the drivetrain, because they just cannot handle the amount of torque. You look at a lot of trucks, and when you do throw a lot of torque at them, you maybe tune the engine up a little bit, just with what comes as standard. They don't like it. Drivetrains will break. Turbos, you've got turbos in there. They tinker with the turbo pressures as well. And there's Lemvard's trucks still stricken by the side of the road down at turn 17. So I'm assuming they're going to try and get that one cleared at the tail end of this race. We don't have any notes on whether or not there'll be another formation lap
They're going to have to, surely.
Yeah. Well, I'm
Fields.
wondering, because it's a live racetrack, whether or not they couldn't back the truck up, and they were running out a little bit out of time, so they just went, all right, well, we've got to wait for the field to come by again. Although,
Yeah.
that's your rescue truck right there.
I mean, yeah, I mean, we saw that Jack sort of got out of the truck, then back in, and then back out again. That seems to have sort of stalled out the procedure for the recovery process, it seems, a bit there. So, hopefully, we'll get confirmation in a second that, well, the safety car will have to stay on track. So we've got to get that truck out of the way before we can go racing here, unfortunately. Jack's still waiting down by one of those recovery trucks to wait and see what happens in terms of sorting things out there. So, unfortunately for him, he's still waiting to find out where he should go, it seems. So,
Well, the other thing to consider as well that I didn't even cover in mechanical breakdowns is think about the weight of these trucks, right? Well, you've got to turn them. What does the turning? Your power steering system. So you can get a power steering coolers and whatnot that go in, but if it was a power steering failure, it'd just be a real heavy slog to turn the truck, but you'd still be able to drive it. So I wouldn't expect it to necessarily be a power steering failure, but if that could be one of the other things, if that goes, you just pull in, you wouldn't be able to finish the race unless it's in the last 2 laps.
Point there indeed. Well, an update on timing and scoring. Well, the race is now officially, well, started of sorts. We are under the control of the safety car still, but it also looks like we might be pulling the drivers into a standing start formation here. So, or at the very least parking them up for the time being so that we can get things sorted out over for Jack Lindblad's
That's what
truck.
I'm assuming, yeah.
Rather than just circulating the laps around. So, decision by race control to get us press pause on the procedure here so we can at least try and get most of our racing laps in. But now we are very much going to be affected by the time certainty of this race.
Yeah, so what the decision is, we'll just sort of sit around and I guess just wait and find out what's going on there. But yeah, look, I mean, you know, it's. I think the big thing is, you know, the amount of force that's going through these trucks is, in impacting the machinery, is it does ask big questions of an interesting sort of nature. That's interesting at the tail end of the field that they're not necessarily. That looks like somebody's failed to pull into a grid slot somewhere, and everyone's trying to figure out where they're supposed to be.
So they do. Chase Chakras Parks in number 25. Ford Ranger, the second of the Corliss Race Engineering Ford Rangers here this weekend. Yeah, moving across to the right lane, which looking at the fact that he's starting in P30 actually would be the wrong spot. Actually, no, you can see obviously there is the position 1 grid spot on the right hand side of our camera footage. But pole position for rolling starts has always been the inside of turn 1, which of course is a right-hand kink. So I think just a part of that there is they've come onto the front stretch, he's just been out of position, maybe gone for the standard spot you'd expect to be in if you were actually doing a standing start in 30th, when actually, technically speaking, he'd rather need to be in that left-hand lane for a rolling start. So gonna see the doors open here on the driver's cabs. Try and cool things down a bit. And you can set you there from the number 23 of Chinwood starting in 6th. Very much going to use that as a big old fan to try and get some air moving around the edge of his cab there. Other drivers there, a bit more relaxed and comfortable to leave the door just open and still. So,
well, that was Tanner Watt. And I tell you what, if you want to make me park up on a straight and wait so we can recover a stricken vehicle, I kind of would like to be in the shade. He's lucky enough to be in the section of the track to be in the shade. So if they start asking him to move before the start, I'd be sitting there and going, yeah, no, the shade's nice and comfy here. I might just stay.
Yeah, not a bad place to be indeed, if you're going to be made to hang around and just wait things out a bit. I want to also grab up the event program for today because I want to actually quickly check how much of the time have we lost that was scheduled for this race. Critically, we were meant to get rolling, and we did get rolling about 10 minutes ago. We've only got half an hour scheduled for this race, so that means that we've got about 20 minutes of scheduled race time left in what was meant to be a 12-lap race. And I can actually see the race count has been adjusted to 10 laps to go. Now they're sitting, past the timing line for the front runners. And looks like, there we go, safety car rolling away. Drivers being instructed to get going and follow the lead up. So it looks like we will get one more formation lap, as it were, under the safety car. And then 9 laps of racing for our opening race of the day here. Unfortunately, it's been a world of interruptions at the end of yesterday. Shortened races then, shortened race here today. It looks like, unfortunately, that little trend will carry on a little bit longer.
I'm interested to see whether or not they might actually move this one to a rolling start, just to give us an opportunity to try and get all 10 laps that are remaining in. Because it'll be 9 by the time they come back through again and go to green flag. And what's just popped up on our screens as well is safety car. And if you can see the safety car boards and flags, I think they've transitioned off of a rolling start into safety car conditions. So that should mean a single file start, rolling start.
Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, well, the fact is that we did get the 2 formation laps, but then we started counting the laps down. So it makes sense that for now, I think, we take a safety car restart formation procedure and, just get it done that way. So unfortunately, we won't get the 2 wide rolling start that we were expecting. At the very least, it'll mean that things are a little bit more orderly out of turns 18, 19, and 20, perhaps, as we won't need to get everyone in position. So at the very least, we will still get 9 laps of racing here. At least that's the plan anyways. We've got just under 20 minutes on the clock. And these drivers, based on qualifying, they can do laps under 2 minutes at the front of the field. So that should mean we will get all 9 laps in before time certainty kicks in. As it's time for the drivers to get their game faces back on. And see here. Once again, we'll have the 95 Anawatt with an onboard camera, and also should expect Tenapon in that number 15 to come up at some point, as well as leading truck standard turn 8 here as part of this one more time around the circuit under safety car, Scott. And hopefully look to see a green flag this time by.
Yeah, so chill out, reset, go again. And I think that's an interesting opportunity as well for Chase Chakras Parks, is to step up in his duties. I mean, didn't finish his race earlier in the weekend. Was involved in an incident, I think it was the start of Super Eco, where he got involved in an incident down at turn 2, and that sort of ended his day from there. So an opportunity for him with the Ford outfit to give himself every opportunity to push himself further forwards. And yeah, of course, we're already going to be 1 truck down with Jack Lemvard, who was due to start at a 4th spot, so everyone else will get shuffled up 1 in terms of the racing order. But we sacrificed a couple of racing laps there, and I think one of the big keys you can hear, Dan, is that even under pacing conditions, as the safety car's pulling away from the field, a little bit of tyre squeal going on. They really overload and look for every scrap of that the grip out of the Hankook Ventus semi-slick. So this the rundown off of, you can see turn 15 in the background through turn 16 the kink, and turn 17 here. And how about the onboard shot as well? Because this is a big lift-off zone for these trucks, just to get probably even a tap of the brake to get the truck to tip in there. It's just, again, it's a lot of weight moving around on those semi-slick tyres.
All right, look at that there from Littlewich in 2nd place. He's going to be right on the tail of Tanapon for this race. Well, technically restart, but as far as we're concerned, this is the race start, as I'll come around turns 18 and 19, and we're going to get this race underway, ladies and gentlemen. The 3rd race of the season for the Be Quick Thailand Super Pickup D1 category is go, and it will be a good jump off of the turn 18, 19 heavy for Tanapon there, as they rip down the start-finish straight and head for turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, reasonable getaway for Tanapon as well. He managed to make some ground. Looks like the restart's been all well and truly good, at least deeper in the pack, and now let's try and find some ground. Couple extra laps removed from the race distances. We'll have 9 laps left to run under this one, which means an opportunity to for those tyres to really wear out towards the back end of the race. If you can save some tyre, that would have been your strategy. That's a little bit been taken off the table. Have a look at Super Chai out and on it, nearly up and against the fence, where we saw that Porsche Cup car of Dylan Pereira in the fence earlier on in qualifying 2 for Porsche Carrera Cup Asia. So a little bit less grip on the run down off of Monkey Hill. It was turn 5 at the top of the hill before they turned down to turn 60.
They will come this second straight away, which might be a chance for a passing move, but it narrows up, as you said, into this turn 9, 10, 11, 12 section here, and then through the fountain. Let's watch these drivers here. Really not afraid to use all of the available track. Then opens back up here for the 13-14 run. And you see here, top two are absolutely streaking away from the rest of the field. They have got a confidence in them that we haven't seen elsewhere, as our first victim of running wide at turn 8 down there is going to be, unfortunately, trying to figure out who that could be. Didn't quite catch a glimpse at the truck number there. As we'll see a replay of it here. Scott, is it completely self-inflicted? Yep, it is. One of our Class B drivers. Unfortunately, I'm having a hard time getting a read on exactly what car number that would have been on the windscreens there.
I reckon it might have been, it was like a 65, it had a 5 and it was the second number. Might have been Danawat towards the tail end of the field, 45, I don't think it was the 4. But yeah, could have been one of those cars as well. Immediate jump away at the front end of the field. Fastest lap time for Thanafon will be a 53.678, about 1.5 tenths of a second. Close to 2 tenths of a second slower out of Natnach as well. So both of those drivers in the 53s. Bulk of the rest of the field in the 56 and 57s, and the 2 machine, which will be Eckesett, goes around, and that I think looked like turn 15.
No, it's 18, 19. That's actually the hairpin at the end of the lap. That one there, just called a pit entry line at the bottom of the screen. So right down at the end of the lap has come unstuck there. As you can see there from Mutanuch in the 93, getting a little loose there. He tried to put the power down. As a result, loses about a length, car length, or truck length or 2, I should say, on the run to turn 8. As Supercorn in the number 4 has gone to the pit lane, apparently, in his number 4 truck. Further on, back down the field here, mix of the A and B class drivers, and Chase Chackers parks at the back of this pack, who was scored in 31st across the start-finish line. So I'm going to say, how about that for the black spog that these trucks all put on. So I'm going to say we're looking at 27th of Chinon. There's a pack of 5 down to Chase Chackers Parks. We've also got that extra truck there in front, which would potentially be, well, actually might be Chinon, but
problems with the highlight champ. Oh,
no, it was going well, but that, oh, that's going to be nasty.
Oh.
37 of Takashi Hata trying to get his Mitsubishi Triton turned around, and it's going to be Pirawat in the 39 who then gets stuck waiting. Thankfully, that's been sorted out there, it seems. Just back over at the fountain section. That there, the 91 and the 44, which are running 19th and 20th at the start-finish line. Now trying to make a break for it from the trucks behind. So a little bit crazy there on that second racing lap of the day here. See, they are not afraid to fling these trucks around though, as they lean on the outside tyres into turn 7. Even maybe some of them getting the left front tyre completely off the ground. A little bit there.
I was looking at. I mean, when you got the ride height, I guess some of these trucks do have. I mean, you got more suspension travel. That's going to present an opportunity though, because the 91 machine now starting to really careen all over. I think he's overworked that tyre from Jadaron, and that's going to present an opportunity for Simon to try and get up in behind him, and you can see trying to get a little bit closer. Pulls out to the right-hand side. He's going to get underneath him at turn 1, pinches the brakes. Is he going to run in wide? No, gets the job done, pulls it up, and parks it on the apex for turn 2 as well. And that's an overtake, all set up by the run off the final corner, but he had to go deep on the run down to turn number 1 there, Dan.
And now the run back up the hill looked a little sluggish off of turn 2, but covers it all the way through turn 4, and that's basically the end of your overtaking chances here. Mantra Yellow starts there, as we've also got debris somewhere on the circuit here at turn 6. So, well, debris, more fluids, one of the two. As I don't see if we can spot it, but unfortunately no sign of it there just yet. But also, okay, I think someone's left oil down on the circuit or fluid. So I guess there we are around at the fountain section, and we've still got the red and yellow flags out. In fact, it's continuing on all the way around the lap pretty much at this rate. So that's a lot of tyres. That I kind of suspect might be some kind of spin, and it is in the fountain section. The number 11 truck of Pytoon goes around. Is now very much the wrong way.
You can see he's on the oil. He's on the oil, and the rear end of the truck started coming around very, very early on. So it was him that actually hit the front end, and it was a small piece of his splitter that was bouncing down the track.
Yeah, the update from Race Controllers, they're noting oil at turns 1, 3, 5, 8, and 11. And I think that might just be the truck that may have put some of that oil down. And we've got 2 trucks in the pits, Songsak and Takashi Hata. Didn't quite catch if that was the 92 or the 37 that we were looking at there in the pit lane. I suspect it was one of those. Is into 18 and 19 we go once again. Here looking at the 44 of Simon, 91 of Jataron, and it's now the 29 in between them of Jaras. Actually had a bit of a poor lap and lost a couple of spots. And Nuntawat, the number 24 truck, has gone to the pit lane as well. So that would be possibly another contender for who's had an issue on track. And to turn 1 will go. The oil flags are out for the oil. Look at them now actually tiptoeing their way into turn 1 there to not have an incident. We saw the oil there is actually right on the racing line too, to make things just a little bit more problematic, shall we say, for these drivers.
Yeah, but have a look at them trying to get through the gears. That 29 truck's got a problem because he's struggling for drive up the hill, and now the 53 machine's going to pull himself up in behind, which would be Andrew Cronin, and give himself an opportunity to pass, but he'll have to wait for the exit. They've backed themselves now back up into the 22 machine, which is Tanawat, who's actually made some ground on this lap as well. And this will be the first opportunity we really get to see these cars at speed now to see if that 29 machine's recovered, and it looks like it has. So it's just a poor run up and over through Monkey Hill, and now the 22 machine is going to have a crack. Tanawat will try and get down to the inside down at turn 8, but check back up front for our race leader. He's been looking after the tyres as Thanafont still leads the way, and now he's out to a 7-second margin at this point in time. He is really starting to run away from Natch, and I tell you what, I get the feeling Superchild is starting to make a little bit of time back as well, but times have fallen, by the way. We said a 53.5 was the fastest lap of the race. Well, for Thanafont, his most recent lap, 12 seconds a lap slower. That's how much the tyres have fallen off.
And also, I think the caution with the oil out on circuit 2 playing a part of that one there, I'd have to say. It looks like around this part of the circuit, drivers are at pace and not seeing any oil flag tests. It's basically the first half of the lap it's at, but that's quite a good chunk of the circuit indeed. And as a result, is into this double apex hairpin they will go once again. This is what looks to be the fight for 12th place with Kemarouche. And the 40 in the 99, but Simon there in the 44 with a great bit of top speed down the start-finish straight. And looking there, all the caution flags for the oil appear to have been removed from the entry onto turn 1. How's that there for a well, not so small battle pack? Starting with I think a 29 that was, which is Jaras in 17th. We go all the way back to a long corn there in the 85. Actually, no, it's a bigger pack than what the numbers would suggest. Aloncorn also really struggling. There's fallen back to, I think, back from where he says he was at the start.
He's still getting put drive off of turn 2, and now has already lost 1 spot. It might be 2 by the time they get down to turn number 4. Indeed, it will be. So you got to get your drive all the way up the hill into Monkey Hill. A pinch break as someone ran past one of the microphones there as well. And with 5 laps left to run, I tell you what, Thanafont's actually starting to lose some time to Natnach. He's actually taken some margin back out of him. So Thanafont might have overdone it on the tyres and starting to come back down.
We'll have to see here how that's going for him in the next little bit, watching this battle for... There's yellow flags out in addition to the oil flag. So is there someone down here at turn 8 that's come unstuck? No. Not seeing that there as first of our black smoke messages coming through on the race control channels. The number 53 truck, the number 25 and the number 46. I'm just looking to see where they might be. Andrew Cronin, the number 53 is in 15th, or was 15th at the sector 2 timing line. The number 25 truck is, it's tight into turn 15. 66 there, they're having to cover from the 89. Checks them up as they make the run down towards turn 17. So yeah, 3 trucks there with black flag messages. Or black smoke messages, I should say, to be precise. Still got this now, well, pack of 4 and then pack of 3 ahead of them. fighting for these midfield positions.
Yeah, and the difficulty now becomes, I think that lap time from Thanafon has actually recovered a fraction, only lost about a tenth of a second back to Nat Nutch on that most recent laps, and there's the warnings coming through to the drivers to let them know, hey, you've got a warning for the amount of smoke coming out of that truck as they cross the start-finish line. Now the run down at turn number 1 sees the 88 machine trying to slice down the inside at 1 on the 13 truck, has managed to do so, but then it becomes the outside at turn 2, and you can just see the attitude of Thanafon, how much more speed he is carrying at this point in time. 4 laps left to run, it's not over. When he gets back to the start-finish line, there'll only be 3 more. And for him, it's just about making sure that he settles, locks it all in. I'm just trying to keep an eye a little bit further back in the pack. I think Akset, Sandy Stuvik, and Natawat were actually fighting on that most recent lap as well.
Yeah, it's quite likely. Unfortunately, don't have vision everywhere around the circuit, which it really feels like we need to understand every little bit of detail that's happening around here. It's such a big field. Still got what appears to be 34 trucks running at this time. Losses a couple to mechanical issues, it seems. So looking here at the 59 of Suwa, is being told also try and get a read on what's happened to the 99. Indeed, it's not made it to the sector 2 timing beam, which is out past the fountain at turn 14. So they've gone off perhaps. Well, fountain turn 8. One of those 2 parts of the circuit. A possibility indeed is a little bit further ahead of what we were seeing there. Very cautious run through the turn 6 hairpin there for a long corn in the 85. Who's sitting in 28th place. Big troubles for him in this race.
Truck?
That is a truck being lapped. The 55 truck there. Kitasak just getting out of the way of Thanafon. So if you keep on going, there's yellow flags here at the fountain. Is somewhere around here perhaps where we're going to find that missing truck, the 99 of Kemaruch, which has disappeared. Well, if it is, it's not in shot there as the lead has gone through to turn 15.
Now the difficulty was, you saw it at turn 8, and then you see it through the fountain section. It's just where the oil is on the track and where it's rolling down, and either way, it's something that everyone's got to deal with, and the problem Nat Natch has got now is that he's starting to lose a fair bit of time, and that's brought Super Chai back into the equation. When we pass the start-finish line, there'll be 2 more laps left till around about 6 kilometres worth of racing action, and Super Chai is not satisfied with 3rd on the podium. He wants to take 1 step further forward, and it'll be a 2nd place, and a bad run off the final corner for Nat Natch is going to give him that opportunity, perhaps, on the exit of turn 20. Now he's going to cover him all the way to driver's left, outright as they run back down past the start-finish line. Super Chai is coming. They're a big old truck, and I bet you Nat Natch's mirrors are full.
Oh, they were full, all right, because those are some tiny mirrors to boot as well, but gets enough of a run at the top end, down the front straight to pull clear of Super Chai for a moment longer there. So able to protect the run to turn 1 and 2 as they now also they catch up to the 55 truck, which is a lap down. And with the trying to get that lap done now as a replay further down the field. Oh, hello. There's a 91 spearing into the barriers. The 91 being, pardon me if I can find them. What was that? Yeah, a Jatteron. Being told it was the 13. Apologies. Didn't quite get the right.
81 truck. It was the 81 truck, I think. It was deeper down in the field. It was Akaset who's lost a couple spots now, and I think he'll start to try and recover. That was a big old hit. Now have a look at Super Chai, who's lost a little bit of ground. There will be 1 more lap left to run. It's about 3.4 kilometres the racetrack in length here. And he's running out of time. And how about the drive from Suwat as well, who's driven his way back up into contention for an outright podium. By the way, Suwat sits in B-class drivers as well, so he leads the way in terms of B-class. The next driver in B-class is Anawat. Anawat actually just lost a position to Sandy Stuvik on the most recent lap as well. He sits down in 7, and then 3rd on the podium for B-class is the 5 truck of Natawat, who's a lot deeper down. But in the meantime, out of the final corner, this margin seed and soared throughout the race for the 15 of Thanafon. But right now, as he comes back to the start-finish line, we'll get an indication of it. Last time by, a fraction under 10 seconds. So he recovered that truck really, really nicely. Brought the tyres back down. By the way, his most recent lap time back down to 1:59. So that oil is cleaning up here.
Yeah, the oil flags are back out though.
That's Supercharge. Supercharge made an overtake. So Supercharge's up to second spot.
He has indeed. And unfortunately, we've missed that. That's happened exactly, but maybe some like, although Nunovic looking for it again into turn 2 to try and get that spot back. Doesn't quite get there on that time. And as a result, has a pretty rough run of it out of the second corner and twitching on the way up Monkey Hill as well to boot. So Supercharge might have been given the breathing room he needs to get on and hold the second place down. But you can see the number 93 is not done pushing yet to try and get himself the spots. Anawal's lost a couple of spots on this lap as well. He's dropping down to 9th overall, but still second. Third in that class. Apologies. Nutterwood has gone up to second, I think. And everything we're seeing off screen is again watching this battle for second, and the tyre squealing that we're getting there in the background makes me think it's somewhere else on the track, as that seems a little extravagant for what we were getting from these trucks here. Nunovic is not done yet. Scott, he wants to give that one final crack on Supercharge, but running out of options. Really got one good opportunity left at the very end of the lap to get this one done.
Yeah, and you might just look to try and dive it down. It is making some time, but it's through this section that Supercharge was extremely strong. How was Natch on the way in, pinching a brake on the run down to turn number 15. Final lap, and there's an instant red flag. I think we've got a track jam. I think we've got a track jam. We're just about to, and the trucks are arriving at speed. My word, that was at the back end of the lead lap. And it's a red flag. Race is over. Session is done. They'll pick the results off the previous lap. Red flag is out. And my word, that was dangerous just with arriving at speed. That's just street course racing. That is street course racing. There's nothing you can do when you arrive at speed and there's a truck just parked at that angle.
I mean, thankfully you saw there as we approached it that Tanavon was already slowing down. So the yellow flag seemed to have got the job done. To call that one out, but yeah, I think that's probably the right call there indeed from the officials. It's just as much as it means it robs us of a chance of that finish, as we're going to see how this one's triggered here. The 81, no, this one in the background. Oh, completely demolishes that truck there. Unfortunately, I don't get a read on the number. Got the 13 in behind. Just looking for the truck. 66, there it is. So Chan Chayapon Chantakit, unfortunately for him there, has demolished the right-hand side of his truck. The tyre rolling down the road towards turns 18 and 19. Does rob us of the race finish we were looking to have, but it does also mean, at the very least, we can get that race, well,
my word,
finished.
Damage to that truck, Dan. That was the biggest incident. For those of you that are sitting around and watching at home, there is so little room for error because that's down at turn 16, turn 17. That little run through there. So you come off turn 15 and then you start to build up a fair bit of speed. It's up to around, in GT3s, you're getting close to 200 kilometers an hour through that section of the track, and it's just bravery. How much speed can I carry without touching the barrier? He's lost it on the way in. So I wonder whether or not there's a little bit of oil he's picked up on the way in. It's just lost the rear end and there's nothing he could have done. But he would have doing about 170 kilometers an hour as he hit the barrier there. It's plucked the tire off the car. I think it's moved the whole axle. Because if you have a look on that replay that we saw, did you notice the other side of the car was toe out? It was wobbling all over the place. So because of how hard it's hit the tire directly and plucked that tire, that wheel off the car and moved the whole axle around. That is going to be a very bruised, very sore driver, and I hope that he's okay. And the 66 machine, my word, what a moment.
Yeah, that is, as you said, a shockingly nasty hit. What it's also done is it's completely thrown timing and scoring for a loop there with the red flag.
It'll go back to the previous lap. It'll go back to the previous lap will be what happens. So that result, whereby we cross the start-finish line, will not count because they threw the red flag immediately. And for Chayapon, what that actually does, who was the driver that was actually in that incident, he still gets a top 10 out of that race.
Yep, so we're going to take a moment to wait and confirm those results is the track teams. So we've got teams now out trying to get oil and the fluids that have been spilled during that race cleaned up with some of our quick dry powders. We've now also got to probably, as I said, go get the work done on the barrier there at turn 17 because there is no Tech Pro in that part of the circuit. That was straight into concrete and Armco there, unfortunately, for the 66 truck. So that's done a number on him. So you actually see, that's definitely moved the barrier back a little bit there into those concrete slabs. So that's going to take some time to fix up and sort out. It means, unfortunately, we're likely to go behind on schedule a little bit here for our second race of the day, which will be the Thailand Super Eco category, getting their second and final race of the weekend done and dusted here nice and early. The other short sprint. But you can see that we're getting that tire wheel recovered and rolled off circuit. But yeah. Track teams, unfortunately, it's early in the morning and they've already got a bit of work to do.
Well, I mean, let's just talk about the magnitudes. We already talked about the speed, just to give you an idea of the forces that have gone on in that impact. And I would say that's going to require a reasonably hefty barrier repair. If we're very lucky, then it won't. And the reason I'm sort of talking about this is, as you can see, they're all managing to get back down to their pit buildings at this point in time, out of the live pit lane, back to their garages. Think about these trucks. What is the design? What is the weight? What is, how do they settle down? Well, they're 1-ton trucks. They're big machines. There is a lot of metal and carbon fiber and roll cage that's in behind these things that have been added in. They'll trim a lot of the trucks. You take a look inside of them. They've trimmed out all of the matting and all of the coating on the inside of things just so they can get to the gearbox and they can replace bits and pieces that they need to across a weekend worth of racing. So a lot of that creature comfort stuff does come out of these cars. But then you add a roll cage back in. Then you add some of the safety features, fire extinguishers, everything, radio equipment. So a lot of that weight, you sort of end up generally around neutral for a lot of that weight. But yeah, look, I mean, that was a big impact. And the other thing, at the end of the day, we still got a race to sit down and enjoy. And these guys are absolutely enjoying the end result. The bad news for Super Chai is that he actually got that move done on that lap. That won't count, so he'll move back down to third spot.
Yeah, and in fact, it's now, as I said, it's come through on timing and scoring, so they've reset the results back to what it was at the end of the penultimate lap there. And indeed, Super Chai will be classified in third place behind Nutanuk. So, as you said, that's pretty cruel for him in some respects, but that is the way we have to do it to get a scoring result sorted out, given it's the last full lap completed here in this race from Bangsaen. So it's unfortunate in some respects, but it's just the only way they can do it in that situation there. So lovely little shot here of the beachside part of town. If we're a little bit past the pit complex there when we're looking at it, you can actually see here now down past the pits completely. Goody having a chat now with, I believe, our top three. So we'll be all in Thai, and I don't believe we'll be getting audio for this one either, unfortunately. So that will be the end of this. So it looks like we're going to start talking with Super Chai there first up, or is that Nutanuk's truck perhaps there and behind him? So might technically be starting with second, as we can also see recovery works actually in place. So the 99 truck there on the flatbed getting rolled away in the background, unfortunately. I could actually find out who that was, or it's Kemaruch, one of the trucks that didn't we lost partway through the race, unfortunately there. So all in all, it looks like we've got 28 drivers who did at least finish the race, although not all on the lead lap as well. So troubles for a few drivers, to say the least, in this one.
Yeah, so at the moment they're actually talking to Nutanuk just on the basis that he did, roll back into the pit lane in third. But yeah, he'll get promoted. So they're obviously just not aware of that finishing result at the moment. We'll step across and have a chat to Super Chai, who will end up finishing out of third. Interesting to note as well is probably the driver's standing. So Nanthawat in the 24 truck didn't finish inside the points. He actually finished at a 26th position, way deeper in the field. So he was actually leading the championship from the A-class driver standing, just the A-class driver standing. Jack Lemvard was actually second. So both of those drivers didn't make it to... Lemvard obviously didn't make the start, but and then Fernanthawat didn't actually score any points. Superchai will take over A-class points lead with a third place is good enough for 12 points on that one, which will move him all the way up to 35 total. Although... Actually, now that I look at it, it's 2 race wins for Thanaphon. So Thanaphon's results thus far this series have actually been race win in race 1, DNF in race 2, race win in race 3, moves into 40 points. So he'll take over the championship lead just from the A-class standing.
Yeah, had a comfortable, well, actually not super comfortable. Was sitting only 3 points ahead of Nuntawat, but with Nuntawat in the number 24 truck finishing well down the order in 26th place, unfortunately for him.
But for the combined, you're looking at the combined standings. So the combined standings, Alan Korn actually led the way in the 85 truck. So Thanaphon will actually jump ahead of him now. So Alan Korn's B-class driver,
yes.
which is why he's...
Oh, yeah, good point. Yeah,
so,
good point.
yeah,
Sorry,
you're
yes,
looking at the overall standings as well. But Thanaphon will actually take over the lead in both of those championships with that race win.
Yes, and that's, yeah, looking at it now where we just score points based on Class A. Yeah. As you said, yeah. Nuntawat in the 24 truck, yeah, still finishing down. That's 13th in class, 26th out, 28th outright this afternoon. So no points for him. Jack Lemvard not able to even take the green flag. So as I said, nothing for him. Superchai there, coming home in third. That will be good for 12 points, which will boost him to 35. But as you said, yes, Thanaphon will jump from 4th to 1st in Class A. And most definitely jump to the outright overall lead of the points as well. So good result for him, but he's going to not want to replicate what happened there at Chung with a win and a DNF. Going to need to make sure that it's a win followed up by a second solid result to not lose that momentum all over here again. So with that said and done, we now turn to the highlights here from Thailand Super Pickup D1. And well, that was probably some of our more chaotic racing there, given the fact it was a bit crazy right off the start before we'd even taken the green flag, Scott.
Yeah, unfortunately for Jack Lemvard, the truck was no longer rolling, had to be lifted onto the flatbed. So that does actually tell more of the story, because remember how they were trying to tow that car away? Somebody did actually say there was a seizure of some description. Indeed, there actually was. Couldn't get that car out of gear. Had to be placed up and on the flatbed. This was the safety car restart as we went green with 9 laps left to run. And the field made their way across Monkey Hill, down into the hairpin. And then this moment right here, into the barriers quite heavily. Unfortunately, took one of our drivers out of contention. What a moment for the number 2 truck. And this driver is Ekasit, was actually sitting second place in the B-class points. Yeah, well, not any longer. He's going to lose a ton of momentum. The 11 truck was struggling for pitch in, clouded the barrier on the entry to the fountains section. And the monument barriers claims another victim, but there was no touching that 15 truck at the midpoint of the race. Did lose a lot of time with a few issues in the oil, but how about this battle deeper in the field? The 11 was trying to drive his way back through the field for Paitun, and by the way, failed to finish the race, finished in the pit lane. The 99 truck had an issue, had to be also put onto a flatbed, and then this issue for the 81 as well. The walls in D1 Super Pickup claiming quite a number of victims. That was the 11 truck getting into the pit lane, and that was the huge moment for the number 66 truck, and we have asked for a medical update on that driver just to see that all is okay. And I want to say a big thank you to all the marshals who put the yellow flags out immediately on that incident, and for all the drivers who immediately paid attention to those yellow flags. There was an opportunity to try and get a little bit closer, racing for position on the last lap, and they all immediately dived on the brakes and prevented that from becoming a much bigger incident.
Did unfortunately mean we end there with the red flag and wind back the results a lap from where they were coming to the checkered flag. Although for the 15 of Tanapon, that makes no difference to how his weekend kicks off here in terms of the results of Bangsaen. How's that there? Right on the racing line entering turn 8. As we come back to the live pictures here, Scott, we've got a lot of oil and fluids on the circuit, and it's going to be right where the drivers don't want it. Although I guess if you don't mind, it's a nice visual guide to remind you of where to turn in. I guess if you can get your tyres straddling either side of that, perhaps, and mainly keep your right side tyres to the inside of that path, and your left side tyres to the other side of it. Maybe find a bit of grip there still on the circuit, but yeah, with the amount of oil that was dropped apparently across basically the entire circuit at one point, I swear, going to be a bit of a clean-up work for that one there, indeed. You can see it there on the front stretch as well. So
that's right on the braking line. The difficulty that we've got now for the drivers that are coming out in the following categories is you've got one siding lap to have a look at that oil and make yourself aware of the oil. Now, the track did respond. What we did see was immediately a significant reduction in lap times as basically the entire field blew out by about 10 seconds from where they should have been at that point in the race. That's how much that oil was impacting the ability to keep everything going. And yeah, so now we'll jump on board for the Super Ecos. This will be their second and final race of the weekend as well. So racing from race number 1 was thick and fast, as it always is in these categories, Dan. And that is why we love the Thailand Super Series. There is no giving up at any stretch of the imagination for any of these drivers.
yeah, no, not at all, indeed. As a part of this press, we're chatting with the press coverage here. Unfortunately, he's in Thai, so we aren't getting audio as far as I'm aware, and can't hear it myself. I'm talking with Bangsaen Katsiri there, number 33, machine, one of our Honda Brez. Actually, up there you go. There is a bit of audio there in the background, but given it is in Thai, unfortunately, I couldn't. Yeah, definitely have to add the Thai language lessons, I think, to the task at some point in the future. But yeah, reflecting back on the Super Eco's first race of the weekend, which was on Thursday, if you missed it. So we've had a little bit of broadcasting here, starting Thursday afternoon for us and Friday yesterday evening, but now here today. And some of this onboard footage here to give you a chance. These cars here, they look a little small. Did you just see there? He's got, I think, got a tablet there over the top of the factory dials for some extra in-car info that's race relevant. Just having a look at the results from yesterday to see if I can actually find. Oh, sorry, yesterday Thursday.
Yep.
Unfortunately, coming home 20th place outright in one of our C plus entries here for the Super Eco category. So we're hoping to have a better run of it here today. Although for the starting grid, have a look at it here real quick. He's starting out at 20th place as well. So going to be a bit of work to do for that car. You see there also number 79 of Padawi here on screen. He's also unfortunately in a bit of trouble, starting out at 30th place for this second race. As we have a look there, that's what turn 6 looks like behind the wheel of these Super Eco cars. And it's a nice little onboard shot we've got here of the run down to turn 8 as well.
And the best part is, I think looking at it is, they're not just, you can't just buy a car like this and throw a roll cage in it, you're good to go. No, there's a fair bit of work that goes into it. You've got to get radios, you've got to get monitoring of all the crucial systems in and out the car. They're actually quite heavily modified cars when you think of them. The engines and whatnot tend to stay quite similar. You might change up perhaps the gearing to a sequential system if that's available to you. But the ultimate end of the day, the goal is to create a series that's relatively cheap and relatively easy for everyone to get out and involved in. And it does create for just phenomenal car racing, Dan.
I mean, it does. The fact that we saw there in some of that footage as part of this pre-race build-up, that we can easily get 4 wide in these little cars along the main straights, and the drivers are not afraid to also have a go at it as well at times, although they will probably be a little bit more cautious, I think, once they get out on track and see what they've got to experience out there. As it's almost time to go to the grid for this final race of the weekend for the Thailand Super Eco category here. So we've got ourselves, from what I can see here, 34 starters, and it's going to be the number 45 here of Piranat, who's going to be starting on the top of the timing sheets, and he'll get the run down towards turn 1. Don't forget these guys, standing start, if you remember, it will mean he's actually on that on the preferred racing line, but it means it's going to be on the outside of the left hand or the right hand kink that is turn 1. So he's going to have to try and maintain the speed and the grip around the outside to hold on to the inside for turn 2 when they get to the end of the start finish straight.
Yeah, that's the difficulty, isn't it? You know, you get yourself through the field, put yourself in a really, really strong position, but at the end of the day, you're still going to have to fight through a race start. You're still going to have to give yourself every opportunity that you possibly can. And there's a bunch of drivers in this field that all want to be there. Street circuit racing, you get to the head of the field, you get a little bit of clear air, and all of a sudden your day becomes significantly easier. But if you find yourself losing one spot, that's all it takes sometimes. Just the one spot very quickly. That one spot turns into 2 spots because you're just on the outside, you're on the non-preferred groove, and somebody goes, well, there's a hole there. I'm going to try and fit my my Super Eco down the inside because of course I can. It's an opportunity to advance my own position. That's the difficulty of car racing. That's why we love it. It's one of the greatest drama on wheels that you can necessarily find yourself in and amongst, and at one of the most picturesque locations in the world too. How many times, Dan, do you go racing right next to the sand?
Me personally, 0. I'm just left to talk about what I get to see of racing from by the seaside here, Bangsaen, or wherever else it may happen if such an opportunity does come up in the future. This is the one for now, though. As I see here, Goody working his way in, having talked to both our drivers on the front row, so Puridat and Visit Pong. He's going to head back to what looks like about 4th place, or has he gone to 3rd? He's gone to 3rd. He's going to work through a couple of spots there. So talking now with Varunchit in the number 89 machine. He's going to start out of 3rd place for this race, and see what insights he can get from the drivers as they get ready to go for that one there. When you look at our event schedule, it would appear, though, despite that incident to wrap up, Thailand to pick up, we are on schedule. So massive credit to the track teams there, or the preparation of the circuit, that despite that massive hit and the cleanup required, it looks like we aren't going to be affected in terms of when we get this racing underway.
That's a phenomenal effort. I can't believe they've done that. That's brilliant. So, yeah, look, I mean, you know, it's part and parcel of the racing. I think when we came here last year, there was only 2 races across the weekend that didn't have a safety car period of some description or some sort of interruption. Whether or not you call that one for Jack Lemvard's stricken 41 truck in the most recent race a safety car period, well, the stats will say there was a safety car. It did circulate and the safety car boards were displayed. So technically, safety car period, but nothing within the race. There was a couple of incidents there that triggered the red flag to end the race. So again, more incidents that do that. That's just the nature of Bangsaen. I think if you have a look at the track surface itself, it's one of the tighter, one of the narrower street circuits internationally when you consider things. And of course, we've got the tightest hairpin in world racing as well. That, you know, everyone's got to mind their P's and Q's when they get down in there to turn number 6 as well. It's just the nature of racing here. You've got to carry the speed to create the opportunities. Where the opportunities actually are to pass, it's set up. If you're not good enough in the sectors leading up to those opportunities, and there's only about 3 of them on the lap, then you're never going to get an overtake done. So you've got to take a lot of risk to put yourself in position to benefit, and that's where you hit the barrier.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the hairpin here at turn 6, and the hairpin at the Macau Grand Prix circuit might also want to try and lay claim to that fact of tightest hairpin in an active race circuit currently in the world. But it might also be a case if it's pretty much the same. Basically a straight 180-degree hairpin with basically a tiny bit of arm coat that separates the path in from the path out. As it looks like our grandstands here today at Bangsaen are a little bit fuller, obviously, than they were on Thursday and Friday, given the fact that I'm sure most of these people would have probably had work and school and the like there to get through. So it is a busy day down beside the track as well as on the track as well. So looks like we're only a couple of minutes away from getting started here. So drivers, just a couple of them have got some team members providing cooling fans to try and get things a little more comfortable inside these cockpits. But time to walk through the grid here now with the TV crew down at the circuit. So we'll be peering out there out of first place in the number 15. and starting alongside 45, sorry for the pole sitter. Visit Pong there alongside on the front row in the number 7 machine. And on back to the second row of the grid. Don't forget that Vrunchit over on the right-hand side of the shot will be in 4th place, with Panatan here in the 36. Going to be starting out of 4th place for that one there. And team will make their way down the grid in due course. We're going to see fans given a chance to get up close to the cars here as well, Scott. And it really is a good point of real sort of open access in many respects. There we go. Now a close look at Vrunchit as he's about to get ready to go racing here.
And that's the big key. Opportunity to get down and get yourself involved in the racing action as well. You know, you want to get down there. You want to be alongside the cars. You want to be interacting and taking in everything that is available to you. Then absolutely. I mean, this is one of the premier destinations to get right down in there and be a part of that. The drivers are obviously still going to try and do what they can to get themselves prepped and ready for everything that's going on. But you know, you can still be down there and you can be witnessing what's going on. 35 of Hayden Heikal, a little bit deeper in the field than he necessarily would have liked to have been after dominating race 1 of the weekend earlier in the week, and it's back to the 91 machine of Cavan, who will be starting off alongside of him as well. So difficulties for Heikal in qualifying for qualifying 2. Now he's got to try and make some overtakes to get back to the pointy end of thing.
What's important to note there is the fact that he's, well, not in his car and doesn't have his helmet and stuff on. Just as there's Aaron Heikal starting out of 7th place directly behind him as well. And then the first of our Be Quick Racing team drivers here in Satapond in the number 25. A good qualifying result after some rough ones at Chang, and also not great for the first race on Thursday. So that's a chance to maybe turn things around. You've then got Jade here in the number 12, starting out of 9th place, sharing the 5th row with Akinit there in the number 17. A couple of drivers here, yeah, not quite in the cars yet. And also, you just got to hope that Hayden Heikal gets back to the grid here in a moment so he can actually get in his car. Oh, there we go. Speaking of which, another driver maybe perhaps enjoying the shade for a moment. Sorowich, it's time for him to jump back aboard the 61, I would presume. And alongside him on the 6th row, it will be Wing Hong Chow, sorry, in the number 21. So that there is just about only 1/3 of the field, though, Scott, as we carry on down to number 56 of Buntavi here, going to start at a 13th place.
Yeah, and a little bit, again, another driver deeper in the field that necessarily would have been happy for, but the fans down there getting involved and being a part of the number 2 machine and enjoying everything for Yacht out of the Plaque Auto Fix garage. And back to the 90 machine, which will be in the C+ drivers as well. Narona Runner Path, which will be a little also deeper in the field.
And behind them, you're looking at the number 53, 16th place start for Supra Choc here in this Super Sim by Insane Motorsport entry there. So see how he's looking to go. Yeah, sort of in the middle of it all on that 8th row of the grid. In behind him will be Kirati in the number 10, also not in the car just yet. For the Phoenix Premium Car Cleaning Racing Team entry there, but it was sharing the 9th row of this starting group with Sira Khan, who's there on screen with us now in behind the wheel of the 72 and ready to go there by the looks of things. And your top 20 rounded out by Rapak Korn Wong Siri there in the number 87. He'll be in 19th, mind you. Of course, the 20 will be rounded out by Bongsapat Kitsiri in the number 33. Next to him right there on our screens now, Scott. There's his car is. Driver still hiding in the shade. There he is.
And you can see just cutthroat. He is ready to go. Absolutely ready to go, but making sure that he's nice and chilled out in his race preparations. Still a few minutes away at this point in time. Still trying to make sure that he's nice and settled out of that car. The 99 machine of Finn as well. The B Finn Racing Power Up Sit Nunka. And the 77 machine out of the Absolute Be Quick outfit for Tianhao. I've just actually been enjoying, by the way. I decided I was going to go over to Google and have a look at how narrow the hairpin was and do some virtual driving around the track over on Google Maps as well. You can actually see the curbing all the way over in Google Maps as well if you go for a little bit of a wander. Number 9 machine just ahead of the 88 on the formation of Tenat Pong for the Top Slim Racing team driver. And you can see we're starting to get towards the tail end of the field now. There's only a few more cars in behind these guys. The 54 machine, Thanakorn, also enjoying a little bit of extra shade and keeping cool as they're still, I believe, working on the barriers down towards the tail end of the field. The 66 machine will have Chinapatra for Mugen Thailand Singer. Ready to climb into his car. Just in behind them as well is going to be the number 16 machine for Focus Arena TKS Motorsports Kitsifat. And then we'll get back to the 26 machine, which will be the second of the absolute Be Quick cars. A little bit, again, not quite making the most out of qualifying for these cars, but they sort of learn very quickly to Zatapon in the Be Quick racing team car and pushes his way through the field as the weekend progresses.
Yeah, that's the important thing to note there. And then one of our couple of drivers here in Class C, it is Elisa Kunkwang. They're going to start the 59 machine way back down in 29th, though, unfortunately, for her. So a bit of work to go. Get started. We're sharing the 15th row with Padawi here in the number 79 for Takasokar Racing. Behind them, it's only 4 more drivers. Chase Chakras Parks, who actually also saw in action in a Thailand Super Pickup. And yeah, no sign of a start just yet. So there's Chase Chakras Parks' 41 entry. They're the M&M shop by Nexter machine. So that's looking nice and bright and yellow. So just coming straight out of the Super Pickups, and he'll be back in the car again here. Rhino again once more. Sharing the 16th row with Tana Patra, who we will see, well, did see, I believe, over here in Super Compact as well, but also running here in Super Eco. Although it's a long way down the back of the field here for the 55 machine. There's just 2 more cars behind them before we get to the end of this field, to the 68 here of Puru Pat. Yeah, it looks like he's happy and ready. He's chilled out and ready to go racing there. Even though it's going to be from 33rd on this grid today. And the final car that's set to take the race start here, the 43 of Chotanin. Going to be at the back of the field here, unfortunately, to start things off. But yeah, it looks like we are still waiting on confirmation that we're ready to go racing here today. So that would indeed suggest that, yeah, unfortunately, it's a little longer than we'd hoped. But yes, I've also just opened up that Google Maps link you provided to the circuit, and indeed, that's a fascinating look, and also gives you a good idea of where the actual circuit is now in terms of the actual streets they use. Kind of cool. You can actually now see exactly which parts of the track they're using to actually race at around here at Bangsaen, indeed. Right,
I'll give that off to the fans as well.
I think we should.
Yeah, let's get them. Go ahead, jump onto Google Maps, go have a little bit of a scroll through Thailand and through the area, and you'll see quite why it's quite popular. If you actually have a look on the on Google Maps, you can see how forested in Monkey Hill actually is, and how close all the trees and everything. We saw the monkeys on the track actually yesterday, the rhesus monkeys as well, in around things. So they're excited, much like our mascot's excited at the front end of that grid. He is absolutely having a bang up time down there, enjoying being the center of attention at the front of the field. Always wanted to be a mascot, Dan. Ever tell you that? I've got the energy for it. I don't have.
Oh, you definitely have the energy. You definitely have the energy for it.
It's the gymnastics and the athletic ability that I lack.
It is actually quite fascinating. You know, actually, just tracking the circuit around on Google Maps. Yeah, the actual, the fact we do have, some of the curbs are left behind. At least. This was, these pictures apparently taken in late 2023. So, yeah, it's actually preserved as part of the... So it's a roundabout that we go through as part of the monument section of the circuit. So we dodge around... it's actually, there you go. A little... Now, is that actually at the circuit, or is that like a... There's been overlaid on the track there? Definitely overlaid because it disappeared. Yeah, good point there. I spoke too soon, perhaps. But then, yeah, beachside run up past after the monument, and this gentle sweeping bit of. I will admit, when you take away all the walls, funnily enough, it looks a fair bit more, well, relaxed and open. You can you can see it. You can sort of it makes it feel less imposing than it does with all of the walls up to protect this place. That's necessary, of course, when we go racing here at Bangsaen.
We're giving a guided virtual tour. That's what I feel like at the moment.
Well, I'm already up to turn 15, is where I am to be precise. It's actually kind of funny. I'm just tracing out the racetrack as I go, and basically, yeah, using all of the available roads, following the beachfront here. Actually, zoom out. Actually, I can't zoom any further out on the street view split.
How interesting is it? How narrow it is actually off that the turn 6 hairpin as well. There is very little. It's one lane either side of that roadway, and then it sort of expands a little bit further down. By the shots that I'm looking at, they're actually might have been working on the streets at that point in time, and indeed the road looks older. So you can sort of tell, there have been some upgrades. The track's been resurfaced to provide extra grip for our drivers here for the weekend, and they kind of need it as well, which is really, really interesting. And even like you said, the temporary barriers do get left in place in a couple of different sections of the circuit as well, just to provide that little bit of extra coverage. But it's narrow. It's incredibly, incredibly narrow. It really gives you Monaco vibes. And then you get down to the waterfront area, and it opens up lovely. And you can see the monument roundabout as well, and the extra barriers put in place to protect the monument, because that is just such a lovely little feature of the Bangsaen waterfront. It's just a brilliant little location, a lovely place to go racing, and a brilliant, beautiful area of the Thai country as well. And the waterfront area, there'll be fans down through the waterfront areas. We're actually checking in with a few of those fans a little bit further down the field, up in the stands as well. But the waterfront area, we can sort of come hang out, and markets, everything that'll be up over there this weekend as well.
And it's a nice little, like just looking at, like it's a maybe slightly quieter part of the city, although there's restaurants and stuff all over this part of the township. It's just also looking at the number of roads that are being mapped out by Street View. There's definitely busier parts a little further south of the racetrack. So it's almost as if like it was sort of tucked away in a corner of Bangsaen here, which sort of almost means it minimizes the disruption that happens, because of course there is most of this Bangsaen beach area that is used as basically the sort of, I guess, the off-track bits and misses. It looks like over at the Idemitsu booth, they maybe got some chocolate flavored soft serve, maybe there to go along with the oils and lubricants that they're got on display today.
Keep the engine cool with a little bit of oil and lubricant. Keep it running. Well, you got to keep yourself cool and running as well. Ice cream will certainly do that.
Probably one of my recommended methods of personal cooling.
I normally go for air conditioning, Dan.
Yeah, but that doesn't give you the satisfaction of actually consuming something tasty in the meantime. So, that's actually fun thing on the Street View. There are monkeys that have been captured on Street View as you go back up towards Monkey Hill in Turn 6. So, haven't seen any monkeys yet today, but we did see them yesterday and on Thursday. So, they are alive and well. It looks like we are almost about to get the start engine commands at the front of the field, although it might just be another minute or two longer before we do that. And then also another big sponsor here, it looks like, with the series, EST Coa, or EST Coa, maybe. I apologies for not actually knowing which way that goes. And it looks like they're doing themselves a pretty solid round of business here today, as that is a I think that's quite a satisfied customer there with a couple of sips of that one straight off the bat, but also a good variety of flavors, it looks like, too.
Yeah, and chilling out. I mean, that's what it's all about down at the refreshment. You know, you get a bit of a break in proceedings, and we're looking at the drivers all doing their utmost to get out of the cars and not soak up a lot of that heat and attention. And you can see the fans all getting, most of them with a bit of a fan as well, walking through, providing themselves with some more airflow. Of course, don't forget the humidity quite high. Another fan enjoying himself as well. But how good is the beachfront down here out the back of some of the grandstands? And now the whistles are blowing over in the pit lane. That generally means drivers in your cars, get ready, start warming yourself up, because as you've had enough time to take in some refreshment, now it's the time to switch yourself back on. And that is a shirt I would be buying in a heartbeat. The Bangsaen Street Circuit from the merch stands as well. I want one of those. Now I'm kind of disappointed. Yeah, might have to see if I can get one of them shipped over.
That, or just going to need to make an effort to, as you said, be here next year. Something of that sort.
Come visit Thailand. This is all about tourism, ladies and gents. It's all about coming to the region and experience everything. You've got brilliant racing action. You've got sun. You've got surf. You've got lovely local food. And it's all about the car culture. Get yourself out there. Get yourself interested in racing, and pick up some of the merch that's available for the Bangsaen Street Circuit as well.
All right, timing and scoring is updated to now have our drivers for Super Eco on screen for us there as well. So it looks like we should be... There we go. Get your engine started. It's 1 minute till the formation lap begins here, everyone. So it is time finally to get ready to rock and roll here for Thailand Super Eco. It has been a bit of a delay here, about 15 minutes now to get everything on track ready for these drivers. But there you go. Clear the dummy grid and be ready to roll out for your formation lap here in just a moment's time.
A little bit of a delay in proceedings whilst they got that barrier repaired. I'm actually not surprised with that one, with the level of impact that did go on. Sirens will now announce the fact that we are going to be rolling from the pit lane in just a few moments. Thailand Super Eco, race number 4 of the 2024 championship season. I can tell you, ladies and gents, we've lost 4 laps out of this race already just from time certainties, trying to get through the program across the course of the weekend. We let these guys roll on for 12 laps. I guarantee you we'd be starting to run long, and one of the difficulties of street circuit racing as well is that there are noise and track restrictions. Reminder that the walls in place actually do keep people from getting in and out of the homes on the inside of the track, and such is the nature of road course or street circuit racing as well.
Yeah, it is indeed. Well, and say, if I remember correctly, I don't actually remember seeing a break during today for an actual opening of the circuit like we do see on Thursday and Friday, to a sort of a midday break. They actually have to keep the traffic closed out from about 8 o'clock Thailand time this morning until apparently scheduled 5:25 p.m. reopening at the end of the day. So that is still about, pardon me, where are we at now? Super Eco at just got 11 o'clock local time. So it's still another 6 hours, 6.5 hours until the circuit is reopened for everyone to get back through to their places if they're outside the circuit. So hopefully they've all been prepared and ready for this one here, as our drivers now get a chance, he said, to finally get out there, have a look at how the circuit's faring at the moment, and see how much of our quick dry powder and the like is down still on the circuit to try and clean up after the oil spills during the super pickup race.
Yeah, and I think a big key that comes out of that as well is, yeah, this is a sighting lap. This is not just a formation lap. This is a get yourself out there, get yourself accustomed to the conditions, have a look at where the powder is. You've absolutely got to clean off your tyres and try and get some temperature into them at the moment. But, you know, you don't want to be driving too much on that powder and getting that on the tyres, because you have to scrub them up really, really quick. Very, very difficult for the drivers to assess the conditions as well. They can see the oil spill cleanup powder down on the circuit, but driving at it at racing speed when you're trying to look for an overlap, you know, you gotta pick up all of these little things right here, right now, and stash them in memory and have a look at the run down to turn 6.
You're almost grateful that this is a mandatory yellow flag zone there, because that was a lot of powder they've had to put down on the track to try and get that sorted out. And yeah, that's going to make things a little bit sketchy for a couple of the bigger cars and categories later on this afternoon. Namely, we're going to have our Supercar GTM and GT4 combined field race later today, along with Carrera Cup Asia when that's back on later this afternoon. That's our second last race of the day, although we won't be commentating that one, I do believe, is the to expect. And finishing up with, of course, Supercar GT3 drivers right at the end, which we'll be back on commentary for. They'll have to worry about that. They're the big ones that we're going to be keeping our eyes open for, I guess, to how they handle it. Or, I guess more importantly, that's a couple of hours away, though, still. So how the track evolves as drivers and cars like these Super Ecos maybe disperse a little bit of this powder here as they run over it. And maybe just spread it around a little bit as it's trying to still wick up as much of the oil as we can off this racetrack.
And just keeping up an eye and sort of a little bit of a look in as well. I was just reading in on the Facebook page for anyone who is actually over in Thailand at the moment and at the circuit looking for English commentary and coverage. Your Super Pickup drivers will actually have a 6 o'clock meet and greet this afternoon. So that's after racing's conclusion. But if you're a big fan of the Super Pickup drivers, which we both are at this point in time, yeah, get yourself down and in a part of that. Right, race time. The Hankook official tyre, the Extreme Semi-Slick is the Ventus RS4, which means the cars move around on their tyres just that little bit, and it creates great racing. Hankook, the official partner for tyres for the Thailand Super Series. Race number 4 of the championship season for the Super Ecos, and it's Firanat who sits on the front row off alongside a Visit Pong. That will be quite crucial. The key factor, Hayden Haikal, not on pole position, will have to drive his way through, although Sathapond did actually manage a reasonable qualifying effort. Teammate a lot further down in the field as we're going to slice through them nice and quickly. Have a look all the way back to 15th is the 90 Machine, 17th will be Kirati, Sikarakan, Rapid Korn and Vongsapat. Out of 20th brings us to 10th row on the grid, Sitnun from Chanhao, Naki and Tanapong, Thanakorn, Chinapata, Kitsapat and Adapon round out your 28. Elisa from Patawi, Chase Chakras Parks, Thanapatra 32nd. Furupat and Shodanen are going to round out the final row of the grid. And there's a few drivers at the tail end of that field. I was looking at Elisa actually deep in the field who didn't finish that race yesterday. Very keen to get a race finish here today, Dan.
Yeah, I'm sure they will be indeed. So drivers at the front of the field now taking their spots on the standing start grid here as almost time to get the second race of the day underway. And it's our 6th race of the weekend here for the Thailand Super Series categories. In and amongst everything else that's here this weekend as well. So wait to see a green flag at the back of this one here before we get going, folks. You can see the marshal just waiting for everyone to finally roll into position. And then we hope to see the green, and we'll get the 5 lights on at the front of the field and get ready to go racing this afternoon. Looks like our last couple of cars there pulling into position. Just wait for the confirmation that everything is A-OK.
And indeed, we're going to be green flag from the rear end of the field. It's now come out, and we'll keep our eyes on the lights now at the front end of the field. They sat there, they waited. There was a car creeping on the left-hand side of our shot somewhere. I think it was the 3rd row, and that would make it Kevin in the 91 Machine. Who's going to get a good launch from the front end? Haikal did get a good launch, already trying to make up some spots, but there's someone deeper in the field. I think it was the 73 Machine. Didn't get a great getaway. The run down to turn number 1. Are they going to be 4 wide? They're certainly going to try as the run down to turn number 1. And now it'll become the left-hander at turn 2. What's the grip level like? And you can see the covering all the way to the inside. I think that might have been Hayden Haikal that slide his way all the way up to 2nd immediately. So if that's the case, from 5th to 2nd will be a phenomenal start for the Malaysian driver.
That is indeed 3 spots gained in 2 turns. They make them run up over Monkey Hill for the opening lap. We are too wide in these little guys here, but they have to get it sorted out. Single file there at turn 5. Oh, a second incident of the day up the hill. Going to involve the 99 of Sizanun, one of our Class C drivers there, as then they all stack up for a moment there. Oh, so off of turn 2, and they just squeeze together and tag at turn 3. So 99, the 88 there in behind. If I can find them, pardon me. Tanapong, one of our C-plus drivers, unfortunately tripped up in all of that one there. Timing sectors say that everyone is now moving. No, pardon me. We still don't have the 88 and 99. 88 has been captured in sector 2. It's whether the 99 is able to get going yet as to whether we'll be able to stay green in this race. It's an 8-lap sprint. And there at the front of the field after a good jump from Purinat. Now under pressure from Hayden Heikel entering turn 15.
Yeah, that's the big factor for the Malaysian driver. He's been so quick this year in this class and has gotten himself some opportunities to race up in the big leagues. You will be seeing Hayden Heikel throughout the course of the weekend in some of our supercar categories as well. So that won't be the last that you see of him. It's much the same as you see Chase Jackra's Parks running in the super pickup classes, already looking to try and get around the outsiders to run down to the hairpin and have a look deeper in the field as well. I think that was the 77 machine that was a little bit under assault with one of the big quick cars. But Hayden Heikel, 1 lap, goes from 5th on the grid. He will lead us back to the start-finish line, and that just might be the last the field will see of Hayden Heikel.
Question in the chat can confirm all the drivers from that incident there on lap 1 have got going once again. This race will stay green. The track is clear on the run up the hill here out of turn number 2. So we are good to keep going. How's that there into turn 2 once again? Drivers fanning out. Whether that's trying to test the limits of grip or if it's just trying to get sort of work your way over to the middle of the road to set up a run or a pass even into turn 2. It's a bit of a mix of both, you might say. Top 6 now. Somewhat close together, though. Heikel already had half a second, 6/10 at the start-finish line to get this lap underway. And then there, just in the background, Satapon in the 25. Be Quick Racing Team Honda Brio looking to try and find his way up to the front of the group is the 36 of Panatan. Goes just as wide as you dare, maybe a little bit too much. Although that mirror is pointing still in the right direction.
Yeah, there's more contact on the run up here. The 33 machine pushing the 87 up the hill. And that seems to have hindered him because there was another car that went around his outside as well. The run now down to turn number 8. Everyone's trying to feed their way back in. And I just thought I saw Panatan in the 36, the green machine that's in this pack, actually catch the barriers as well. And have a look at Sathapon, the 25 machine, the absolute big quick car, who had a better qualifying performance than he did for race number 3. Now starting to fight his way back through the field as he has done just about the entirety of this season. Cavan in the 91 machine did lose a little bit of ground on lap number 1, but very quickly trying to make up for that one. And when they get back to the start-finish line, we are going to be about 20 kilometres left to go in this race. 6 more laps left to run. And Hayden Heikel is doing everything he can to disappear into the sunset, or at least the morning sun over Thailand.
Don't forget, it is still 11:13 a.m. in the morning now in Thailand, so we are approaching midday at a decent rate of knots. It also means that we're approaching the end of the scheduled time for this race, as that incident at turn 3 on lap 1 is under investigation from the stewards. So we'll see if anything comes out of that one there. As it's a drag race between the two of the Toyota Yaris's in this group. Panatan versus Varunshit there on the run to turn 1 is further back in the pack. We've got 2 wide out of turn 19 through this sweeper at turn 20 here. You see here who we've got, the 87 and the 90 there. And they're racing for 19th and 20th place in the Runon Path in the 90 and Rapak Korn in the 87. In behind them, Tian Aldu and that Suzuki Swift also looking for a shot as they go deep. Run up the inside from the number 9 of Naki Bim Mohammed Hafifi. Although he can't get the job done at turn 2. He's hung out to dry on the outside line, though. Now, will he be able to protect? He will, from the car in behind, which was that number 71, I think, 79 of Padawi, but now vulnerable to Puripat in the Yaris 68.
Yeah, so Puripat got a really, really good run, and that just shows you the benefit of getting the car turned in and making a run off of turn number 2 when there's contact as they come down the hill into the slow zone, and that will not be looked at with any stretch of niceties from the officials, because that is not a zone you want to be doing that sort of thing in. As the 77 tries to get that car wound back up and run down the back straight. So for Tian Hao, trying to pull away from the cars in behind, and already there's some more slicing and dicing. The run into turn number 8, one move done before they got to the braking zone. They all get it sorted out and all slot in nice and evenly back here. But I want to keep half an eye if we can see if we can get a shot back up from the lead of the race, because I tell you, there's about a 5 or 6 car battle pack for second spot. This racing has been phenomenal, and I get the feeling Chung Hao Du is now a little bit in trouble from the 16 machine of Kiss It Fat and the Honda Brio as he starts to crawl all over his rear bumper as well.
Turn 15 once more. 5 cars here in a neat little line as they try and press on in this race. And you can see another 3 cars flying on through there. Here for the 66, I think that was. It should be a Chinapata. And then how's this? All ducking and diving, looking for some road. A bit of contact there between the 79 and the 9, but I'll get that one sorted out. And the 16 goes through into the lead of the group. As off of the hairpin there will come in the 77 machine there. Tian Hao Du a little slow getting that Suzuki Swift up to speed, it seems. As a result, drops back to 23rd across the line here. Promoting the 79 of Padawi up to 21st, and now having to fend off the number 16 of Kitstipat. As another look here through 17, that's a little wide of the preferred line, and he's actually going to find the fence. Oh dear, the 66 there. Achina Patir has come. Looks like he's going to come to a stop there on the track, and safety car balls and flags there coming out as these drivers made their way up towards turn 4. So indeed, the 66 has not been able to keep on going back to the pits there, unfortunately for him, Scott. So that is going to be end of that race a little early.
My word, that was tough racing. And the Super Ricos, I hate the fact that this is their last race for the weekend, which is a little bit disappointing, but hey, such is life. Get yourself sat back down, find somewhere to relax for just a few moments as the safety car will pull the field all back up and group them up, because that was another huge impact with the barrier and somebody just touched too much speed, and then the rear end gets away from you with all the weight, or little of that weight, over the front axle of these cars as well.
Well, bunch the field up once more and maybe let some of those cars a little bit further back that might have some speed, try and get some more spots late in the race, although with just 5 laps when they crossed the line last time, coming to 4 laps to go here, there's going to be a lot of options left for those drivers. So the other big question going to be, obviously, that was a decent whack to the wall, whether that's going to need any additional looking over, although it hasn't been hit there today so far, at least that I've seen in these races. So that part of the wall hopefully in decent shape. For the time being, is to now have to carefully negotiate the damage here at 17, and going to stay here over to the right hand side of the track as practically everyone now filing in to the very back of the field. It does also give a chance for the drivers like Cholton, Sitanon, who are basically stranded in terms of time wise, being way off the back of the field. They're now right on the back of it once again, so that'll give them a chance to maybe gain some spots, even if it won't mean anything for points in this race, at least outright, but it might mean points in class.
Yeah, well, that'll be the big factor as well. And, I mean, we're going to have 4 more laps as they cross the start-finish line as well. So, yeah, tricky. Very, very difficult situation. I mean, you know, you're trying to carry speed. You're trying to keep the speed up. We're talking about the risk level, and that's what it's about. It's, you know, where are you actually vulnerable? Well, the places where you're actually vulnerable, that's not where the real risk is. You know, those are the wider corners, particularly down off the last corner, the run into turn number 1, turn number 2. They're actually quite wide racing pieces of the track and a lot of room to move around. Little bits and pieces are technical. It's where the drivers really show their skill. But it's everywhere else around this circuit that can catch you out, because you've got to be pushing, you've got to be hurrying just to be relevant at turn 18, 19. You've got to be, you know, pushing to be relevant all the way down to turn 1 and turn 2. And then you've also got to be close enough off of turn 6 if you think you can get have a crack down at the end of the back straight at turn 7 as well. And then you just sort of single file it back out. it's difficult street circuit racing, isn't it, Dan? Because everything you do is about preparation for that opportunity to overtake. But you overstep that line. The reason why we love it is, well, there isn't really a line. There's a wall.
Yeah, there's not a lot of room for error. And also even just the little things like we're seeing, particularly at turn 2, you try and make a move and you don't get it done, or even if you do get it done, you end up in a position where a lot of drivers are struggling to get a good run off of turn 2 as a result, and at risk of being passed up the hill towards turns 3 and 4 before they have to then get themselves sorted out here for turn 5 and the hairpin here, turn 6. Another update also that's come through is apparently some potential passing under the safety car has been noted and will be under investigation, so that needs to be chased up perhaps. Also the race start in general apparently under investigation there, as well as looks like also down trackside, the opening ceremony getting underway over in the podium area as well. That has had to kick off as scheduled, despite this race going a little later than originally planned. And yeah, going to be some interesting stuff there as these the organisers here at the circuit, yeah, officially opening the weekend here.
Yeah, and this is about getting the fans down there, getting the fans involved as well. And then you can see it in the background, 3rd to 7th of July. So we've already been operating the circuit for a couple of days at this point, and like we said, racing action both on the Thursday and the Friday afternoon in Thailand, but also practice and qualifying has been running as well since right the way back on the 3rd. It's all about a big long week celebration of Thai car culture and racing in Thailand, and a big part of that's the Toyota Gazoo racing team, as are the Ford entries and Isuzu with the factories in Thailand as well. Very, very important. As Hankook are such a cultural big part of this series as well, just because, again, providing employment opportunities. And, you see that the couple drivers for the Be Quick team actually out in this session for Super Eco as well. And one of the opportunities that gets presented to one of the employees from the Be Quick outfit every year is that if you're the employee of the year, you can find your way into a Thai racing category, a little bit of racing coaching, prep work, and find your way into a Super Eco machine. That motivates me to want to go and work for Be Quick, I tell you what.
It's a novel thing. I don't hear too much of it in our part of the world. Very much all about professional racing. Well, it's not. No, sorry, I shouldn't say it like that, because that's discrediting the team here. That do an incredible job with the work that they're doing, because they certainly are putting on professional race organisation and for these drivers here from across the country. In these categories, obviously, at least this is a majority Thai racing drivers, with a few drivers from outside the country. And the example here in Super Eco, Hayden Heikel from Malaysia, along with Aaron Heikel as well, also from Malaysia. Unfortunately for Aaron, there's been an issue during this race because he's not been able to get out on track. And in fact, we don't have his transponder, it seems. So he did apparently get the first lap done, yeah. But then presumably deep in the pits to the point where he's not even noted as being, well, in the pits. The 66 has been recovered to the pit lane now, apparently. So I would hope we'll get a chance to go racing here in a moment, which will mean it to be a 2-lap sprint to finish this Super Eco race off. But just also talking nationalities from outside Thailand. So I said, you've got Malaysia, then got Wing Hong Chow, currently sitting 10th outright from Hong Kong. Anaki bin Mohammed Hafifi is also from Malaysia in the number 9 machine, and Tian Hao Du from China as well in the number 77. So there's 5 drivers from outside Thailand in this 34-car field. Unfortunately, one of them is not currently racing. So 32 drivers still running around at this stage. And they're going to have 2 laps to sort it out, and indeed can confirm safety car Scott coming in this lap. So it will be a very fast and furious 2-lap sprint to finish it off.
Yeah, we might have to go radio style on that one just to keep you guys updated on the racing action, as the opening ceremony has already begun, and like we said, a celebration of Thai racing, Thai car culture as well. It's just been awesome to be part of this series, not only this year but also last year as well, to come on board for the English language coverage. It's just been awesome, the love that we've been shown by the series as well. And you can also see Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand, a big part. They've had success over at the Nürburgring 24 Hours the last couple of years in racing as well, which has been so critical to their development of more drivers. You know, it's not easy to get yourself a ring license at the Nürburgring, so to not only get a ring license and but also be over there and be successful is incredibly important as well.
Yeah, as you said, there's a lot of big sponsors. But part here, as I said, as we learn more about the racing action here in Thailand, they've got Toyota Gazoo Racing's got strong representation across several categories, and the fact that they've got the Toyota One Make races here in Thailand, they're kicking off their year here at the Bangsaen Grand Prix. Be quick, as you said, various drivers entered across multiple categories, and their program as well. As you said,
right in the middle there, that's Hank Kicks, I believe, actually in the middle of that. And I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's definitely Hank's smile. Like I can actually tell from the smile that's most definitely Hank Kicks, as you said, there in the middle of that one there. So he's one of the leading figures at Be Quick here as well. But as you also said, Hankook with the tyre supply, and we will actually go split screen as the racing has resumed out on track for the Thailand Super Eco category. So we will get a chance to see a bit of both here as a battle there for fourth place into turn 2, and it's going to be Varunchit trying to get that one off of Kavin. But as you see there, doesn't get the run, and he almost gets squeezed into the fence by Panatan as they just avoid putting both of them out of the race here right at the end. Off this restart here. Down in the turn 6 will go. Hayden Heikel now has a nice little jump there on Piranat in the opening sector of this lap, as then they snake down single file. And this must be painful. Like, we know obviously it's part of it, mandating, making sure you can get through this part of the track safely, but for the drivers, knowing they've got 2 laps left of racing, not even now, but they've got that little section of track where they can't pass. Oh, that just must be a kick in the teeth.
Well, think about from Panatan's perspective, just about got put in the barriers. He was basically told by Varanchit with his car, you lift or we're both going around. A lot of risk on the restart from Varanchit. He feels like he's got the pace to go and take something out of these front guys, but there'll only be one more lap. Was he wide at the fountain section there as well? I thought he might have caught the barrier on the way out. Now under pressure in the background with Sathapond as well. As look at them all as they squabble coming out of here. The next opportunity to get an overtake down at turn number 15, but carry too much speed in here is a risk and an accident waiting to happen. They've all managed to survive, get out the other side. Hayden Heikel will lead us back to turn number 17 as they tip in down here. Firanat from Visit Pong, from Cavan, from Varanchit is the green car, the 89 machine, and then in behind him was Panatan in the 36, and they're still trading paint, they're still squabbling. Who's going to get the drive? Varanchit once again under brakes, dives it down the inside of the final corner. Varanchit is not going to have the run off the final corner, but he is going to have one more go under brakes on the run down to turn number 1. Of that, you can be sure.
And final lap is confirmed here as they make their way down the start, finish straight. So as we watch here, again, it's on for second between Piranat having tried to defend from Visit Pong. Doors open on the inside of turn 1, but Visit Pong is not going to be there. But look at them both swing in super wide to cover the inside. And then Visit Pong all over the curbs. And now Kavin, as a result, the run from the outside, he takes third place away from Visit Pong. That is the risk. Indeed, Varanchit alongside now as they come to turn forward still. And then gets back in line. Can't get the job done before they enter turn number 5. And so they will carry on. It's also dragged in the 61 of Sorowich to the back of the group here. And also, of course, Hayden Heikel is happily checking out at the front of this field as well to boot here, Scott.
Yeah, not quite over. Final lap of racing for the weekend for the Thailand Super Eco categories. Varanchit's felt aggressive, but he's not been able to make anything out of that one. The driver who has benefited, though, is Cavan. Managed to make his way by. Visit.
Oh, no.
No, the 70 machine. That's Chuanhua Tao. Oh, and that's a lot more radiator fluid. That is a busted radiator on the front end of that car for sure.
right point, a narrow part of the track too, and he was across the road sideways as well. Less than half lap to go for our drivers, fighting over second on back as well, though. And you can see it's third in particular. That's going to be the spot that's fought for the Cavan ahead of Visit Pong. But going to see who gets the run right through 15. It's going to be Visit Pong all over the back bumper of that Suzuki Swift as they make their way down towards turn 17. And again, it's from Varun trying. He can't find a way through on Visipong, who's at the back off. And then, that's a slide in the fence almost there for the number 36 of Panatan as Visipong. Varun, still trying to get past Visipong, who then goes on the inside of Cavan through 18 and 19. Somehow the Swift has come off the back of this worst drag race around the final corner to the line. This is for third place in the race. Is it going to be Cavan or Visipong? I think Cavan's a nose.
It's going to be a photo finish. It's a photo finish. I think it's the 60, the 91. I think Cavan got it.
It is.
And indeed, by 11 thousandths of a second. My word. I can't believe that. Brilliant race. They all threw everything they had, and Varanchit swapped sides. I don't know how many times on that final lap of the race.
That was a mental final sector. They all got checked up in behind Kavin there in the number 91, but then all of a sudden it's Varunchit making the move. Then it's Panatan absolutely flinging it through turn 17, and then they all squall over turn 18 and 19 to boot. Man, against small cars, not exactly high speeds, but massive action. As always to be expected in the Thailand Super Eco. Unfortunately, as they now bring it back around to get back in the pits, they have to note once again the striped red and yellow flags back out on display. It's unfortunately not the first time we've shown those today, so more cleaning up going to have to happen here on the track.
Chan Hao Do. I mean, something's happened to that car as well. There's been some body work picked up by the 55 machine as well. So whether or not that's where the contact, although Chun Hao wasn't that far up the field, so that's Thanapatra who's picked that one up. That will be certainly blocking his visibility at this point in time. But yeah, they'll cycle their way back into the pit lane, and the opening ceremony for the weekend still underway on the right-hand side of your pictures.
And we're actually now getting a little bit of sound from that opening ceremony as well, but we'll keep that down in the background for now as we wrap things up here from race number 4 of 2024 for the Thailand Super Eco category. And as you said, Scott, that is unfortunately these guys all done and dusted this weekend. We won't see these little pocket rockets back out on track for the rest of today or tomorrow, unfortunately. And yeah, it's time to say goodbye to them as a result. So just waiting on them to come back around, and we might get some results or highlights, although with the opening ceremony also going on as well. I think it looks like we'll be staying split screen here for now. This is all being controlled by the team on the ground at the circuit for the local production. So actually, there we go. Going to cut back away from the circuit to the opening ceremony in full here, Scott. So with that, I do believe that's going to be basically the end of our first part of English commentary for today, because we have this opening ceremony, which will continue for another 20 or so minutes by the looks of things, and then the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand one-make races for both the Yaris Divisions 1 and 2 is immediately followed up by the Toyota Corolla Altis and Toyota Yaris Ativ Lady one-make races when they share the track together. And for both of those, I'm not expecting us to be commentating. I might be wrong there on that one. Either way, what we're definitely back for will be Thailand, or the TSS Supercar GTM and GT4 combined race. And that is not scheduled. Yeah, not scheduled for another 2 hours from now. So there might be a bit of a pause here in our production. We might keep the footage rolling, but without English commentary for the next little while here at least.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do is we're going to step away. We'll leave you with the coverage from the opening ceremony from the track, of course, obviously covered in Thai, but enjoy at least all the pictures and all the celebrations of Thai racing culture and the Thailand Super Series. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure to bring you English language coverage from this morning's racing action. We'll be back with you in about 2 hours for your Thailand Supercar, GTM and GT4 categories.
ได้กล่าวถึงภาพรวมของการจัดงานบางแสนกลางปรีในครั้งนี้ขอเรียนเชิญครับขอเสียงปรบมือต้อนรับคุณสนธยาคุณปลื้มครับ
ครับกับเรียนท่านผู้ว่าราชการจังหวัดชลบุรีท่านธวัชชัยศรีทองท่านหัวหน้าส่วนราชการในทุกๆสังกัดทั้งส่วนกลางและส่วนภูมิภาคนะครับท่านผู้ให้การสนับสนุนการจัดการแข่งขันบางแสนกลางปรีประจำปี 2024 ในครั้งนี้ทุกท่านท่านผู้แทนจากชุมชนนะครับทุกชุมชนในพื้นที่สนามแข่งขันไม่ว่าจะเป็นบางแสนแหลมแท่นเขาสามมุกแสนเจริญท่านสื่อมวลชนนะครับและพี่น้องท่านแขกผู้มีเกียรติที่เคารพทุกท่านก่อนอื่นผมต้องขอกราบขอบพระคุณท่านผู้ว่าราชการจังหวัดชลบุรีเป็นอย่างสูงนะครับที่ท่านได้กรุณาเดินทางมาเป็นประธานในการเปิดการแข่งขันในปีนี้นะครับขอบคุณมิสเตอร์โนริอากิยามาชิตะกรรมการผู้จัดการใหญ่บริษัทโตโยต้ามอเตอร์ประเทศไทยจำกัดนะครับที่ได้มาร่วมกันนะครับในการนำการจัดการแข่งขันโตโยต้ากาซูเรซซิ่งนะครับมาร่วมการแข่งขันที่บางแสนนี้นะครับมาตลอดระยะเวลา 18 ปีที่ผ่านมาบางแสนกลางปรีเราได้ถือกำเนิดขึ้นในการแข่งขันในปีแรกนะครับเมื่อปี 2550 นะครับโดยรถที่มาร่วมทำการแข่งขันในปีนั้นนะครับ79 คันนะครับรวมทั้งรายการของ Toyota นะครับมอเตอร์สปอร์ตตั้งแต่ในสมัยยุคนั้นนะครับโดยเราเริ่มทำการแข่งขันที่นี่นะครับโดยได้รับการสนับสนุนจากองค์การบริหารส่วนจังหวัดชลบุรีเทศบาลเมืองแสนสุขจังหวัดชลบุรีนะครับรวมทั้งชุมชนในพื้นที่นะครับที่เราได้มีการประชาสัมพันธ์ทำความเข้าใจก่อนล่วงหน้าถึง 2 ปีนะครับหรือทำการประชาพิจารณ์ทำความเข้าใจกับพี่น้องประชาชนล่วงหน้านะครับและได้รับการสนับสนุนนะครับจากบุคคลในวงการมอเตอร์สปอร์ตมาโดยตลอดนะครับนับตั้งแต่ปี 2550 นะครับมาจนถึงปี 2559 นะครับในปีที่ 10 เราได้มีการปรับเปลี่ยนชื่อรายการเป็นบางแสนกลางปรีเพื่อที่จะเตรียมตัวในการพัฒนารายการการแข่งขันกีฬายานยนต์ซึ่งในขณะนั้นถือว่าเป็นรายการแข่งขันในระดับประเทศนะครับเพื่อที่จะพัฒนาเข้าสู่การแข่งขันในระดับนานาชาติต่อไปนะครับเพื่อวัตถุประสงค์ในการประชาสัมพันธ์ประเทศไทยจังหวัดชลบุรีนะครับเทศบาลเมืองแสนสุขเพื่อเป็นการส่งเสริมการท่องเที่ยวและเพิ่มรายได้นะครับจากการท่องเที่ยวโดยการใช้การแข่งขันกีฬามอเตอร์สปอร์ตนะครับและในปี 2561 เราจึงได้รับการรับรองจากสมาพันธ์รถยนต์นานาชาติหรือ FIA นะครับให้เป็นการแข่งขันในระดับ International ในเป็นเกรด FIA เกรด 3 หลังจากนั้นนะครับเราจึงได้เป็นที่สนใจทั้งรายการแข่งขันทั้งในประเทศและต่างประเทศท่านจะเห็นว่าในช่วงที่ผ่านมานะครับมีรายการแข่งขันคาร์เรล่าคัพเอเชียและรายการอื่นๆรวมทั้งนักแข่งจากต่างชาตินั้นเดินทางมาร่วมทำการแข่งขันกับเรายังอยากจะขอกราบเรียนท่านผู้ว่าราชการจังหวัดและทุกท่านนะครับว่าในปีนี้เรามีรถแข่งเข้าร่วมทำการแข่งขัน256 คันมีนักแข่งทั้งหมดทั้งชาวไทยและชาวต่างชาติ297 คนจาก 26 ประเทศนะครับนั่นคือทำให้รายการบางแสนกลางปรีในปีนี้นะครับถือว่าเป็นรายการที่ยิ่งใหญ่ที่สุดในภูมิภาคนะครับนอกจากบางแสนกลางปีนะครับที่เราใช้ชื่อว่า B Quick Thailand Super Series TAS The Super Series by B Quick Toyota Gazoo Racing และเรายังมี Porsche Carrera Cup Asia ที่ได้มาร่วมทำการแข่งขันกับเราในปีนี้นะครับต้องขอขอบคุณทุกท่านทุกทีมนะครับทุกสื่อนะครับที่ได้มาร่วมกันทำให้การจัดการแข่งขันบางแสนกลางปีของเรานั้นได้มีการพัฒนามาอย่างต่อเนื่องมาจนถึงทุกวันนี้นะครับขอขอบคุณทุกท่านอีกครั้งหนึ่งและบัดนี้ได้เวลาอันสมควรแล้วก็ผมขอกราบเรียนเชิญท่านผู้ว่าราชการจังหวัดชลบุรีท่านธวัชชัยศรีทองได้กรุณาเปิดการแข่งขันบางแสนกลางปีประจำปี 2024 อย่างเป็นทางการ นี้ครับ
ครับ ครับเรียนท่านสนธยาคุณปลื้มนะครับนายกราชยนต์สมาคมแห่งประเทศไทยในพระบรมราชูปถัมภ์ท่านประธานบริษัทโตโยต้าและผู้บริหารแขกผู้มีเกียรติทุกท่านซึ่งวันนี้มากันมากหน้าหลายตาอาทิเช่นผู้บัญชาการตำรวจภูธรภาค2นะครับท่านผู้บังคับการตำรวจภูธรจังหวัดท่านท่องเที่ยวกีฬาในนามกระทรวงการท่องเที่ยวท่านนายกเทศมนตรีแสนสุดนะครับซึ่งเป็นเจ้าของสถานที่นะครับแล้วก็ทางรองนายกอบจและแขกทุกท่านนะครับก่อนอื่นผมต้องขอบพระคุณนะครับที่ทางผู้จัดนะครับบางแสนกลางปีนะครับซึ่งได้จัดมาเป็นปีที่18แล้วเนี่ยนะครับมาใช้พื้นที่ของเราในการเป็นสนามการแข่งขันต้องชื่นชมผู้จัดนะครับที่ปีนี้ให้เกียรติทางชมรมทางผู้แทนชุมชนต่างๆนะถือว่าตรงนี้เป็นสิ่งที่สำคัญเพราะว่าในการจัดงานเนี่ยผมเองในฐานะเป็นผู้บริหารเนี่ยเราได้ในเรื่องการท่องเที่ยวซึ่งเป็นสิ่งที่ยินดีสำหรับจังหวัดของเราแต่เราก็สนใจความรู้สึกของประชาชนที่อยู่บริเวณรอบข้างทำให้ทุกคนมีความสุขแล้วก็ทำให้การจัดการแข่งขันเป็นไปด้วยความเรียบร้อยเมื่อ2 อาทิตย์ที่แล้วท่านนายกรัฐมนตรีท่านเศรษฐาทวีสินได้มาชลบุรีมาพัทยาก็ได้ไปสำรวจสนามที่จะทำการแข่งขัน F1 แต่เป็นขั้นตอนในการดูพื้นที่ของเราถ้าเปรียบเทียบในระดับถ้าผมเราพูดผิดก็น่าจะเป็น F3 เนาะ F3 เนี่ยก็เป็นสิ่งที่เป็นสนามเหมือนสนามชุมชนสนามท้องถิ่นแต่เป็นท้องถิ่นที่สวยงามที่สุดในภูมิภาคเอเชียตามที่ท่านสุริยาท่านได้เล่าให้พวกเราฟังนะครับก็เป็นสิ่งที่พวกเรามีความภาคภูมิใจในการจัดอีเวนต์ต่างๆนะชลบุรีเราตั้งแต่การวิ่งมินิมาราธอนการวิ่งมาราธอนการวิ่งไตรกีฬาการแข่งขันรถยนต์กลางปีต่างๆเนี่ยก็เป็นการกระตุ้นเศรษฐกิจของจังหวัดชลบุรีของเราแล้วก็เป็นการประกาศให้โลกได้รับรู้ว่าเราเป็นสนามนานาชาติมีความพร้อมในทุกสิ่งทุกอย่างนะครับตรงนี้ต้องขอบคุณผู้จัดและทีมงานที่มีการเตรียมการเป็นอย่างดีนะครับในโอกาสนี้นะครับผมต้องขอบคุณทุกท่านอีกครั้งนะครับคุณท่านสุริยาคุณปลื้มท่านเป็นตัวตั้งตัวตีในการประสานงานในการเป็นประธานดำเนินงานมาตลอดขอบคุณหน่วยงานที่เกี่ยวข้องทุกท่านขอบคุณเจ้าหน้าที่ตำรวจนะที่ดูแลอำนวยความสะดวกเรื่องการจราจรและขอบคุณชุมชนทุกท่านนะครับที่ร่วมมือทำให้งานเป็นไปด้วยความเรียบร้อยครับคงได้เวลาสมควรแล้วเพราะผมขออนุญาตเป็นตัวแทนทุกท่านนะครับในการเปิดงานบางแสนกลางปี 2024 ณ บัดนี้และขอการแข่งขันเป็นไปด้วยความเรียบร้อยสมดังเจตจำนงทุกประการสวัสดีครับ
ขอบคุณครับขอบคุณท่านธวัชชัยศรีทองท่านผู้ว่าราชการจังหวัดชลบุรีนะครับในการเปิดงานบางแสนกลางปี 2024 ลำดับต่อไปครับทีมงานจะขอปรับพื้นที่สักนิดหนึ่งเพราะว่ากำลังจะเข้าสู่ช่วงเวลาสำคัญที่ทุกคนรอคอยนะครับซึ่งผมจะได้ขอเรียนเชิญมิสเตอร์โนริยากิยามาชิตะท่านกรรมการผู้จัดการใหญ่บริษัทโตโยต้ามอเตอร์ประเทศไทยท่านสนธยาคุณปลื้มนะครับในฐานะประธานจัดการแข่งขันและนายกรยสทรวมทั้งท่านผู้ว่าราชการจังหวัดท่านธวัชชัยศรีทองร่วมกันให้สัญญาณเปิดการแข่งขันขอเวลาสักนิดหนึ่งนะครับในการเตรียมการจุดสำคัญในการที่จะเริ่มต้นการแข่งขันอย่างเป็นทางการของบางแสนกลางปีเราจะมีสัญญาณนับถอยหลังนะครับทั้ง3ท่านครับจะมีเข้าดาวนับถอยหลังให้ท่านได้ร่วมกันกดปุ่มแตรเป็นสัญญาณแข่งขันบางแสนกลางปีอย่างเป็นทางการต่อเนื่องเลยครับเชิญครับ
5 4 3 2 1
การแข่งขันในรายการบางแสนกลางปี 2024 ต่อเนื่องกันมาเป็นปีที่ 18 ได้เปิดการแข่งขันจะเป็นทางการแล้ว ผ ผมขอเรียนเชิญผู้สนับสนุนทั้งหมดบนเวทีครับทั้งภาครัฐและภาคเอกชนนะครับได้ถ่ายรูปร่วมกันและต้องขอบคุณครับการกีฬาแห่งประเทศไทยกองทุนพัฒนาการกีฬาแห่งชาติการท่องเที่ยวแห่งประเทศไทยรยสทจังหวัดชลบุรีการท่องเที่ยวและกีฬาจังหวัดชลบุรีองค์การบริหารส่วนจังหวัดชลบุรีรวมไปถึงเทศบาลเมืองแสนสุขสมาคมกีฬาแห่งจังหวัดชลบุรีสถานีตำรวจภูธรแสนสุขตำรวจภูธรจังหวัดชลบุรีโรงพยาบาลสมิติเวชบริษัทปีควิกจำกัดบริษัทโตโยต้ามอเตอร์ประเทศไทยจำกัดบริษัทอาโต้จำกัดเครื่องดื่มเอสโคล่าบริษัทไทยดริงก์จำกัดฮันคุกไทย 55K Racing น้ำมันเครื่องอิริมิสึบริษัทน้ำมันอพอลโลไทยจำกัดเทคโปรจากสปอร์ตอินเวส DCE เอเชียดิจิทัลแฟลกบริษัท PSC Starch Product จำกัด ETS Racing Field บริษัทมิยากิมอเตอร์สปอร์ตจำกัดผ้าเบรก Nexter จาก SCH Industry จำกัด ECU Shop 1 iMoney Thailand Gardini และ S63 Project ทั้งหมดร่วมกันสร้างสรรค์บางแสนกลางปรีครับในส่วนของสื่อสารมวลชนนั้นกับคุณสื่อมวลชนทุกท่านนะครับกับความไม่สะดวกที่อาจจะเกิดขึ้นในขณะที่ท่านทำงานที่อยากจะได้ภาพสวยๆและขอขอบคุณบริษัท True Vision Group จำกัดบริษัท True Digital Group จำกัดสยามสปอร์ตซินดิเคตจำกัดมหาชนบริษัทกลางปรีอินเตอร์เนชั่นแนลจำกัดมหาชนนิตยสาร XO นิตยสาร XO Auto Sport นะครับและบริษัทบางกอกมีเดียแอนด์บรอดคาสติ้ง PPTV HD 36บริษัท Workpoint Entertainment จำกัด speedcafe.com 51gt3.com และ CTVS ในเสียงบรรยายภาษาจีนขอบคุณทุกท่านบนเวทีครับแล้วเดี๋ยวเราจะไปต่อกันมุมด้านหน้าปากทางออกพิษกับรายการ Toyota Motorsport นะครับขอบพระคุณทุกท่านครับบนเวทีครับขอบคุณทุกท่านนะครับในฐานะผู้ที่เป็น MC ในพิธีเปิดครับขอบคุณทุกท่านครับ โบกธงสัญญาณปล่อยขบวนรถแข่งที่จะทำการแข่งขันครับในขณะนี้ธงหมากรุกนั้นมอบให้กับบุคคลสำคัญในช่วงปล่อยรถแข่งด้านหน้าดำวิกฤตปากทางออกพิษเรียบร้อยแล้วนะครับก็จะมีรายนามบุคคลสำคัญดังที่ผมจะรายงานต่อไปนี้นั่นคือท่านกรรมการผู้จัดการใหญ่บริษัทโตโยต้ามอเตอร์ประเทศไทยจำกัดมิสเตอร์โนริยากิยามาชิตะท่านถือธงเรียบร้อยประธานจัดงานบางแสนกลางปรีอยู่ในธงหมากรุกโตโยต้า GR Racing Thailand และอีกด้านนึงครับฝั่งตรงข้ามได้รับเกียรติจากท่านสวัสดิ์ชัยศรีทองท่านผู้ราชการจังหวัดชลบุรีรวมไปถึงท่านรองกรรมการผู้จัดการใหญ่บริษัทโตโยต้ามอเตอร์ประเทศไทยจำกัดคุณสุปกรณ์รัตนวราหะแล้วก็เท่าที่ผมเห็นคือตัวแทนจากตัวแทนจำหน่ายของดีลเลอร์โตโยต้าจังหวัดชลบุรีและใกล้เคียงนะครับอีกด้านหนึ่งก็จะมีคุณสุธิพงศ์สุวิทยชาตินะครับผู้ที่เป็นประธานในการจัดการแข่งขันโตโยต้ากาซูเรซิ่งไทยแลนด์และตัวแทนผู้สนับสนุนนะครับไม่ว่าจะเป็นโมเดลิสต้ายางโยโกฮาม่า PTT Station อาโต้เลนโซและผลิตภัณฑ์สิงห์ในขณะนี้เรารอนับเวลาอยู่ครับต้องเรียนท่านผู้ชมว่าช่วงเวลาสำคัญในการแข่งขันก็เป็นเรื่องสำคัญช่วงเวลาของการแข่งขันที่จะเป็นไปตามกำหนดเวลาที่ระบุเอาไว้เป็นนาทีก็สำคัญยิ่งกว่าดังนั้นในการปล่อยรถแข่งนั้นเราจะดำเนินการนับถอยหลังตามที่มีข้อกำหนดในการแข่งขันในทุกระดับโดยเฉพาะอย่างยิ่งระดับนับถอยหลังตาม procedure start ของ FIA General Prescription กติกาทั่วไปในการแข่งขันของ FIA และกติกาแข่งรถแห่งชาติ National Competition Rules ของราชยานยนต์สมาคมแห่งประเทศไทยในพระบรมราชูปถัมภ์สมาคมกีฬาในขณะนี้ด้านในของสนามนะครับบนพื้นผิวแทร็กยังมีขบวนพาเหรดของคลาสสิกนะครับการแข่งขันในรายการโตโยต้าไม่ว่าจะเป็นการแข่งขันในรายการของ Toyota Hilux Revo One Make Race ที่แข่งขันเมื่อวานนับตั้งแต่ช่วงคอลิฟายเมื่อวานแข่งขันเรสที่1สนามแรกของฤดูกาล 2024 เรียบร้อยและในรุ่นนี้จะเป็นรุ่นยอดนิยมอีกรุ่นหนึ่งคือ Toyota Yaris One Make Race กับฝูงนักแข่งที่จะลงร่วมทำการแข่งขันโดยเฉพาะนักแข่งหลายคนที่เป็นอินฟลูเอนเซอร์เป็นตัวแทนของผลิตภัณฑ์เป็นตัวแทนของทีมและทีมแข่งนะครับต้องเรียนว่า Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand นี้นับตั้งแต่อดีตที่ใช้ชื่อว่า Toyota Motorsport One Make Race ในยุค10 กว่าปีที่ผ่านมาอยู่กับบางแสนกลางปรีในยุคแรกเริ่ม Day 1นั่นก็คือปีพุทธศักราช 2550 ในยุคนั้นท่านประธานจัดการแข่งขันท่านสนญาคุณปลื้มได้รายงานเมื่อสักครู่ในพิธีเปิดว่าวันแรกสนามแรกของบางแสนเมื่อ 18 ปีที่แล้วมีรถทั้งสิ้น 79 คันวันนี้เดินทางมาถึงปีที่ 18 รายการบางแสนกลางปรีมีรถร่วมการแข่งขันเกือบ 270 คันนี่เป็นการพัฒนาอย่างสูงครับในการแข่งขันมอเตอร์สปอร์ตของประเทศไทยนะครับกับการที่พวกเราทั้งหมดที่ยืนอยู่หน้าที่นี้และในช่วงพิธีเปิดเป็นผู้ที่มีส่วนอย่างยิ่งในการพัฒนามอเตอร์สปอร์ตของประเทศไทยเองนะครับต้องเรียนท่านแขกผู้มีเกียรติในขณะนี้อาจจะกำแดดสักนิดหนึ่งนะครับเนื่องจากว่ายังเป็นช่วงเวลาที่มีกิจกรรมในแทร็กแล้วก็รอเวลานับถอยหลังซึ่งพอในแทร็กที่เป็นขบวนพาเหรดของรถคลาสสิกรถเก่าๆในยุคปี 1960 ขึ้นมาปี 1960 นะครับท่านผู้ชมนั่นคือรถในยุค 60 ปีที่แล้วนะครับวิ่งอยู่ในแทร็กของบางแสนในขณะนี้เราจะเหลือเวลาประมาณ 3-4 นาทีในการที่จะปล่อยรถแข่งออกจากจุดที่เราเรียกว่าดัมมี่กริดนี่แหละครับมอเตอร์สปอร์ตของเราครับ ในเรื่องของเวลาในโปรแกรมในเรื่องของเวลาที่ต้องเร็วที่สุดในขณะแข่งขันนะครับทุกอย่างอยู่ในเรื่องของเวลาแพ้ชนะกันด้วยเศษเสี้ยววินาทีท่านผู้ชมอาจจะไม่เชื่อนะครับบางครั้งในการจับเวลารอบคัดเลือกนักแข่งทำเวลาเท่ากันแม้แต่เศษเสี้ยว1 ใน 1,000.000ของวินาทีครับในขณะเดียวกันเมื่อผ่านเส้นชัยในเสี้ยวของวินาทีผ่านเส้นชัยก่อนในฐานะผู้ชนะทิ้งอันดับ2ประเภทล้อประกบล้อนั่นก็คือเศษเสี้ยว0.001วินาทีแพ้ชนะกันนะครับแต่ในปัจจุบันนี้ตัดสินได้ง่ายครับกับกระบวนการของการตัดสินในรูปแบบโฟโต้ฟินิชตัดสินด้วยรูปภาพตัดสินด้วยสัญญาณอิเล็กทรอนิกส์ทรานสปอนเดอร์ทั้งหมดเนี่ยเป็นอุปกรณ์สมัยใหม่ทั้งสิ้นนะครับซึ่งผมอยากให้ท่านแขกผู้มีเกียรติถ้ามีเวลานะครับท่านผู้มีเกียรติที่ยืนอยู่ตรงนี้นะครับมีเวลาไปด้านหลังไปเรสคอนโทรลไปดูเรสคอนโทรลครับกับจอมอนิเตอร์ในสนาม55 จอนะครับไม่รู้จะดูช่องไหนแต่มันคือการดูแลความปลอดภัยของนักแข่ง55 จอในระยะทาง 3.754 กิโลเมตรกับโค้งทั้งหมด20 โค้งนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นความปลอดภัยเป็นสิ่งสูงสุดซึ่งเราในฐานะที่อยู่ในแวดวงมอเตอร์สปอร์ตปฏิเสธในเรื่องของความปลอดภัยไม่ได้ครับในขณะนี้แทร็กพร้อมนะครับและกรรมการหน้าเส้นที่จะปล่อยรถแข่งออกมาเริ่มนับถอยหลังแล้วนะครับกับรุ่นแรกของ Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand Toyota Yaris 1 Make Race Hatchback ตัวเล็กสำคัญเครื่องยนต์ 1,200 ซีซีทำเวลาได้ดีอย่างไม่น่าเชื่อในแทร็กของบางแสนสตรีทเซอร์กิตจะมีการขยับเวลาอีกนิดนึงนะครับเพื่อความพร้อมครับก็เรียนให้ทราบเป็นช่วงๆนะครับไม่ได้เรียนให้ทราบเป็นดินหุ้ยนะฮะเรียนให้ทราบเป็นช่วงๆนะครับกับกรณีของการที่จะเข้าสู่พิธีการสำคัญนะครับในพิธีเปิดของ Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand ด้วยรุ่นแรก Toyota Yaris 1 Make Raceขออนุญาตใช้เวลานี้ขอบคุณอีกครั้งหนึ่งนะครับท่านผู้ว่าราชการจังหวัดชลบุรีนะครับคุณธวัชชัยศรีทองท่านประธานจัดการแข่งขันคุณสนธยาคุณปลื้มนะครับมิสเตอร์โนริกิยามาชิตะกรรมการผู้จัดการใหญ่จากบริษัทโตโยต้ามอเตอร์ประเทศไทยคุณสุปกรณ์รัตนวราหะท่านรองกรรมการผู้จัดการใหญ่นะครับกับคุณสุรศักดิ์สุทองวันนะครับผู้ช่วยบริหารกรรมการผู้จัดการใหญ่และผู้ช่วยบริหารประธานคณะกรรมการบริษัทโตโยต้ามอเตอร์ประเทศไทยคุณวิริชัยอัศวะใจเพชรผู้ช่วยกรรมการผู้จัดการใหญ่บริษัทโตโยต้ามอเตอร์ประเทศไทยคุณณัฐธรศรีนิเวศครับผู้ช่วยกรรมการผู้จัดการใหญ่มิสเตอร์โคกิยานากิสวะผู้ช่วยกรรมการผู้จัดการใหญ่โครงการคุณสุธิพงศ์สุพิธชาติครับประธานกรรมการบริษัทอาโต้ผู้อำนวยการทีม Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand คุณสมุทรตังคะเจวนะผู้อำนวยการฝ่ายการตลาดรถยนต์นั่งมิสเตอร์ชุนสุกิอาคากิผู้อำนวยการโครงการคุณทวีพงษ์ชัยธีระพินโยท่านรองผู้อำนวยการฝ่ายการตลาดรถยนต์นั่งรวมไปถึงคุณวิวัฒน์เตชะวชิระครับผู้อำนวยการฝ่ายเขตการขาย2ภาคเหนือและภาคกลางคุณเฉลิมยุทธคงคาประสิทธิ์ผู้อำนวยการฝ่ายเขตการขาย2ภาคเหนือและภาคกลางคุณเจษณีเจนจิระวัฒนาผู้ช่วยกรรมการผู้จัดการใหญ่บริษัทโตโยต้าอินเตอร์ยนต์ชลบุรี1999จำกัดคุณสุภกิจสุริยะไกรผู้ช่วยผู้จัดการฝ่ายขายโตโยต้าเจริญยนต์ชลบุรีข ขอบคุณคุณวิทยาคู่นาฤทธิผลครับกรรมการผู้จัดการบริษัทโตโยต้าพัทยา1998คุณชัชวรรณศรีมงคลผู้อำนวยการผู้จัดการฝ่ายขายสำนักงานใหญ่โตโยต้า GND ชลบุรีคุณณัฐนัยเจนจิรัตน์วัฒนากรรมการผู้จัดการใหญ่โตโยต้าเมืองชนคุณยงศิลป์ยุวธานนท์กรรมการผู้จัดการบริษัทโตโยต้านครชลบุรีรวมไปถึงผู้บริหารจากบริษัทโยโกฮาม่าไทยเซลประเทศไทยผู้สนับสนุนต่อมาคือบริษัทปตท.น้ำมันและการค้าปลีกจำกัดมหาชนบริษัท TCD เอเชียจำกัดและผู้บริหารจากเลนโซวิลขอบคุณทุกท่านนะครับในการที่เข้ามาร่วมทำให้ Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand ดำเนินการเข้ามาสู่ช่วงที่เรากำลังจะปล่อยรถในรุ่นนี้ Toyota Yaris One Make Raceในรุ่นนี้นะครับสำหรับรถในรายการของ Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand กำหนดรอบการแข่งขันเอาไว้8รอบนะครับเราคงจะต้องดูที่รถที่อยู่ในตำแหน่ง Pole Position ที่อยู่ด้านขวาคันเขียวนะครับนั่นก็คือรถของวรัญชิตวัฒนธนากุลนะครับสตาร์ทจากตำแหน่งโพลเขาจะต้องแข่งขันกับอเล็กซานเดอร์แวนมูริกก็ไม่รู้เหมือนกันนะครับอเล็กซ์แวนมูริกนี้เพิ่งจะมาร่วมทำการแข่งขันในปีนี้นะครับต้องสตาร์ทออกไปว่าใครจะอยู่ข้างหน้าในขณะเดียวกันก็ประมาทแถว2ไม่ได้นะครับเบรนดันพอลอันโตมีกับอเล็กซ์โกรคอตอเล็กซ์โกรคอตนั้นก็เคยร่วมทำการแข่งขันและเป็นนักแข่งที่ถือว่ามีฝีมือแถว3คือปณิธานรักไพบูลย์สมบัติซึ่งแข่งขันไปแล้วในรุ่นอีโคจะเจอกับศรีธนามิตรอารีในแถว3แถว4คือขวัญชัยคู่กันกับสหรัฐแล้วก็นฤนนท์พัฒน์นะครับจะสตาร์ทในแถว5คู่กับปัญจไหวพริบแถวต่อมาแถว6ครับเป็นรถหมายเลข86ของกันสตาร์ทคู่กันกับสถาพรแล้วก็แถวต่อมาในแถวที่7ศิราสิทธิ์กับเคลมองลุงปิดท้ายครับแดเนียลชานะครับแล้วก็จะเป็นเรสอีกรุ่นหนึ่งต่อเนื่องนะครับในส่วนของการแข่งขันในเรสวันนี้8รอบสนามครับในขณะนี้ปัญหาของเราต้องขออนุญาตเรียนตามตรงนะครับกิจกรรมของรถคลาสสิกที่เป็นวินเทจคาร์ถ้าท่านมองออกไปปากทางออกพิษรถกำลังจะวิ่งออกนะครับแต่ว่ามาอยู่หน้าโค้ง18ครับตอนนี้นะครับเราจะต้องรอในชุดนี้นะครับเดี๋ยวในปีหน้าคงจะต้องขออนุญาตปรับแก้ไขนะครับเพื่อที่จะไม่ให้มาอินเตอร์เฟียร์นะครับในส่วนของพิธีการกับการปล่อยรถที่ทำให้ท่านแขกผู้มีเกียรติในระดับ VIP ของผมทุกท่านต้องมายืนกำแดดแบบนี้นะครับในขณะนี้ต้องประกวดนะว่าใครจะเหงื่อออกมากกว่ากันถ้าผมถอดหมวกออกมาเนี่ยไหล่ผมเปียกหมดแล้วครับต้องห้ามถอดหมวกเหมือนกันครับเพราะต้องใส่ไว้หมวก Toyota Gazoo Racing เหงื่อเต็มตัวครับเหมือนกับการเดินตรวจแทร็ก 3.754 กิโลเมตรกับท่านประธานสนธยาเมื่อวันก่อนเดินเท้า 3.754 กิโลเมตรในเวลา 10 โมงเช้าครับไปจบเอาเที่ยงวันครับนะครับท่านประธานผมท่านสนธยาท่านก็สนุกกับการตรวจสอบแทร็กกับมิสเตอร์ทิมเชงเก้นนะครับ FIA Inspector ของแทร็กนะครับถ้าท่านอยากจะได้น้ำให้สัญญาณนะครับให้สัญญาณทีมงานนะครับกับการที่จะไปบริการน้ำดื่มนะครับอ้าวใครเป็นแฟนป้ายส่งเสียงเลยเห็นไหมล่ะโอ้โหซูเปอร์อินฟลูเอนเซอร์นี่ถ้าเผื่อผมถอยหลังไปนะผมจะมีแฟนคลับแบบเนี้ยแต่ถอยหลังไม่ได้ครับเอาอีกทีนึงโอ้โหบอกเป็นมาครับมาจากไหนอะไม่บอกเพราะไม่ได้ยิน ผมได้ยินว่าชุดของน้องๆพวกนี้ซึ่งส่วนใหญ่มองไปแล้วนะ มองไปเนี่ยนะ ไม่เห็นผู้ชายเลยอ่ะแฟนๆผู้หญิงมาแล้วทีมงานบอกว่าพวกท่านมากัน3รถบัสจริงหรือเปล่าครับเรารถบัสที่ไหนครับรายงานผมบอกว่า3รถบัส900คนมันเป็นไปไม่ได้หรอกครับ3รถบัส900คนนะพี่รถบัสบ้านไหนบรรจุคันละ7รถบัสโอเคพอฟังได้ทีมงานผมบอกว่า3รถบัส900คนมันต้องเป็นรถบัสโตโยต้าแน่ๆครับนะครับกับความยิ่งใหญ่คุณไม่ต้องกางให้ผมก็ได้เดี๋ยวผมติดผมกลัวติดล่มแล้วก็ผู้ชายกลางด้วยไม่เหมือนด้านนี้สาวๆกลางทั้งนั้นเลยแต่ด้านนี้มีแต่ผู้ชายกลางเอามีสาวๆครับนะครับขออนุญาตอาจจะล้ำเส้นไปนิดนะเพื่อให้บรรเทาเบาสมองหน่อยครับกับอากาศร้อนๆนะครับจะเป็นการยืนปล่อยรถที่ขอบคุณทุกท่านในเวลายาวนานครับในเวลายาวนานเรายืนด้วยกันครับไม่เป็นไรนะครับจริงๆผมน่าจะเป็นมากกว่าเพราะเมื่อกี้นี้ผมบรรยายในรุ่นอีโคคาร์อยู่ในห้องบรรยายทีมงานไปบอกว่านาเบสครับพิธีเปิดจะเริ่มตอนนี้ผมต้องลากไมโครโฟนโน้นมาไมโครโฟนนี้แล้วก็ให้คุณเก๋ากิติยศไปบรรยายหน้าจอ True Vision ต่อเดี๋ยวต้องกลับไปกลับไปบรรยายเพราะว่าผู้บรรยายร่วมผมเนี่ยคุณกิติพัฒน์พรเลิศก็ยืนอยู่แล้วนะใครไม่รู้จักคุณกิติพัฒน์พรเลิศนะครับใส่กางเกงสีฟ้านะครับเป็นผู้บรรยายร่วมFormula 1กับผมวันนี้มาในฐานะตัวแทนสปอนเซอร์คิดดูกันแล้วกันความเจริญก้าวหน้าช่างสูงส่งมากๆคุณเอลดูเก้นะครับทำงานกันมาก็10 กว่าปีในการบรรยายร่วมของFormula 1ที่ True Vision วันอาทิตย์เราเจอกันนะดูเก้เอลดูเก้เพราะว่าผมเสร็จงานจากตรงนี้5 โมงเย็นขับรถแนบกลับไปกรุงเทพครับเข้า True Vision Formula 1 Silverstone แม่มันทั้งเป็นงานที่น่าสนุกเลยแล้วมันได้ตังค์ด้วยสำคัญตรงนั้นนะครับในขณะเดียวกันกับโตโยต้าเองผมก็อยู่กับโตโยต้ามาผมว่าเกิน20 ปีตั้งแต่ยุคที่คุณสุทธิเกียรติแข่งผมเป็นนายสนามโตโยต้ามอเตอร์สปอร์ตวันเมกเรสคุณสุทธิพงศ์ขับที่สนามเชียงใหม่โดนชนท้ายยู่เลยครับโตโยต้าโซลูน่ายุคใหม่นะครับโซลูน่ารุ่นแรกเลยครับคุณสุทธิพงศ์โดนชนที่สนามเชียงใหม่วิ่งมาหาผมนะไม่เอ่ยชื่อนะว่าใครชนเขาชนผมนะครับตรงนั้นก็ถือว่าผ่านกันมากับแวดวงมอเตอร์สปอร์ตที่อยู่ในระยะเวลาอันถือว่ายาวนานตรงนี้เนี่ยผมพูดไม่ได้เฉพาะเรื่องงานผมนะครับผมพูดถึงความเกี่ยวข้องที่บริษัทโตโยต้ามอเตอร์ประเทศไทยทีมงาน TRD จนกระทั่งไปเป็นทีมงานกาซูเรซิ่งอยู่ในมอเตอร์สปอร์ตเป็นตำนานของมอเตอร์สปอร์ตในฐานะผู้สนับสนุนครับส่งเสียงหน่อยบ๊ายบายเรียกมาครับไม่มีปัญหานะครับเรียกมา ไม่น่าเชื่อครับณปากทางออกพิษโค้ง18/19ยูเทิร์นหน้าโรงแรม S2 ยังมีรถวิ่งอยู่ครับขอเวลาอีกสักเดียวครับท่านผู้ว่าครับขออนุญาตท่านนะวันนี้ภารกิจท่านยืนนิ่งๆอยู่นานนะครับขอพระคุณและขออภัยด้วยครับเราคงจะต้องรอเวลาสักนิดหนึ่งเร่งๆหน่อยครับกรรมการในแทร็กเร่งๆหน่อยครับกับการนำรถออกนะครับเดี๋ยวมันจะกินเวลาทำให้การแข่งขันในแทร็กสายออกไปอีกครับเพราะเรานับถอยหลัง10 นาทีมา20 นาทีแล้วนะครับเร่งๆหน่อยครับแยกออกไปเลยแยกเลี้ยวขวาผ่านไปข้างหลังเลยเอาละแปรขบวนมามาคันเดียวมาเรื่อยๆครับนิสสัน GTR ครับตามต่อเนื่องมา NSX ไล่กันไปแยกออกไปเลยครับจะได้เคลียร์แทร็กไวๆขอบคุณนะครับขอบคุณทีมงานกรรมการทำงานหนักไม่ว่าจะช่วงเวลาแข่งขันหรือกิจกรรมในแทร็กครับขยับไปครับแต่ละคันรถสวยๆทั้งนั้นมาจากทั่วประเทศครับตามแต่ละชมรม นะครับตามแต่ละชมรมที่คัดสรรคัดเลือกกันมาในกิจกรรมนะครับในช่วงของพิธีการพิธีเปิดแล้วก็พาเหรดของรถคลาสสิกบวกรถซุปเปอร์คาร์เอาละครับค่อยๆครับค่อยๆพร่องตัวรถในแทร็กมานะครับในขณะนี้เราก็ยังอยู่ในช่วงของการถ่ายทอดสดนะครับท่านผู้ชมนับตั้งแต่ในช่วงพิธีการในช่วงพิธีเปิดจนกระทั่งถึงบัดนี้นะครับกับการปล่อยรถในรายการของ Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand ยังอยู่ในช่วงการถ่ายทอดสดทาง True Sport 2 True Vision ช่อง 667 นะครับไม่มีการตัดสัญญาณถ่ายทอดไปทางใดนะครับเพราะว่าจะเป็นการถ่ายทอดสดต่อเนื่องแน่ๆเลยครับวันนี้ไปถึง 17:30 นาทีและอาจจะยืดออกไปถึง 18 นาฬิกาในหน้าจอของ True Sport 2 True Vision นะครับก็ต้องขอบคุณทาง True Vision นะครับที่ให้ความอนุเคราะห์ในช่องสัญญาณนะครับเราทำการถ่ายทอดสดมาตั้งแต่วันพฤหัสบดีในช่วงบ่าย3 ชั่วโมงแล้วก็เมื่อวานนี้นะครับในช่วงกลางวันไปอีก4 ชั่วโมงครึ่งมาวันนี้อีก8 ชั่วโมงและพรุ่งนี้อีก8 ชั่วโมงครึ่งครับชมกันเต็มอิ่มครับทั้งที่สนามบางแสนสตรีทเซอร์กิตชายหาดบางแสนแหลมแท่นเขาสามมุกและหน้าจอของ True Vision แต่ถ้าอยากจะมาได้บรรยากาศการแข่งขันจริงๆได้มีประสบสายตากับพริตตี้ Eye Contact กับพริตตี้ต้องมาที่สนามดูพริตตี้แต่ละคนนะน้องไม่ร้อนเหรอจริงอ่ะโอ้โหเป็นสาวที่ทนแดดมากนะครับน่าพาไปเที่ยวนะเพราะว่าทนแดดทนฝนนะครับกาซูเรซิ่งไทยแลนด์ขอบคุณนะครับกับสาวๆใน Toyota กาซูเรซิ่งไทยแลนด์รวมไปถึงอีกหลายคนครับ B Quick Thailand Super Series ทำหน้าที่ดูแลแขกผู้มีเกียรตินะครับในช่วงของพิธีการสำคัญของ Toyota กาซูเรซิ่งไทยแลนด์ตอนนี้หน้าพิษของเราตอนนี้ว่างแล้วครับกำลังจะเข้าสู่ช่วงเวลานะครับกำลังจะเข้าสู่ช่วงเวลากรรมการช่วยเช็คครับอีกประมาณกี่นาทีกรรมการด้านหน้าปากทางของพิษช่วยเช็คเลยครับเหลือเวลากี่นาทีแขก VIP ผมจะได้รู้เวลาทำงาน ตอนนี้ผมขออนุญาตเรียนทุกท่านนะครับเรานับถอยหลังจริงจังแล้วครับถ้าไม่จริงจังผมจะเดินไปตีกรรมการตรงนั้นนะเพราะเขานับถอยหลังให้ผม5 นาทีครับในขณะนี้เหลือเวลา5 นาทีครับจะได้เรียนเชิญทุกท่านเข้าสู่ช่วงในการตีธงหมากรุกกับแขกท่านผู้มีเกียรตินะครับปล่อยรถแข่งในรุ่นนี้ครับนำโดย Toyota Yaris One Make Race หนึ่งในรายการของ Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand 3-4 วันมานี่ฝนตกทุกคืนนะครับฝนตกที่บางแสนแหลมแท่นเขาสามมุกทุกคืนตั้งแต่นู่นเลยครับผมมาแต่วันจันทร์นะครับวันจันทร์นี่ตกช่วงดึกๆเกือบเช้าวันอังคารถัดมาตกในตอนสัก2 ยามกว่าไปถึงประมาณตี 4 ตี 5นะครับแล้วก็เดินตรวจแทร็กได้มีแดดดีวันพุธตกเร็วขึ้นและเมื่อคืนตกตั้งแต่หัวค่ำตกตั้งแต่ในช่วงของงานเลี้ยงต้อนรับเวลคัมปาร์ตี้นะครับแล้วก็วันนี้เรามั่นใจนะครับถ้าดูท้องฟ้าแล้วพระพิรุณคงไม่มาเยือนนะครับฝนคงไม่มากับการแข่งขันที่จะทำให้สนุกสนานนะครับกับ dry race นะครับเพราะว่าถ้า wet race เมื่อไหร่รับรองได้ครับผู้ชมสนุกแน่นอนเพราะอุบัติเหตุเกิดเยอะแต่วันนี้ในโซนของการแข่งขันจริงๆนักแข่งคงต้องการ track แห้งนะครับเป็น dry race ก็จะทำให้นักแข่งทุกคนแสดงฝีมืออย่างเต็มที่ในการแข่งขันแต่ละรุ่นซึ่งจะไปปิดท้ายในการแข่งขันสำคัญในวันนี้คือรุ่น GT3 นะครับในรายการของ B Quick Thailand Super Series นะครับกับ TSS The Super Series by B Quick รวมไปถึง Porsche Carrera Cup Asia ที่เมื่อเช้านี้ Qualify ไป2เซสชั่น Qualify 1 และ Qualify 2ในขณะที่ Qualify ธงแดง3 ครั้งเขาซัดกันเต็มที่จริงๆครับ Porsche Carrera Cup นะครับกับช่วงเวลาในการแข่งขันรอบคัดเลือกเพื่อหาตำแหน่ง Start 2 เรสคอลิฟาย1และคอลิฟาย2ธงแดง 3-4 ครั้งในช่วงนั้นนั่นก็หมายความว่าในบ่ายวันนี้กับ Porsche Carrera Cup เอเชียที่จะแข่งขันในช่วงบ่ายลงไปในวันนี้ก็สนุกแน่นอนนะครับกับรายการที่มีรถ Porsche 992 GT3 28 คันเข้าทำการแข่งขันนะครับโตโยต้าเองก็พัฒนาในส่วนของนักแข่งวันเมกเรสนะครับที่ทางบริษัทโตโยต้ามอเตอร์ประเทศไทยกับทางกาซูเรซิ่งนะครับบริษัทกาซูเรซิ่งมอเตอร์สปอร์ตนะครับโดยคุณสุทธิพงศ์ตั้งเป้าเอาไว้ว่าจะรับนักแข่งคลาส B และคลาส C เท่านั้นจะเป็นรายการวันเมกเรสที่ไม่มีนักแข่งคลาส A ทั้งนี้และทั้งนั้นเพื่อพัฒนานักแข่งในระดับล่างครับโตโยต้ามอเตอร์ประเทศไทยเองมีนโยบายในการที่จะพัฒนานักแข่งจากจุดเริ่มต้นนั่นก็คือนักแข่งในระดับคลาส C นะครับแล้วก็ขึ้นมาคลาส B สูงสุดในการแข่งขันโตโยต้ากาซูเรซิ่งไทยแลนด์ก็คือในรุ่นโตโยต้าอัลติสวันเมกเรสเป็นโตโยต้า GR วันเมกเรสนะครับที่รับนักแข่งคลาส B ด้วยส่วนในโตโยต้าไฮลักซ์วันเมกเรสหรือโตโยต้าวีออสนั้นก็จะเป็นนักแข่งในคลาส 4 นะครับทั้งนี้และทั้งนั้นเพื่อพัฒนาศักยภาพของนักแข่งในขณะที่ทำการแข่งขันเอาละครับท่านผู้ชมครับรวมไปถึงท่านแขกผู้มีเกียรติบริเวณปากทางออกนะครับสัญญาณนับถอยหลังเริ่มต้นนะครับเดี๋ยวจะเป็นการนับถอยหลังไปจนกระทั่งถึง1 นาทีแล้วให้สตาร์ทเครื่องยนต์ผมจะให้สัญญาณในการโบกธงนะครับซึ่งนำโดยท่านผู้ว่าราชการจังหวัดนะครับท่านสนธยาคุณปลื้มและท่านยามาชิตะรวมไปถึงคุณสุภกรรัตนวราหะนะครับที่จะร่วมกันโบกธงกับบุคคลสำคัญในฐานะสปอนเซอร์และตัวแทนจำหน่ายของโตโยต้าในจังหวัดชลบุรี คุณสุทธิพงษ์เองก็เป็นห่วงสุขภาพของทุกท่านนะฮะกับกรณีเริ่มมีการปรบมือน้อยๆกับจะได้ปล่อยรถสักที ตัวแทนจากกระทรวงการท่องเที่ยวและกีฬาครับวันนี้ก็มาร่วมอยู่ด้วยนะครับโดยเฉพาะในส่วนของกองทุนพัฒนาการกีฬาแห่งชาติที่ให้การสนับสนุนในกีฬามอเตอร์สปอร์ตด้วยนะครับในฐานะของการเป็นกีฬาอาชีพของการแข่งขันรถยนต์นะครับโดยที่สมาคมราชยานยนต์สมาคมแห่งประเทศไทยในพระบรมราชูปถัมภ์สมาคมกีฬา ก็เป็นหนึ่งในสมาคมที่มีต่อพ่วงท้ายว่าแห่งประเทศไทยเปิดหน่อยครับสตาร์ทเครื่องยนต์นะครับแล้วก็ทีมออกจากรถครับสตาร์ทเครื่องยนต์และทีมเมคานิกออกจากรถครับหมายเลข 1มีปัญหาหรือเปล่าประตูแถว2ปิดด้วยครับประตูแถว2หมายเลข57ปิดครับคุณช้ากว่าเขานะต้องเตรียมพร้อมให้มากกว่านี้หมายเลข57ผมขออนุญาตนับถอยหลังนะครับแล้วเรียนท่านแขกผู้มีเกียรติโบกธงครับท่านผู้ว่าราชการจังหวัดดุลยวัฒน์ชัยจะเป็นประธานในการโบกธงร่วมกันกับคุณยามาชิตะโตโยต้ายาริสวันเมดเรสกำลังจะขยับออกมา5 4 3 2 1เชิญครับเป็นรุ่นที่นักแข่งก็รอนานนะครับความร้อนสูงนะครับแล้วเดี๋ยวจะต้องแข่งขันกัน8รอบในการแข่งขันรุ่นนี้ขอขอบคุณอีกครั้งครับขอบคุณท่านผู้ว่าการจังหวัดชลบุรีท่านธวัชชัยคุณสุภกรนะครับขอบคุณท่านประธานสนธยาคุณปลื้ม thank you Mr. Yamashita นะครับขออภัยในการล่าช้าเป็นอย่างสูงนะครับกับกรณีในช่วงของการปล่อยรถขอบคุณท่านผู้บริหารทุกท่านนะครับขอบคุณครับ
เพิ่มอะไรกันด้วยจากในสนามที่แล้วใครได้อันดับหนึ่งก็จะบวกเวลาเพิ่มก็คือต้องจอดนานหน่อย
เอาละครับช่วงเวลาที่เร้าใจรอทุกท่านอยู่กับการแข่งขันในคลาสซูเปอร์คาร์ GTM และ GT4 ครับจากการซ้อมแล้วก็เรื่องของการทำเวลา
Well, hello and welcome back, ladies and gents, and I hope you've been enjoying the Toyota Gazoo one-make racing classes, and obviously just a big crash to end of that session there. One of the big critical factors that we're looking at was the driver's side that went in there, and a little bit of whiplash as well from the back end of the car going into the barriers and then swinging the front end in. That's probably one of the main reasons that there is a emergency team in the area immediately, and the other factor is that the driver's side is stuck in that barrier as well, so a little bit more tricky to extricate that driver as well. But what that does mean now is that those classes are now down and out of the way, and we're going to be moving on with our GTM GT4 categories, which are about to make their way out onto the circuit once the Tech Pro barriers have been checked. And another big key for the driver's safety in that instance as well happened right at the Tech Pro barrier, so should be relatively okay. Big thing coming out of this class, though, from the Brewer race was how strong was Natavude in that number 24 car, Dan. He just looks so supreme all weekend long.
Oh, without a doubt, they're winning both races comfortably. So, meaning maximum possible points for that number 24 Lexus car. We didn't get to see racing out at Chung, and well, there's footage here of it in practice earlier this week. But whether we're going to see it out on track today, I don't actually know just yet. But this number 8 Ford Mustang, prepared by Mark Cars Australia, have Craig Corliss and Jalen Robotham, was said to be behind the wheel. We're hoping to see it out on track this weekend to see what it can do. And then looking here at some of the GT4 as well, we've got Porsche Cayman GT4 here, the number 18 machine from AAS Motorsport of Kantidi Kaziri. Currently sitting pretty strong there, having come second in race number 1 of the year and won the second race of the year to lead that championship by 10 points over the number 95 of Prakun and Warren, sitting on 33 points for that car there. So it's a fairly close margins. And you've got a couple of actually Porsche Caymans, I think, are pretty strong in the GT4 category. So we'll look forward to seeing how they get here. We can see here we've got an Aston Martin GT4. Graham John Dowsett and Anna Torn sharing that car there. It should be good to see that one back out on track, although unfortunately they're down in 12th in the standings. Actually, I think it's 6 technically, because the drivers are identified based on points outright, despite it being 1 or 2 driver pairings.
Yeah, and it's the championship for this one based upon drivers standings, which they do share a car. That obviously means they share points. I mean, the results were incredibly strong for Nadavude and then Kitapol Superkit, who came home second in that class, both races back at Chang. As well, so you can tell that they're on form, but completely different layout here. And the one thing that Chang absolutely rewards is your ability to go quickly in a straight line, and then pull the car up. A lot of phase braking. The braking section at the end of on the run down to turn number 3 is incredibly difficult because you've got to turn in a little bit to make sure that you're starting to tip down towards the approach. Well, turn 1 and turn 2 here are a little bit similar. It's a very, very technical, tricky braking zone, but you also don't want to put a tyre on the painted lines either, and the amount of oil that's around the surface. So racing here takes a supremely different skill set, and I think you're going to see that as well with some different cars up and down the order as well. And that Ferrari 488 Challenge car, don't forget that car had to have some allowances for refueling back at the Chang race as well. The tank size not quite big enough on the Ferrari car. They actually had to refuel the car. It was the only car in the field allowed to refuel across the weekend during its racing.
And I haven't confirmed if that's going to be the case again today, but I would presume so, given, well, it's still a 1 hour race. Sure, you might burn a little bit less fuel here at Bangsaen versus what you would do at Chang over the course of that distance, but it shouldn't change things all too much. So when you're just looking back at the race results from Chang, the first race on Saturday was a strong win for Nadavude, or decent win for Nadavude, 6.8 seconds ahead of that Ferrari right behind Goody there. But on the Sunday race, it was an absolute domination of a 41-second lead at the end of the race. Once again, Nadavude over the Singapore Motorsport Team Thailand Ferrari 488 Challenge there, which is currently sitting on pole for this race. So that'll be interesting to look at there to see, actually have a look at how we're getting ready to line up for this race today. Of course, these drivers here in GTM and GT4, they had to go and run qualifying sessions. And interesting because the GTM cars actually get sent out with the GT3s, and the GT4s actually got a bit of time to themselves in qualifying. So it's despite the fact that GTM and GT4 are the two categories that are racing here together in this one.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's going to be, just the differences in categories as well. I think you've got to... It's one way to approach it, isn't it? Like, when you've got multiple classes on track at the same time together, you kind of want to get them out together as much of the weekend as you possibly can. But from a qualifying perspective, when you've got two classes that are that different in terms of the way they generate the speed, it actually makes it worse for qualifying. So pairing them off with the GT3 cars, the GTM's perspective, you get two classes that are a little bit kind of closer together in terms of their lap speed as well. So that's worthwhile noting. Yeah, I mean, it's the big thing is have a look at the commitment from Team Singer Thailand as well to bringing multiple cars across the categories to the Thailand Super Series and continuing to really build the amount of presence that they've got here in the series as well. I think that's got to be respected. And yeah, look, I mean, that Ferrari 488 Challenge car, different kettle of fish. The rulings and everything that we've got here are all designed to give us multiple different series worth of cars that can go racing together. And some of you at home will be sitting down and going, "Oh, I think they've got it a touch wrong." It's a difficult combination. Trying to make a Porsche Cup car that does its braking in a little bit of a different way and the layout of the cars and get them a lot close together is quite difficult. If you sit down and you go, "Well, they managed to do it with GT3," yeah, but GT3 cars are racing how often together, and they're measuring that right across the weekend, and they've got a really good assessment of what the powertrain looks like and the curvature as the car delivers the power as well. So they've got a lot more tools available to them to really do that. And I think the big thing from Thailand Super Series is the racing's actually quite good generally. And then we have pit stops as one of our balance of performance measures as well. And I think it's done quite well. And there is success time added to the pit stops that comes into that. The formula that they create for racing is actually quite good. And I think the Bangsaen GP, out of everything, actually really highlights that.
I mean, yeah, and the pit stops here, actually most tracks with the way the pit stops work end up costing you almost, if not more than a lap in these 1 hour categories. And of course, the extra nature of the fact that it's a relatively short pit lane, but a slow pit lane, and the fact that it loops back on itself as well. And its positioning is very much unique in that respect as well. So yeah, unfortunately, having a look at the starting grid information for this upcoming race here in GTM and GT4, I'm not seeing that Ford Mark Mustang that was part of that pre-race footage there that was shown, the number 8 machine. So I think, unfortunately, after the moment that it had, was it Thursday practice or Friday practice? Pardon me,
It was
I forget.
qualifying. It was qualifying for that
qualifying,
series.
pardon me. Apologies there. So qualifying for this category, which would have been back on.
I think it was yesterday afternoon.
Yes, qualifying was yesterday afternoon, just before we went broadcast live. Yes. So unfortunately, it appears after about 24 hours, that's what it's been basically since these drivers went out to qualify. No sign, unfortunately, of that car coming back out on track.
Yeah, I mean, tricky. It was a big impact. It was on the front end. You might get away sometimes whereby it just knocks a clip off and everything sort of fails in the way that it's supposed to, really. But yeah, sometimes you get in there, you start having a look at bars, and if anything's twisted, and sometimes it's just not repairable at all. So the other option is maybe they're just not able to get the car repaired in time for this race today, but that gives them another 24 hours to get the car back together again for tomorrow's race. A little bit more time to go working on that one, and we'll have to keep up an eye on that. But yeah, look, I mean, tough weekend. Bangsaen's torn up a number of race cars. There's been a number of barrier repairs right across the weekend, and this place just takes its toll, doesn't it? It's got nearly a Bathurst vibe to it, I would say, in that the racetrack seems to pick its own winners.
Indeed, yeah, there's very much a case of surviving this track as much as it is surviving the race here at Bangsaen. We've seen plenty of it. Well, more so in practice and qualifying, it's been pretty brutal around here. Racing, for the most part, not so bad, as 5-minute board was just put up there at the front of the grid, so not too long until we'll see these cars head out. It means it looks like, according to my scheduling, we're a little bit behind in that case, but that is not too bad. That just means that we're going to probably have to push on straight after this one here, because then after this race we'll have a short break from our commentary because it's Porsche Carrera Cups Asia, their first race of the weekend for 14 laps here around the Bangsaen Grand Prix circuit, and then we'll return for TSS Supercar GT3 for the final race of the day. And that one's going to be interesting. It's a small field in GT3 later on, but once again, we're hoping it'll deliver just like we saw last year, which was quite an impressive little surprise package. But let's go through the grid here, Scott, for GTM and GT4, starting off with your pole sitters in that Ferrari 488 Challenge, Kit Pole and Super Kit in the number 25 for Team Singer Motorsport Thailand. Simon Chan here going to be in the Porsche 992 GT3 Cup car alongside him on the front row. There for Fire Monkey Motorsport. I mean, Nata Vude, as you said, dominant round winner at Chang there. But Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand Lexus, not super quick apparently in qualifying, it seems, but still going to be on the second of 3 rows here, so should be in a good position to go strongly. Natachak and Kimik alongside in the second of our 992 generation Porsche Cup cars for AAS Motorsport. The second of the Lexus RCF cars from Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand. This one with Chris and Natapong sharing the driving duties in this car for the weekend once again. And our final car, yes, if I can get that right, yes, it is our final car in the category, yeah, it is final car on the grid, sorry. Saravut and Afik for PSC Motorsport, and the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Eva, unfortunately only yet at the Corliss Race Engineering. Mark Mustang has not been placed onto the starting grid for this afternoon's race.
Yeah, I think the fact that it's not even on the timing sheets as well tells us that car might have actually been withdrawn from the weekend, so that we might have seen the last of that car. We'll move into the GT4 fields. There's going to be pole position for the 718 Cayman, Porsche GT4 Pisano and Cantadie. Kazuzisha Uraba Urabe from Japan is actually alongside them in the Supra GT4. The Australian and Malaysian driver pairing of Peter and Hayden Haikal, who you saw out in Super Eco earlier on, are going to be off of row number 2. Alongside them will be Sathapond and Yarrow in the Porsche Cayman. And the number 88 machine. Henk Hicks and Erwin de Smet are going to be out of the next row, which will be row number 3 for GT4s, out of 11th on the grid, in another Porsche Cayman. And then it's back to Prakun and Warren in another of the Porsche Cayman's 95 machine. From here, we'll drop back to Andrew and Kachorn, the Thai driver pairing in the 59 Toyota Supra GT4, which you'll see on your screens right now. A very well prepared car as well. And then we'll jump back from them to the Singapore driver of Graham John in the Aston Martin number 7 car, who'll be partnering with Anand Thorne in that Aston Martin Vantage GT4. Final car on the grid of this field, 15 entries will be the 19. Sitapong will start this car. Will be alongside Grant in the Toyota Supra GT4. That is our GTM and GT4 categories. We are about to go away on a formation lap for a 60 minutes plus 1 lap race here, Dan. And this one's got some traffic to be involved in this one. GTM cars and GT4s. This makes for a tricky little pairing. You've got to manage that traffic correctly.
Yeah, for these guys here in the GTM category, they will eventually catch up with those GT4s as this race goes on, and then they'll have to sort things out. The compulsory pit window, as always in these 60-minute categories, well, should it stay green, should note, won't open until we get down to 35 minutes remaining, and it's only open for a 10-minute window there. So, yeah, not a huge amount of time available to sort things out and try and make a move of it. And of course, both classes have that compulsory stop rules to navigate there as well. So I'll watch them get to have a lap out here to sort themselves out for the formation. As well as we watch them go around here, I'm just going to try and grab the stop times for these guys here, just to give us all an update on that one here and how it's going to work out this weekend. But once again, you can see there, so the EST co-op backing for Supercar GTM and Idemitsu primary backing for Supercar GT4. But here's Scott, the Bangsaen Grand Prix Street Circuit on screen once again, and you can see a slightly separated start and finish line sectors as well on that front stretch, as well as all the joys of the circuit. And as we are in the Supercar GT categories, back onto the Hankook Ventus F200. Dry weather, full slick tyres, if it stays dry, which it has, of course, so far across the course of the day's actions that we've been watching so far.
Yeah, it has been some rain in the area, but it's only been over morning. We're scheduled to get on the downpour overnight, by the way, so any grip that's on the track at the moment is going to get washed away yet again. And that was the medical car from the tail end of the field, working its way through. So a reminder of the sorts of categories and the cars that we've got available to it in Supercar GTM. There's a Ferrari 488 Challenge car which will lead the way. Then you have the first of 2 Porsche Cup cars. That's the 992 generation. Unfortunately, the 991.2 spec car looks not to be in attendance this weekend. We'll have a Lexus RCF GTM spec car as well. And there will be the second of the Porsche Cup cars and the second of the Lexus RCFs and a Lamborghini Super Trofeo as well. So again, multiple generations of Cup racing car and the GTM category here this weekend. It all creates for interesting racing, whereby each of the cars have got certain distinct advantages that they were certainly built for, but largely it comes down to non-driver assisted cars as well. So a few pinch brakes here and there, you might be seeing that.
Yeah, that's a good point to note there. Just looking through some of the information that we've also received as part of preparations for this event. Confirmation indeed, yes, that number 25 Ferrari 488 Challenge, same rules as at Chang. They may refuel, which is an exception against the standard rules for these events. Do so though, when they do the compulsory stop, they must bring the car in. Driver must shut the car down completely off, then out of the car, over back with the pit crew before the refueling team is allowed out to start refueling the car. And they must finish refueling, go back behind the line into the pit stall basically with the rest of the crew before the next driver can jump into the car as part of that number 25's compulsory pit stop in this race.
Interesting to note as well, I said Singapore's driver of Graham John Dowsett, that's actually his license. So he's racing as a New Zealand nationality, but racing under Singapore's license, which is interesting.
Yeah, we've got a couple of drivers like that here who have a racing license from, like Singapore or Thailand, even for a few drivers here. As I've actually just found a document for the compensation terms as posted. This one is dated on 3rd of July, so it's basically provisional. At this stage, I believe it's the most accurate information we have got. So the minimum stop time, and remember this is the time from pit entry to pit exit, is 95 seconds. So 1 minute 35 if you want to convert that back to an actual time in minutes and seconds. Then looking at things for our drivers who have got, say, an all-bronze line. An all-bronze lineup won't be adjusted, but we actually have a couple of those in GT4. What we do have is things like the drivers at an FIA bronze and FIA silver pairing. They have to add 27 seconds to that. So our longest stop time pairing, let's see, yes, so the longest compulsory pit stop time, unfortunately for them, it belongs to the number 58 Toyota Supra GT4. Now, interestingly, actually, no, it won't.
Yes, it will be. Yeah, that'll be the longest pit stop. Bang on the head. Because it's silver and silver drivers, and it's a new entry. So new entries to the series get a 15-second increased pit stop, and that's just to stop them from sort of jumping in with a high-level team and jumping straight at the front and winning the thing, because they haven't picked up any balance of performance
elsewhere. The only issue is that the provisional document did note there was going to be 2 drivers behind the wheel of the 58. Our timing screens say that there is only 1 driver registered with the 58. Kazuhisa Urabe, the only driver I've got noted there, driving that car. So it's a possibility in that sense. Although, in saying that, on the provisional entry list also so I have to see if second driver jumps in, that'll obviously adjust things for that. At number 58 Supra, if it's a single driver behind the wheel, it might change things a little bit there for them, but they look to be on track to be the longest stop. Otherwise, the next longest was going to be for the number 38 Lexus RCF in the GTM category of Chris and Natapong, 95 seconds, and then the 46-second additional time for being an all FIA silver lineup. But indeed, round the final hairpin they will come, Scott. It's time to get TSS Supercar GTM and GT4 action from Bangsaen underway.
Yeah, the 6 cars that make up the GTM category as well, already lining themselves up, ready to go racing, as are the GT4 entries. And here they come, Streets of Bangsaen. Get set, get yourselves ready, because it's time to go GTM, GT4 racing. And immediately the GT4 field trying single file over at the front. That'll start with the Porsche Silencer, Toyota Supra, the Mercedes-Benz, your front 3 cars in your GT4. How's the firing off down to turn number 1? Well, the Fire Monkey Motorsports car was immediately under pressure, has indeed lost a spot. Natavude manages to sweep through. He'll take second spot. Have a look at how close the GT4 cars are getting to the back end of the GTM field. They just cannot stretch the legs at the moment, and that Lamborghini Super Trofeo is in trouble in terms of that GT4 category. There's just about no room for them to go at the moment until the GTM cars can stretch their legs a little bit.
So they need to warm up the Hankook tyres here a little bit before they can go. And we'll watch it. Also, I think as part of it was on the start there, they got held at the front of the GTM field for a little while there, whilst the guys behind in GT4, they actually had to accelerate out of turns 19 and 20 to get themselves in formation. I think they kind of started going a little bit before the GTM drivers did, and that sort of helps bunch things up. But through the monument they come at the roundabout on the back stretch, and then back out they will head up towards turn 15, and you can hear the roar of the Lexus there. That V8 motor under the bottom of the RCF is sounding pretty mean in comparison to the engines like the flat 6s and the V10s elsewhere in this GTM category. Yeah, Simon Chan off that race start, he taps the brakes on the exit of turn 17, so still needs to warm things up and doesn't have a lot of room to work with there on the exit of the turn perhaps, but this says a bit about just easing the car into race pace it seems, and then they can start putting some speed down. They've already actually started dropping Sarah Hook and peak in that Lamborghini. Try some of the because that's their Chris and there has the 77 well back from the rear of that. There they are. And you can see indeed the GT4 is still hanging with that Lamborghini.
Yeah, that Lamborghini was very quick back at Chang as well. They had an opportunity to win the races, and then drama happened. I can still remember this car actually in the barriers last year during one of the rounds. They had a huge incident as they exited turn 1 at the Chang International Circuit. Well, they bounced their way up and over the bumps at Monkey Hill. In the meantime, though, Kazushi Urabe has jumped to the lead of the GT4 category, and he is trying to run away, and will dearly, dearly love it if that Super Trofeo can get a hurry on and skip down the road. I'll tell you that though, but in the meantime, Chris in the 38 machine just up the road, there's the second Lexus RCFs. He's had some sort of drama as well, because he's dropped back all of a sudden to the GT4 field and indeed into the clutches of Saravit.
Which is really interesting as well, because he's also set the fastest first sector of the race here on this first proper flying, first full flying lap of the race. See the GT4s there getting very tight through the monument section here, which is really showing some confidence in the cars. A wiggle there though. The Kazuhisha behind the wheel of that Lexus Toyota Supra GT4. But in saying that, kept his foot in it and has gotten even closer to the 77 Lamborghini here. So whether it's something about power for the Lamborghini today or whether it's confidence, not quite sure which it could be, because he's going to get past here potentially. Nope, covers it off on the run towards 18 and 19. And as a result, there we go indeed. Pisanu going to be behind the wheel of the number 18, Phil Caven. Oh, can't find a way to He's going to bring Peter Hackett into the equation in that number 36 Mercedes GT4 as well.
Yeah, it's all starting to get a little bit bottlenecked up. And how about this? The three-way fight at the front end of GT4. Toyota Super, Porsche Cayman, and Mercedes-Benz GT4 cars. If this is not what Thailand supercar, the GT classes aren't about, then I tell you what, we are set for an hour-long battle between these three cars. And how good is the expansion of the GT4 series? There was only a couple of them last year. Now we've got an Aston Martin. Now we've got a bunch more Porsches. The Mercedes is here and in the field as well. And this is going to be supreme.
Yeah, down there through turn 6, interestingly. Spot there where the Lamborghini really struggling. So maybe looking a bit bigger, a bit more unwieldy. It's got straight line, it seems, out of the slower stuff. In fact, look at that there on that particular lap. That's a little for Sarah Hook as he tried to get that one pulled up into turn number 8. The stretch, like he's had a moment there in turn 9 all of a sudden. And then narrow almost, it seems, in towards this monument section. And as a result, a headlight flash even just came out of the 58 there of Kazuhisha Urabe. Which was even none in there on our timing towers on your screens. It's into 15 they come. They're absolutely mauling him here through these slightly more technical parts of the track. And as a result, maybe going to see something down in towards 18 once again, although I saw last time Sarah Hook was very happy to defend. And he does cover the middle of the road again. Going to give nowhere for the 58 Lexus. The Toyota Supra, sorry. And then again, Pisanu ran the outside, tried to find something that all can do. And Peter Hackett drawn back into the equation as he dropped in the middle of the lap in that Mercedes.
Yeah, and this is starting to become a huge problem, and you can see that Kazuhisa Urabe really wants to get on with the job and try to start stepping on the road. That is multi-class racing. There's unfortunately just about nothing he can do about that, because the Lamborghini Super Trofeo absolutely has the ability to pull away from these cars in a straight line.
Yes. Interesting is that so actually having a look at the timing and the scoring on our website, so it's Kazuhisha Urabe on the wheel, but also there on our screens there was seeing Nanin, who is the second driver that was registered to that car. So it might still be the two drivers that will be sharing that Toyota Supra GT4. So I might go with who it says is in the car at the moment, according to what we can see on our screens here. But yeah, once again, pulls away in a straight line, does the Lamborghini, but then here through turn 9. It looks like he also doesn't have the confidence to get that car out to open up the corner. He was a little narrow on the way in, but we'll check in with that later because we're back up looking at Kitapol leading the field outright here in GTM as they come down into turns 18 and 19. Margin at the start-finish line was 2.7 seconds here over Nadavude, but now Nadavude is starting to stretch the legs. Personal best Sector 1, fastest Sector 2 of anyone in the race so far. Sector 3 is a little bit behind what Kitapol can do, but it's going to be the fastest lap of the race, 141.369 that time round for Nadavude. And you can see that compared to Kitapol and also Simon Chan behind, it's about 4/10 faster on that one.
Yeah, and really interesting to note as well is that top three, your lead car times in GTM class on that lap, 41.792 for Kitapol, 41.369 for Nadavude, and Simon Chen in that Porsche 992 car, 41.742. Three cars that should, in theory, not be racing each other, all sitting times that are a couple tenths in between them, and indeed between Simon Chen and Kitapol in the two of the Cup cars effectively. There was only 300ths of a second between, or sorry, 500ths of a second between their lap times, but they generate their pace very differently across all three sectors, and this is continuing to become an issue for Nanin, who leads the way in GT4, so much so that Henk Kicks is starting to be brought into this battle pack in the Be Quick Porsche Cayman as well. So what was a three-way fight at the front end of GT4 is going to be, in just a few moments, a four-way fight.
And just as I was talking about how we should maybe refer to who the timing displays on the broadcast say who's driving the 58, it's updated for us to match what we're seeing on our timing screen. So apparently it is Kazuhisa Arabe behind the wheel of that Toyota Supra GT4, as once again up here to turn 15 and then just gets stuck. So it's really interesting to see here something about the performance. I mean, maybe again it's a confidence level thing for Saravut behind the wheel of that Lamborghini. Just doesn't feel confident because it should have. It's a little bit twitchy though there under the brakes into turn 18 and 19, and the doors open, but Kazuhisa can't get by and has to watch out indeed for Pitsanu behind in that Porsche Cayman. As they head on down the start-finish straight once again, and the gaps open up once more, and it is critically bringing in Henk Kicks to the picture as well now. On that previous lap, looking at things here, fastest driver of the group, Saravut slightly beaten out by Pitsanu actually for the personal best on that last lap. As new fastest lap of the race, meanwhile, has just gone the way of Kitapol, out front by nearly a second over Nadavude's last lap.
So again, could be just phasing the tyre and just protecting a little bit. Reminder, 60 minutes plus one lap. And you've got to hand that car over to your co-driver if you've got one in the middle of the race. Regardless, the tyre is going to have to do an hour worth of racing action. So, look, I mean, anything you can do to certainly bring it in, be a little bit kinder on the rotation. And check back in with Henk Kicks. You can just see maybe on this lap he's not quite as close as he'd like to be, but it'll be this next section which will be brought back in. That car, is it just me, or is the right-hand wing mirror on that
yes.
Be Quick Audi? Yeah, Be Quick Porsche? Yeah.
Yeah, that one there. Looks like Henk may have taken some liberty with finding out how wide his Porsche Cayman is. Obviously, I'm pretty certain for these cars. They sit on the left-hand side as a bad run through third 15. It's going to completely choke the track here on the exit through that kink there at turn 16. And look at them all go past into 17 there now. Is there something up with that Lamborghini, more so now that the GT4s have been released? I have to watch out here, because if they don't get far enough away into turns 18 and 19, he might even come back past some of them here on the start-finish straight. No, that's a very poor run through the hairpin there. So I wonder if there is now a proper issue for that Lamborghini, as it'll now drop behind the top three in GT4. And you can see it there. Well, here it comes on Peter Hackett in the straight line. Does Saravut get there? I don't think he does.
Well, I think what's happened is that he's eventually just realised this is not in any of our best interests, and he's just gotten a little bit out of the way, and this battle will now resolve itself out on track. But what that's done, though, for Kazuhisa Urabe is that will certainly have gotten him hot underneath the collar. So the next 5 or 10 minutes might be a little bit of race management required from the crew of the number 58 car, and the Japanese driver, well, we'll need to keep an eye on whether or not he can now start stretching a little bit of margin immediately. You just about see it's about three quarters of a second response just about immediately, if not a full second.
So they make their way out of turn 8 through to turn 9. And yeah, just curious to know the different lines for the drivers there. Just that, again, Sarabo in particular looks to not be as confident to get the car over to the right-hand side to open the entry into turn 9, but we'll check back in with them later because we're back to the front of the field once again. Kitapol, Nadavuda, how's that there for last lap time? The difference being 1/100th of a second in favour of the number 24 Lexus RCF, which is currently sitting 3.7 seconds behind your race leader. You have to be careful as well. They've got Simon Chan not too far behind, but on that last lap, gained about half a second on the Porsche 911 Cup car that runs in 3rd place at the moment as we watch our race leader negotiate the turn 6 hairpin once again and continue on his merry way, losing about a 10th on that opening sector to Nadavude behind apparently on that one there, but relatively steady as we've got this battle here, which is for 10th and 11th on the road. It's also our GT4 AM class leaders, as there is a subdivision of the GT4 class, and the number 95 Porsche, pardon me, so it's a second and third in GT4 AM. The leading GT4 AM pairing is of Henk Kicks and Erwin de Smet up the road. So they're trying to hang on to the front runners in GT4, which is our three of our 4 pro class entries in that GT4 subdivision. So as here, number 95 of Prakun facing off against Andrew in that second of the 2W Zoomies, a Toyota Supra GT4. So how's that there though for a bit of a wiggle and a bad run out of turn 6 for the 59.
Yeah, well, hour-long racing action. We're coming up on the corner race distance margin, and the difficulty will now be what can the pro drivers do. So the first of the lap traffic now negotiated for race leader. Kitapol hasn't held him up too much, and Nadavude is going to arrive on scene. And the problem for Nadavude right here is he's going to catch that next car up through Monkey Hill. That's going to hold him up, and that might prevent an opportunity for Simon Chen to start to buy back into the equation. So this race is probably going to seesaw over the next 10 minutes or so for the GTM cars as they navigate their way through the lap traffic. Yep, nothing that he can do at all because they're now into the no overtaking zone. Down through the hairpin and out the other side, and immediately Nadavude is going to try and pull up alongside, and well done by the Sudapong number 19 Toyota Supra to find his way aside. And this battle is going to continue for AM class placings between the 59 and the 88 machine.
They will indeed. So we watch the straight line drag race. Can that Supra find something with a bit of slipstream? Not this time, it seems, as into turn 1 they both hug the Armco to the right-hand side to open up the entry into turn number 2. A little wide from the Cayman there. Doesn't hurt it too much on the exit as they then try and get over the bumps, climb up the hill, and make their way out of turns 2 towards turns 5 and 6. We watch them get on down the hill here and get into turn 6 itself proper. See them there, both going for a late apex, try and get a really straight exit to get on the power off the hairpin, and that time around pretty even through their unlike what we saw last time, which seemed to be very much advantage 95.
Yeah, so Brakun is behind the wheel at the moment, trying to hold off that number 59 machine. At least the mirror is going to be busy, and sometimes that's about all you need to do is just keep the pressure on, just make sure and see through the monument though, just how much better the 59 machine was, that Toyota Supra, compared to the Porsche Cayman. Back up front though, in terms of, so this is GTM, this is actually between 4th and 5th on the roads. This is Natachak versus Chris. in the Porsche 992 Cup versus Lexus RCF GTM, and then back up to our race leader as the Japanese driver has finally managed to clear and find some free air out in his own. So last lap time by for Urabe was actually going to be a 42.558, plays a 44.864. So something probably happened for Patano on that most recent lap, and that is a very likely occurrence to potentially play him back into Peter Hackett's hand.
Yeah, and in saying it, we've actually somehow, Patano's lost 5.4 seconds whilst we've been looking elsewhere in the field at the racing action out on track. So, massive amount of time lost by the drivers that were fighting with Kazuhisha for the race lead in GT4. And critically also, a 1 minute 42.5 puts that GT4, the leading GT4 car, basically on pace with drivers in the back of the GTM field. So very much, despite the fact they are different classes and they're meant to be spaced apart for the start, they can be pretty close on lap time pace around here, it seems, in the best hands that each class has to offer.
The old adage is always, it all comes down to driver at the end of the day. That is not where you want to be showing a nose. There is absolutely no way through the fountain section. And that's going to cost Andrew a little bit of time. So he's going to have to try and find his way and settle back down in and get a little bit closer. But you get the feeling he's starting to show that he's significantly faster than Prakuin ahead of him, but he just can't do anything about it. And therein lies the difficulty.
It's all about timing when you make the run. I mean, he's got the pace. Yeah, because the other big issue is he seems to be finding pace in spots where it's no good to him. It's all good and well having speed, but no good pushing through in a spot where you then struggle to make it work. As we check back in here with Pitsanu, second place in GT4. You can see it's just now clear air ahead of him when there used to be a bit of competition. Peter Hackett there, keeping him honest in that Mercedes AMG GT4. As they come on down the hill into turn 6 once again. Really having to throw all the lock in. Not a lot of space left there on the right-hand side. That wing mirror was close to potentially clipping the outside walls, but well placed by Hackett there as they power down towards turn 8 on this current lap. They are now a lap down on your GTM drivers. They're leading this race, that is, anyways. You see here now, speaking of fighting, Natachak and Chris going at it for 4th in GTM as they round turns 18 and 19.
Is it just... No, never mind. I was about to say, is it just me or they swap positions? No, that's actually how they were a few moments ago. So you can just see the Porsche Cup car just a little bit quicker in a straight line. Got a really good exit off the final hairpin, and then enough to cover himself. So by the time they get down here into turn 1 and turn 2, you can just see that Chris is closing, but can't really do anything about it. Up until Natachak has a little bit of a snap of oversteer in the middle of turn 2. And now let's calm it down. He's close. He's very, very close. And this will present an opportunity potentially down at turn 7.
Maybe, but again, the whole thing here is, do you really want to be close through the hairpin and put yourself in a position where you then got to rely on your knowledge of the track to hit your marks? On that particular occasion, it would appear for Chris, he just didn't quite get the line right, being so close behind Natachak in that Porsche Cup car. And as a result, falls back a bit on the run through to turn 8, so have to wind up and try and get closer again in a more favourable part of the circuit, such as getting through that monument section a little bit smoother in the Lexus, I would have to say, as they pick up the speed once more along this back section of the circuit. And it gets nicer because they go to have a look into 15. No, doesn't get there in time.
Oh my word, that was close. That was close. He had a look. He just for a moment thought he was going to try and get it in there. The problem being is that he can't. Oh, now there's a moment. There's a big moment for the both of them. This will present an opportunity when they get down to the hairpin. Now he's going to pull alongside. It's the outside of the road. He's going to look for the switchback, but no grip off the racing line in the middle of turn 18 and 19. One more time by the start-finish line, and it's going to be advantage once more for Natachak. But Chris is coming. Chris is applying that pressure. When will the Porsche Cup driver start to crack?
Yeah, the gap to Simon Chan up in third place is now increased to 21 seconds. So they are in a world of their own there when it comes to this battle for fourth. As you watch them get up the hill once more here through turns 3 and 4. Some of these kinks here. And we'll see here, does Chris get closer into turn 6? Yeah, he's supremely confident through 5. Well, this time just the tiniest bit further back into the hairpin, but that wasn't quite the line you want. Actually, almost from that check, he even backed it up, tried to really get a late apex and straight exit, and that paid off, it seemed, pretty well for him. Back to the battle for second in GT4 AM, which is fifth in GT4 outright, as they work their way onto the front straight once more here. As Prakun from Andrew and Sathapond in behind, looking to try and close up and make it a three-way fight as well.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting battle just to keep half an eye on. And the difficulties for all three of these drivers is we are a couple minutes away from that pit lane window open. So probably about 2 laps left before the pit lane window will open. And that might mean you might see a flurry of activity immediately as they look to hand over to driver number 2 of the pairing. And yet again, have a look at the moment how quick that Sathapon car is. He is really starting to make some time up in that Porsche Cayman. So I get the feeling he's probably looking for a little bit of an overtake. Has the 2 cars ahead of him just taken the sheen off of those tyres a little bit, and now he's starting to drive back to them. And have a look at Graham in the background as well. He's starting to come on strong in the Aston Martin GT4.
Yeah, watch out for Graham's on Dowsett. Yeah, been a quiet start for that Aston Martin, but as you said, now winding up to maybe join the party, and straight up from 3 to a 4-car fight is through the monument they will go. You can see trying to get the right line through there. Can you get it close enough to the entry wall that you can make it a pretty straight run? That is the challenge. It seems the answer would be apparently not quite for something. Well, I'd say again, it's the Toyota Supra 159 of Andrew in this case. That's looking a little more comfortable through that part of the circuit. So not quite there at the time remaining, as again, pit window won't open until 35 minutes remaining in the race, but that means it's right on about the time that these guys are lapping, which is in the 1 minute 47 bracket, which means that, Scott, when they come around, they might be just perfectly timed to dive into the pit straight away next lap round.
Well, Sathapon had the rear end of that Porsche all out of shape as they come off of turn 19 and fired it back down to turn 20. Start-finish line once again, and this battle's still not going away. Here comes the Lexus. Does he show the nose this time? Not quite. Backs it out on the run down to turn number 15. Thoughts about it yet again, and it's just becoming tempting. It's tempting. It's tempting. And then the gap closes. It's too late to think about it, but he is right there. Can he get alongside? Can he get to the outside of number 17 machine? The 17 machine breaks right towards the middle of the road. There was an opportunity. If he pulled to the inside early enough, he could have dived down the inside, but opportunity missed.
Man, that was getting close. We've seen Chris go for the outside into turn 18 a couple of times now under brakes, and then just get hung out off the racing line, and yeah, no grip there. The previous attempts, almost as if that time he tried to stay a little bit tighter, but as a result, he ended up in the back end of that Porsche GT3 Cup car in front of him there. Thankfully, they've avoided contact once again, but it's getting tight, twisty and feisty there by the looks of things in this battle for fourth on the road in GTM.
You know what I'm enjoying, Dan? I'm enjoying the fact that there's no references to track limits on our screens at all. And that changes the effect of the racing, doesn't it? When you know you've got a track limit, you can just put a toe over a couple of times. How about the race leader starting to buy into the back end of this battle as well? So he's got some lap traffic that he's got to quite navigate. 4 seconds. The pit lane window is just about to open. Indeed, I think it has now opened. Who's going to dive into the pit lane? None of these guys this lap. No, none of them are going to dive to the pit lane. Pit window now open by race control. Race leader's gone on by. What does Natavude do? Does he arrive on scene at the traffic and then peel off into the lane? I think Natavude's gone to the lane, as has the number 7 car, which is Graham, out of the tail end of the GT4 field. So the first 2 drivers are into the pit lane. Natavude and Graham out of GTM and GT4 respectively. Round the inside, Kittapole trying to clear some lap traffic on the run down of turn number 1. He's going to get the drive off of turn 2 as well. Given the space, not given the space. The hole closes, still looking for the space as they run up through Monkey Hill. That's brave. Job done though. And traffic cleared. And I think Natavude has made the right call to box and get away from that lap traffic.
Yeah, that was perfectly timed for Nadavude there to jump in. Maybe the tiniest bit too soon for Kitapol in the Ferrari to be able to get the job done. And that will have been maybe, well, let's see it. Sector 1 lost nearly 2 seconds to the average pace. In fact, he has lost over 2 seconds to Simon Chan behind, who set his personal best. Sector 1. Not the fastest, mind you, just the personal best in the Porsche 992 Cup car, the number 10 machine. So for Nadavude, that was basically picture perfect. Get in on a clean in lap and head back out. We'll see where he does return out for this one here, because he was, there's the 36 Mercedes. Actually, Peter Hackett now coming into the pits. There's the number 7 Aston Martin, which had Graham John Dowsett who started the race, but we now have to hand over to Anna Thorne to start or run the second half of the race. And there's that Super Trofeo, which has been seemingly walking wounded in a world of its own, as Nadavude is back and going once again. As you watch them get stuck into the end of the pit lane and turn around, and here comes our race leader, Kitapol, into the pits. So remember, going to be unique with this stop, as the driver will hop out and then this car will be refueled.
Yeah, it's going to take a couple of refueling rigs. Remember, one refueling rig on each side. You see they're just trying to get ready for that pit stop. I think race control are keeping half an eye on that one, because the issue I've got was that they were starting to look like they wanted to put the fuel straight into that car, but there was still activity in and around. They've got the driver out now, and this will be an exchange to put super kit into this car. By the way, drivers there in the pit lane, 25, 17, 18, 36, 77, and 88. So we currently have 6 cars in the lane. Out of our GTM class, it is going to be just the 25 machine. 24's already done their stop, and the 77's the only car. The GT4s, the 17 machine, which will be the second of the 992 Cup cars, which was in that Ding Dong battle. So it's about 3 cars each from both the categories in the lane.
Tyre pressure checks and adjustments on these Porsche Cayman GT4s, but I think I saw some tyre changes happening for Kitapol and Super Kit's Ferrari 488 Challenge at the Team Singer Motorsport Thailand. As pit service complete on the 88, Satherpond is out, Yarrow jumps in, and away it rolls. The Lamborghini Super Trofeo there at the end of the lane now has a Feek behind the wheel and will head on out. There goes another car there from the end of the pit lane as the battle continues. 95 and 59. Okay, so they've stayed out yet and are scrapping, and now it's Simon Chan's turn to come up on them. Oh, indicators on, so I think 95's coming to the pit lane. Yes, it will. It stays hard right and follows the pit in markers there. So dives out of the battle, and as our cars that were staying out come on in, and then have a couple of drivers there coming out of the pits also to worry about as driver change there underway with the 95.
My word, that was all over the margin. I wonder whether or not they were carrying speed to the other side of the course, or whether that was actually an out-and-out. Why would you block, though, if you're about to dive into the pit lane? Just to check the guys up behind. Either way, decision was made. And now the 95 machine will do their driver swap. Raccoon gets out. Warren gets into the driver's seat of the Porsche Cayman GT4. And a little bit of a calm settles over the circuit as a few of the pit stops have now been in and been out. The 38 machine's now in the pit lane as well. So GTM Simon Chan in the number 10, I believe that's the Fire Monkey machine, the Hong Kong driver, has managed to keep himself out on the circuit turning. And they're doing a tyre change over here at the 38 machine. So you can see that they were starting to make a lot of inroads on that 17 car, who's now got Kamek behind the wheel. They've just exited from their pit stop. They were harassing them quite aggressively. Well, now that all drivers swap and a tyre swap to try and give themselves every opportunity for the overtake.
Yep, so not brand new Hankook slicks on the car, but at the very least, a set that hasn't been raced straight away. Now, also quickly, have they done 2 tyres, or did they do all 4, I wonder? Now, obviously being an anti-clockwise circuit. Oh, cockpit doors going back open, though. That's not normally what you usually see, as GT4s and a Feek here still fighting on track into 18 and 19. Make the way back out and sort that one out. The 59 Toyota Supra GT4 still yet to pit, so time is running out for that one there, and the yellows are out on the run to turn 18. It looks like our 95 Porsche Cayman GT4, which had Warren just aboard the car. Thankfully, he's out and walks away there from that one, but we're going to have a safety car for that one there, folks. And that's going to bring a pause. Oh, sorry, yeah, the 88 machine. No apologies there. Iaro jumping out of the car, thankfully. But that is it. Safety car bulletin flags about to come out here for that one there. And as a result, this race is on pause, as is the compulsory pit window. And that Lexus...
Well, they got the window closed. They closed the window, but conveniently, Dan, I think everyone got their stops in.
No, they certainly did not. I'm seeing at least 4 cars that aren't... So or again, another tyre ripped off a car there, rolling on the fast... And the suspension assembly on that car has been removed with the tyre. So that is a nasty incident, and that's happened a long way after turn 17. It's on the run towards turn 18 at that point on the circuit there. So it's a shame that we're not quite going to see what's triggered that one there, whether it's gone backwards a long way down the road or if it's happened sort of late as safety goes out in track. Number 17 of Kermik is going to go by. So hopefully that one there is that's allowed.
So the biggest one is the 58 machine, which is the GT4 car. So that's what they're trying to do at the moment. So they're trying to pick up the race leader, but the race leader is one of the GT4 cars, not a GTM car.
Yeah, this is part of the challenge. We've got the 58 from GT4. We've also got the number 26 of Henk Kicks and Erwin de Smit. They haven't pitted yet. The pit window is closed under safety car conditions. We had about 28 minutes remaining in the race when the safety car was initially deployed, which means, the official message is that it got closed at 2:21 local time. It is now 2:23. So if I was able to backtrack that clock,
so it's about 3 minutes and 6 seconds of pit window left.
We're coming up on. Yeah, I've got the local time here, so I'm going to just sync it up with my... So basically, the pit window was officially closed in 2 minutes ago right now. So with 28 and a half minutes and change on the clock was when the pit window was officially closed.
So 3.5 minutes will be what remains of the window, which is effectively 2 laps.
Yeah, so there will... Again, so it'll be sort of... Yeah, as I thought, there's trouble for this second Lexus RCF. The fact they also popped off the rear, basically glass of the car didn't look good, and the fact that they're now pushing it. Now, this is interesting here.
This won't count.
This won't count, no. What are they doing here with the pit stop? Because this is going to give up lead of the race, unless there's something here they still have a compulsory stop to. I mean, yes, they won't lose anything to doing a little tweak, so pressure check. But the problem is they still have to come to the pits. And this has unfortunately basically done them in. And saying that, there's a couple of cars that there are still a lap down now because of all this. So, and so we did see the staff member, the official, they're actually trying to get down to the pit entry. And now is there with the board up. So I wonder if it was a case of didn't have the personnel there to have the big visual sign that pit window was closed, because it is currently doing a drink bottle change, but usually you'd think, Scott, that can be done as part of the compulsory service given the relatively relaxed time they have to do it in.
Was the first... well, actually, that's a lie. I think it's... The 2W Zumi's outfit had cars back at Chang earlier in the year, so this isn't their first race with this series, so they probably would be aware, albeit I don't think there was actually a medical car actually out on the circuit at the moment that they're all passing. So I still haven't caught the safety car queue. It hasn't been held. And I think what's going on right now is they've just realised this isn't actually a compulsory stop. Let's get that car back out on the road.
Yeah, that looked like it was one of the racing officials there as well. So that's a... I think, getting that clarified there. As down in the pit lane, we've got some of the drivers here trying to cool off, and a message has come up on my timing boards and screens. The number 88 machine is under investigation for entering a closed pit lane. So that is Satafon and Yarche. The wrong car number. Apologies. Here, just been reminded. The 88's the car that unfortunately has brought out the safety car by crashing out on track. So presumably that message will need to be amended to say the 58.
Well, I mean, it could be, because remember how that window was really, really tight? And there was a couple cars that fired straight in. The problem I have with that message is if that message is actually correct about it being the 88, which I think Race Controls actually might have retracted that message now, not 100% sure. But if it is correct, Nadavude also entered the pit lane nearly immediately. I think it's wrong. I think it is on the 58, and that's what they're investigating. I think you're right in that. But if this does work out to actually be the 88 car, which is now the car that is in the fence, then you'll also see a follow-up message about the 24. That's just keep that in the back of your mind until we get an update.
Yeah, we'll confirm with you folks when that message, if it changes, or if that one gets retracted and the new one is posted. So, we're down to 3 cars that are yet to complete a pit stop. Well, sorry, 4 cars that are yet to complete a pit stop within the open window. So that is your now current race leader in Henk Kicks and Erwin de Smet. The Be Quick Absolute Racing Porsche Cayman GT4, the number 26. You also have Andrew and Kachorn, the number 59 Porsche Cayman Porsche Cayman Toyota Supra GT4. They're, pardon me, sorry, out on trackers. They're in the pit lane. We saw Peter Hackett for Racing Aurora. Actually, he's back there on screen. Actually, it's quite thankfully noticeably there on the side of the cap, but he's looking and watching on. So good stint from Peter there to get the number 36 into a strong spot in GT4. But now it's all a bit mixed up here in this one here. As, update has come through, Scott. It will indeed be the 58 that is under investigation for entering a closed pit lane, not the 88.
Well,
so it is not to do with the immediate opening of the pit window. It's all to do with what's happened here under safety car.
I wonder. So I'm going to put a couple things before you here, Dan. The 58 machine. Well, the pit lane is in theory, yes, it is still open. So if they did want to do a drink bottle change, they just go to the end of the queue. That's allowed, right? Depending upon if there's circumstances that are potentially blocking the pit lane. Generally, in most cases, they tend to leave pit lanes open in those sorts of circumstances, unless it's a positional thing or there's an issue with the lane itself. They don't want a bunch of people diving in. Secondarily, if that will be a critical factor. If the pit lane indeed was actually closed, then they are in trouble. You don't want to be. It's effectively failing to follow the race director's notes, which is a big old no-no. It could be a language barrier in that understanding, though, which is always worth noting. But the solution to that is you just don't count the pit stop. Job done. But yeah, it'll come back to if the pit lane itself is definitely closed, not just the window is closed, that will see that won't be looked on very well at all. That's you cannot do that.
Well, the messages in timing from Race Control and also the board they use just say pit window. So I would think that what this means is that it's simply it's under invest. I mean, yeah, the interesting is the message. The message in Race Control is that it's an investigation for entering the pit lane while closed. But the previous messages before that was that the pit window was simply closed. So yeah, there's a bit of that needs to be unpacked, and hopefully there'll be a message that explains.
We'll get an update for sure. Yeah, there'll be more about that. I think we might be getting close to that safety car coming on. I'm just waiting on getting a safety car in this lap message, actually, because I think that's now been cleaned up. The other side of this coin is that you guys can't see it at the moment. There's 20 minutes left of this race. We've still got, 3.5 minutes worth of that pit lane window to be reshuffled. And now everyone's together out on track. There are 2 critical cars that are in this mix. Now, there's a big difficulty for that Ferrari 488 Challenge car. They did manage to get that pit stop done beforehand, but tomorrow, let's say, should that safety car come out before they can refuel that car, they just might have to come down the pit stop. They may not have a choice, right, under a safety car period. They just may have to bring that car in and get some fuel into the thing just to keep it circulating, because you don't want that car running out of fuel out on track. The other thing that's worthwhile noting here is that we have 3 cars plus the number 58 car that haven't done their compulsory stop yet. One of them is a GT4 car. Actually, 2 of them are a GT4 car. All 4 of them are GT4 cars. So Currently, the order that we're looking at is for drivers and teams that have done 20 laps. Starts off with the 26, which has got Hank Kicks behind the wheel GT4 car. Then sitting effective second on the road right now is the number 10 car, which is Simon Chen. Now, Simon Chen's done his pit stop. He's actually our out-and-out effective race leader. Then we've got a second of the cars that hasn't done their pit stops.
We're going to a red flag situation, ladies and gentlemen. This race is going to be suspended for the time being, so it looks like we are not getting a safety car restart anytime soon. So it looks like the repairs or cleanup of this incident for the 88 is going to take a little longer than expected here. So drivers are going to have to wait and see as to how we go here. But yeah, the other big thing is that the order is a complete jumble. We've actually got the first car in the train is the 17 of Kimmich, who's technically almost a lap down on the Hank Kicks number 26 Porsche Cayman, but is trapped behind the safety car in front of the race leader. And then the order is jumbled up. We haven't reset the order or waved cars around. So clock though is still counting here despite the red flag. We've just crossed into 18 minutes left in this race. But I don't know, the cars are now showing on time is entering the pit lane. So I believe they've issued the red flag in time to send all the cars to the pit lane. They'll then, yep, here we go. They'll bring them around and park at pit exit and stand by.
Well, this gives us opportunity. So there's a few things. Race control, what will be happening from a logistical standpoint at this point in time is that were they scrambling to do a pit stop and then told you can't work on the cars under the red flag situation? Was that what just happened there?
I kind of get the feeling that was, yeah. The 59 machine, though, got to the box before that happened. So Andrew and Kachorn, that's not ideal. It also means now, yeah, our timing screens get a little bit scrambled, though. It is to be fairly obvious because it'll be a case of which cars now have just one pit next to their name versus the cars that have two pits next to their name. So flags are out. We've got another track vehicle there on circuit heading around.
The good news, though, the big news that we can say out of that one is that Iaro got out of that car and walked away.
Oh, yes, indeed. Thankfully that happened. Yeah, we saw that straight away. It's just that, yeah, everything's in a bit of a not confusion, but it's not entirely clear. There we go. Some of the fans finding the camera there. There's a camera keeps an eye on the grandstands for a moment here. Sort of a smile for the camera moment, ladies and gentlemen, if you can see that you're on the screens here. There's got a couple of drivers, so maybe getting some information and updates where they can as well, perhaps. So there we are. All drivers and teams parked up in the pit lane.
Get your sunshades back out as well.
Yeah, indeed. Try and cool off. Doors open. And also got some air blowers for some of the teams to keep air going through those inlets to help keep the cars relatively cool and steady here.
So the timer on the race hasn't stopped, if you've noticed as well, Dan.
Mm-hmm.
If they've got 15 minutes to get this race restarted, they've got to try and allow if this race is still ticking. The problem they've got here is if they get through to the end of this race without resuming, they've got a really difficult situation to unpack. And the difficulty in that is we have 4 cars who effectively, and remembering we're including the 58 car in that, because we're under the impression that pit stop was not valid for that team. Now, if that is the case, we've effectively got 4 cars here who have not done their compulsory pit stop as of yet and haven't done a driver's swap. So right now, behind the wheel of our race-leading car, based upon current timing and scoring, we'll run you through the order, is the 26 car, which is Hank's Kicks behind the wheel, due to hand over to Erwin de Smet, the Be Quick Porsche Cayman GT4. But it's a GT4 car. Sitting effective second in the running order, we have Simon Chen. He's the leader of the GTM category. His pit stop already out of the way. But Hank Kicks, not yet done a driver swap, not yet done his pit stop. So they do have that issue hanging over them. Then sitting effective third place, so this is overall, again, we're just going to go through as it appears in our timing scoring, is the Toyota Supra GT4 number 59, which had Andrew behind the wheel, was due to hand over to Kachorn. they haven't done their pit stop. So right now you can kind of put a line through both of those cars out of the overall standing. So your GTM leader is the number 10 of Simon Chen in the Porsche 992 car. Then in second is Nata Vude in the Lexus RCF. Then comes Superkit in the Ferrari 488 Challenge car. That's how they stand on the road as well, just with your two other cars mixed in. Your GT4 leader who has done his pit stop is Kazuhisa Urabe. He sits 6th overall. He's the last car that's completed 20 laps at this point in time. Natachak is the next car through, but he's only completed 19 laps, which means he's effectively a lap down in the GTM category. Then you have Peter Hackett and Hayden Heikal, and remember Heikal's very, very quick around this place as well. They've completed their stop. They sit 4th in GT4, which should effectively be P2 in GT4. Then you've got GTM, which is the 77, which has got a Feek now behind the wheel, the Malaysian driver. That's the Lamborghini Super Trofeo. Then we get back to Sudapong, who also has not done compulsory pit stop. I believe they might have... No, they weren't in the middle of their pit stop when that one was called. That's the second of the GT4 Supras. Then you've got the 18 car, which has done their pit stop. Kennedy behind the wheel. Warren's behind the wheel of 95, which is the next Porsche Cayman. And then you've got Anand Thorne in the Aston Martin, who has also done his pit stop. Then we have the 38 car, which was still in the pit lane, and they were struggling to get that car done. So that's another one of the cars that effectively have only done one pit stop. So I wonder whether or not we may not see that car back out again. So that's the running order as it currently stands. That is incredibly complicated, and there is a lot in that, and that is not simple.
And I mean, yeah, that's the order from 1st to 13th, technically. So I guess, yeah, we haven't seen... the pit stop timing is currently logged at 18 minutes and counting for that number 38 Lexus RCF from when it last came into pit lane. So it is probably in a state that it is likely to not make its way back out on the track, despite this red flag potentially being a chance to get things going. On saying that, I do not see a red flag anymore. I now see a ready to start instruction on my screens. Oh, yeah, get a bit of a wheel time. Actually, it's a nice little hold of that circle there, young man. Able to keep that one going around in a nice little 360-degree trip there. There's someone apparently not particularly keen to be on the cameras from the grandstands there. In saying that kind of reaction definitely helps you stand out a bit more there amongst the crowd. Although that there is some very impressive ATV control. We've lost him though again. He's moving too fast for our camera's position there in that particular spot.
Somebody sign him up now. There's your next driver of the future. Get him into the Thailand Super Series in the future. That could be a successful young driver already with his motor skills based upon that performance.
Quite possibly indeed. So the other big thing I want to sort of note here is just that it's whilst we've run through the order as timing and scoring shows 1st through 13th. The big issue is that the order is that the drivers are not parked in the pit lane in that order. They're all shuffled up in a mix. So there is the case that we're going to have cars out of position in amongst all that. So it's basically Simon Chen, if he can clear Hank Kicks quickly, possibility that he'll be able to build a gap to Natavude and potentially have a crack at the GTM race win. Speaking of updates, we've got another one that's just come through. I'm seeing checkered flags on our timing and scoring screens. I haven't seen a message to confirm that the race will not be resumed yet from race control, but there's a possibility here, Scott, that in order to keep the schedule going, we're going to have to leave it there. But that puts us in the question of, well, how are we scoring this race because we have cars that didn't get their pit stop done in time?
So I'm going to make about 2 or 3 different comments upon this one and take each one of these as you will. What I would say, and a big wave from the family who are down over there enjoying all the racing action from the beach of Bangsaen as well, down by the lovely picturesque walk just down near your monument. And okay, so there's a fair bit to unpack here, and we're going to get you guys a shot at the timing and scoring just because we sort of need to explain this one. What I'll say, and this is my thoughts about what's going on with this race, is potentially some extensive barrier damage here. They had 15 minutes on the clock when they got the red flag out, got the cars back in a pit lane. You've got 15 minutes to repair the barrier and get the race restarted, and you've got to try and re-enable that pit lane window. I think that was not possible, and what we're seeing as a result of that is that the stewards have just gone, this isn't going to happen. Let's checkered flag it now, and we'll work through building the race results. The reason we've got this shot up is that we need to talk you through what's going on here. If you have a look, this is actually our running order as we currently stand. Now, if you have a look to the far right-hand side of that, there's two columns there, pit and pit time. Pit is the number of times that they've been through the pit lane. Now, for all the teams that have a 2 there, they've been into the pit lane once to serve their compulsory pit stop, and then again right now under the red flag period. That's the second time they came down in. For the teams that have 1, they're on the end of the pit lane under red flag conditions and have failed to serve their compulsory pit stop. The problem being for race control, the stewards in the event at large here, and they'll have a procedure for this. So we're not 100% what that process and what that procedure will look like, but there is a process and a procedure for this. And it will be, if you haven't completed your stop by the compulsory window, your time is this. Alternatively, they may just jump back to before the pit lane window open and just award points at that point in time, because that is the most reliable point in time they have to score things. So there's a few different options there. I can't tell you which one, and I don't think it'll be we'll jump back to the end of the 25th minute of racing, because that's just too far back, and we've had a lot of racing since then.
Yeah, there's a lot of question marks on that. Also, the fact is, well, exceptions to your comments there. Don't forget the number 58 car in GT4 of Kazuhisa Arabe. That car got its first pit stop done under safety car conditions when the pit window was closed. And yeah, as has already been noted in the chat by Taylor, I presume, Taylor, you've got the live timing website up on your end as well, because you've copied and pasted the message into the broadcast chat. But the team manager for 2W Zoomies in the number 58 car was instructed to report to the stewards several minutes ago immediately. So that there says that, yeah, the whole situation regarding that car's pit stop, and also the fact that I think it was the car that got into the pit lane when the red flag was called. They brought that car into its pit box and started playing with tyre pressures and checking on the car whilst it was in the pits there, which it appeared was a bit of a no-no. So that there meant that they might be under a bit of double trouble there from the stewards for pit procedures in this race. So that appears to be all that we're going to be able to say and do about this race here today. And it means that part of that will probably be because of the fact that it's coming up on 2:45 p.m. local time, which is the end of the scheduled time for TSS Supercar, GTM and GT4, because we've got Carrera Cup, Porsche Carrera Cup Asia that needs to get underway at its scheduled start time shortly as well. Grid walk for that begins in about 10 minutes time. That is scheduled to start its race in about 25 minutes from now. So that's what's coming up next. And I get the feeling, unfortunately, Scott, that our GTM, GT4 races had to be cut short to keep that on schedule.
Difficulty being the suspension was plucked off that car, right? So it to pluck a tyre and suspension off, that there's a hit there. I'm going to wonder, remember how there's a couple gaps to allow for gates in all the circuit up and around? I reckon, and that would be the second time this weekend, if so, that they've clouded one of that sections where it's up against the barrier, whereby there's just a small, tiny little gap in the barrier to allow for gate. Or whether or not a gate or something might not have been perfectly shut properly, which is obviously you don't ever want to be saying that. That's a safety thing. Yeah, but where that car was, it just seemed too far down the circuit for it to be off of turn 16, or the turn 17 sort of chicane, which comes left-right. I think it's something to do with coming out too far and against the barriers as you come through turn 17. Yeah, which is going to be a little bit of a difficult one. And the difficulty with that is there is just so much to unpack in that race. There is so much.
Yeah, there is indeed. So we unfortunately sort of left in a sort of a holding pattern here to wait and see if we're going to get any kind of results today here at the conclusion of TSS Supercar GTM and GT4, or if this is going to be one that will take a while for the stewards and officials to determine when, at what point, or if there even are results, because maybe it's a case of, well, yeah, we can't establish a time at which is fair, so the race results maybe it didn't get enough of the race done for it to have a classification. So that's all up in the air whilst we're now basically going to get these cars actually out of pit exit and back through the dummy grid so we can have Porsche Carrera Cup Asia get set up and ready to head out for their scheduled start this afternoon. There's some more fans down by the trackside there, able to spot the camera and wave.
At least these fans are thoroughly enjoying having a camera pointed at them, as the young lady didn't enjoy the camera being pointed in her direction earlier. I mean, everyone's got a different reaction when you got a camera pointed to you as a race fan as well. Everyone's scrolling through social media.
Yeah, it is. That is very true indeed. Well, with that said and done, I'm gonna try and see if I can find something for this, because we're not scheduled to be commentating the Carrera Cup Asia broadcast here, so unfortunately that would be. See if there's actually anything about it. Yes, so that broadcast is scheduled to start any minute now, and so what I might do even is it's on YouTube under the Porsche Motorsport Asia Pacific YouTube channel, but for those who perhaps want commentary for that one there, since they have their own separate production of that event, because we'll basically hit a pause button here on this one. What we'll do is I'll drop that link in here. Well, this is in the Thailand Super Series broadcast YouTube channel, I should say.
Don't forget
a separate broadcast link.
For those of us, we want to say a big shout out to everyone that's joining us over on Facebook this weekend. I've been keeping half an eye over on the Facebook stream. So to everyone that's chilling out and enjoying, whether you're at the circuit, whether you're somewhere right around the world, give us a shout out, say hello, let us know where you're tuning in from. I know we've got a ton of international fans. We've been partaking in a little bit of banter back and forth over in the YouTube chat. So the Thailand Super Series YouTube channel, if you are over on Facebook, come and join us over there and say hello as well. Or if you're over on YouTube, don't forget to jump along over to the Thailand Super Series Facebook page and give them a follow as well. Perhaps even say hello in both streams if you're feeling a little bit adventurous.
Yeah, and I mean, we're unfortunately, I just don't have enough screens to keep an eye on anything. One final thing before we close for now, and we'll take a pause for Carrera Cup Asia to race here this afternoon. One more message has come through from Race Control. The manager of the number 10, so the Fire Monkey Motorsport Porsche 992 Cup car, that would potentially inherited the race lead post compulsory stops for everyone, of Simon Chan. They've been told to also go speak to Race Control, so there's some more stuff there, which unfortunately I don't have the pit time from that car to confirm what that would be about exactly. But that'll do us here now. It means us with one more race this afternoon. TSS Supercar GT3 will be our final race of the day, where we'll be talking with you folks. That is scheduled to start at 3:50 p.m, or at least the grid walk phase will start at 3:50 p.m. Thailand time. It is currently 2:50 p.m. Thailand time. So we're taking sort of a just about a 1 hour break here from the Thailand Super Series English commentary here. Well, whether you're here on Thailand Super Series YouTube or Facebook or the speedcafe.com YouTube streams. Still say about big thanks to you all. But as I said, if you want to see the Porsche Carrera Cup Asia race with commentary, check out Porsche Motorsport Asia for that one there, to grab that link there. Otherwise, guys, thank you for being with us here today. We'll be back shortly for that TSS Supercar GT3 race to conclude our day's action.
ที่เราเห็นแบบนี้ก็ต้องบอกว่านักแข่งเขาก็เดินตระเวนสายแข่งกันทั่วเอเชียนะฮะกับทีมปอร์เช่นิวซีแลนด์หลายประเทศครับกับตรงนี้ก็จะเป็นทีมนะครับรวมคนเยอะๆมีนักแข่งทีมแบบนิวซีแลนด์มีฝรั่งเศสครับลักเซมเบิร์กออสเตรียโมซัมบิกก็มีครับฮ่องกงจีนมาเลเซียไทยก็มีครับฟิลิปปินส์ก็มีฮ่องกงมาเก๊าอินเดียก็มีครับนี่เหรออินเดียครับเป็นลิงนี่นะเป็นลิงจาย่าครับอายุ88ครับแคนาดาก็มีครับคริสเตียนเชียร์โอ้เยอะฮะรวมเอานักขับในคลาสโฟไว้เยอะมากเป็นไงล่ะโอ้โห where you guys อยู่ตรงบ้านครูนะ69นะทีมโอ้นี่ยังรอครับเห็นหน้าใสๆแบบนี้โหดมากเราอยู่ในรถนี่โหดจัดนะครับผมเดี๋ยวเราจะพักมานะตรงนี้นะครับจะคือในต่างประเทศเนี่ยโดยเฉพาะโซนยุโรปเนี่ยนะครับเรียกว่ามอเตอร์สปอร์ตเขาทำงาน
Okay, 6 minutes before. 6 minutes.
จริงๆตัวเลือกต่างๆเยอะแล้วก็ใช้บ่อยๆครับผมประสบการณ์เราก็ปรับตัวมาในโชว์ครับผมถึงขนาดนี้ก็คิดว่ากระดูกเขาเนี่ยครับผมแน่นอนนักเตะเนี่ยโครงสร้างและมอเตอร์สปอร์ตเขามันแน่นมากตั้งแต่ระดับเยาวชนขึ้นมาครับเนี่ยอุ่นขนาดนี้แหละเนี่ยเขาแข่งกันแล้วเราเห็นแบบว่าเด็กๆนะครับพ่อแม่ไม่จับ4 ล้อก็2 ล้ออ่ะ
เอาง่ายๆในประเทศแต่ละประเทศเนี่ยสนามแข่งรถเขาไม่ได้มีแค่2 สนามใช่นะครับเอาแค่เอเชียเราญี่ปุ่นอย่างเงี้ยโอ้โหเทียบทุกจุดเทียบเพราะฉะนั้นนักแข่งเขาก็จะมีประสบการณ์ในแต่ละสนามเองประสบการณ์ส่วนตัวเองอะไรค่อนข้างเยอะนะครับในขณะที่เราเนี่ยอาจจะมีโอเคสนามช้างก็จริงมีสนามกีฬาก็จริงนะครับแต่ว่าก็มีแค่2 สนามนะครับเราอาจจะเก่งในบ้านเราก็จริงแต่พอเราไปนอกประเทศปุ๊บครับได้ครับผม ระวังรถแข่งด้วยนะครับผู้คุม
5
Good position. Okay. So read and list up. Yeah. Okay.
เดี๋ยวก่อนสแตนบาย
Okay, let's go.
ปิดประตูนะครับ อนนี้ได้ยินเสียงแตรลมดังอีกแล้วนะครับคือในช่วงของเราเรียกว่าแซนดิ้งสตาร์เนี่ยมันก็จะมีถามว่าเกิดอุบัติเหตุได้ง่ายไหมก็ง่ายถ้าเกิดมีคันใดคันหนึ่งเนี่ยติดปกติได้นะครับมันก็จะเป็นแบบลูกโซ่เลยเพราะว่าคันที่ตามหลังมาบางทีเนี่ยมองไม่ทันนะครับครับล็อกได้แค่ล็อกเฮ้ยแล้วก็แน่นอนประมาณแต่ที่เราเมื่อก่อนมันต้องชิงจังหวะจริงๆไม่ได้หรอกแล้วก็ส่งสัญญาณนะครับป้ายENGหมายความว่าให้รถแข่งทุกคันนั้นสามารถขึ้นรถได้นะครับ ค
ก็สิ้นสุดไปนะครับสำหรับการแข่งขันในรุ่น Porsche Carrera Cup เอเชียนะครับผู้ชนะเลิศก็ได้แก่หมายเลข 99 นะครับคือสุดยอดไกล
Hi, I'm Daniel Bilski. Let me take you for a lap of Bangsaen in the Be Quick Absolute Racing Audi. It's a super challenging track with 20 corners and plenty of bumps and jumps to master. Let's go. Fifth gear, flat out, 240. Looking for your brake marker at about 100 for the uphill braking zone. Road's cambered, hug the wall to the right. The camber helps you slow the car down. Late apex for turn 2. Watch the exit bumps, get good traction, then position the car for the jumps. 1, 2, car goes light, full throttle, 170 down here through Monkey Hill. Use the whole track width, get ready for the next big braking zone, flow the car in, watch the exit wall, get ready to drop into the hairpin. First gear, 35 k's an hour, get the rotation, pin the throttle. ready for the big long back straight. Maximum attack through here. A lot of time to make up on the exit of the hairpin if you get good drive and stay away from the bumps. Getting ready for the next big break, about 100 meters. Now, hard brake, first gear, use all the track width. Flow the car in, short shift to second, kissing the walls. Get ready for the monument, big commitment. Here, pin the throttle. Let the car run wide, big bump on the entry to the next curve, full throttle through here if you dare. Getting ready for a short braking zone from 200, brake hard, second gear, flow the car in, watch the exit wall, watch the bumps, trying to get maximum traction. Careful on the entry to the next corner, you can flow very wide, very close to this exit wall, big bump on the exit. Spot your braking marker for the hotel, 100 meters, V the corner, first apex, get the rotation, second apex, pin the throttle. Hug, turn 20 all the way around to the front straight. A lot of time to lose here if you lose traction over the bumps. Hold it flat, let the car settle, run it to the line. That's a lap of the Bangsaen Grand Prix.
Well, ladies and gents, hello and welcome back to conclude this afternoon's coverage of the Thailand Super Series Bangsaen Grand Prix. And tonight, this evening, it is now time for the star of the weekend. It is your Thailand Supercar Series GT3 category. This is the fastest cars that you're going to see right across the weekend. But I tell you what, Dan, again, we were talking earlier today when we had a look at what goes on within the Porsche Cup categories. They're a really, really good benchmark for how good the series is and everything that's going on. They have struggled so much to get consistent running. And it just tells you, hey, maybe we underthought the challenge just a little bit. It is just a little bit more of a challenging circuit than we initially thought.
Saying the red flag there off the start. Well, you and I have been watching the Porsche Credit Cup Asia race there in the background a little bit there. That red flag caused by just a bit of a crazy start and some mistakes it seems off the start there of that one. So that seems to have been what triggered all that one there. But then incident we didn't see on the cameras there. They brought a safety car during the aborted sort of races into just 15 minutes, which really cut things down to only about 15 or less than like 7 or 8 minutes of actual racing in the end of it all. So definitely not what the drivers were expecting or hoping. But yes, it does very much show that even for a field of drivers who are Porsche Carrera Cup racers, it's definitely tough out there to come here to Bangsaen and try and get some good laps in.
Now it's time, like we said, for the stars of the show in terms of the GT3 field. And you're looking at that 37 car. Sandy Stuvik, back from EU racing away in Italy, has been quick, was exceptionally aggressive, made contact on the Saturday from the first round at Chung, and still trying to find his feet, get himself back into these sorts of things. How good, though, are the Honda NSXs from Team Singer Thailand? I mean, they just look phenomenally beautiful, and to be honest, they really stand out in the pack.
They do stand out. Of course, for those who watched coverage last year, know that Team Singer, that's what Thailand entered 1 Ferrari 488 GT3. Have made the switch over to the Acura NSX, or whether it be Honda NSX this side of the world. But they are actually Honda NSX is how it is branded here in this part of the world. That is the main thing. But like you said, the main thing being Be Quick Absolute Racing with their Audi R8 Evos, and several of them here this weekend. Unfortunately, missing a couple of the drivers that we got to see at Chang for the opening round of the season, because some of the drivers from this team are racing with Absolute over at GT World Challenge Asia. Seems like series regulars like Esham Pires, I noted on the entry list for the racing at Suzuka, is there with Absolute Racing, but also drivers of international fame like Marcus Winkelhock, unfortunately, there as well. But also cars like this BMW M4 GT3, which is back here this weekend as well. Good to see them back after being strong competitors at Chang. It is unfortunately a sort of smallish field for these GT3s this weekend, but nevertheless, small fields still can put on good racing, as we've found out last year around here.
I think the key is small fields can still put on brilliant racing. It went all the way to the line with the final running. That is the new for 2024 Viper Racing Mercedes AMG. And for Douglas Koo, one of the oldest competitors right across the weekend, has competed in an MP3 in the Asian region in the past, has competed in this series for a number of years. Made the call to go out and purchase a new Mercedes AMG GT3. The reasoning behind that was that it was time for the Aston Martin that he was running last year to come up for an Evolution package upgrade, and it was similar costed to just going out and buying one of the brand new Mercedes AMGs. So I mean, he made the call to switch over to a little bit more of a modern car, a little bit of an update, a little bit of an upgrade. But I tell you what, how good is the paint scheme on that car? It really, really suits the Mercedes.
Oh, it sure does. Do not, absolutely get that one right there. And thanks to, unfortunately, the issues there in Porsche Carrera Cup Asia, it's an aborted sort of procedure on the grid. So good news is, though, we are rolling away for the formation lap right about now. So that does mean we're only about, I think, 15 odd minutes. We are about 20 minutes behind schedule. So that's not too bad. All things considered, it means that we will get our full 1 hour race distance in here today for these drivers here. So that will be good to watch out for in terms of who is able to make things work. So as we said, 8 drivers starting, 6 of them in the Pro-Am division. There are 2 Am-only category entries here this weekend. So that will be sort of a race within the race as well to keep an eye on. And awesome to see, we're going to have some onboards here from the GT3 car as well. And this one here being the number 27 Meng model, sponsored entry from Be Quick Absolute Racing. So there's this car to keep our eyes on. You can see in the start of the race, I can tell you, we're going to start the race from 4th position. So on the outside of that second row, on the run to turn number 1. That'll be cool to keep our eyes on there. That red and black Audi R8 there coming up the hill past us now. Let's see what's got the 2 standard standard paint scheme, as it were, Audi R8s. In fact, here is one of them right now. I believe Henk Kicks there behind the wheel as we head up the hill. So the number 25 Audi R8 GT3, also kitted out and ready to rock and roll. And then the 2 Honda NSXs there from Team Singer Motorsport Thailand, that Viper Racing Mercedes AMG, and the BMW M4 GT3 from Team AAI. Well, Scott, I'll leave it to you here to talk us through the grid for our final race of the day here at Bangsaen, the TSS Supercar GT3 field.
20 turns make up the tough and technical Bangsaen Street Circuit, where the walls are only just a moment away. 3.4 kilometers as well, and we'll be racing this afternoon on our official Hankook sponsored Ventus F200 circuit dry racing tyres. It's incredibly tough to get around this circuit. You're going to need some grip underneath you to do that. For race number 3, we are just about set to go racing. Sandy Stuvik will lead us to the green flag, put the car on pole position, be off alongside of Voravud Biram Bhakti. On row number 2, it's going to be Pitty and Hal Lin, who will be starting back there for Team Singer Motorsport Team Thailand and Be Quick Absolute Racing. Then we'll get back to row number 3, which will be Henk Kicks will be starting that car off alongside of Zhuan Yu, both for the Be Quick Absolute Racing team cars, and then Douglas Koo for the Viper Racing outfit up alongside of Chunhua Chen to make up our 4th row of the grid. And that is all 8 cars that are in attendance for this race here today. And the safety car doing an extra formation lap. I believe this will be to extend the sighting lap procedures, just because there's been some issues with the barriers and everything that's going on this evening. This is just a safety precaution. Give everyone the opportunity just for a little bit of extra sighting time and make sure that they're adjusted to the conditions as they currently stand, and bring those tyres up to temperature as well.
Yeah, try and get a little more pressure and temperature in these Hankook tyres here would definitely be not a bad idea at all. So drivers get some time to, and also critically, make sure they get a feel for how the track is looking at this stage. They'll have the rolling start, of course, in these GT3 machines, so there is that there as well. And see, I think on that car, I think the tyre pressure indicators definitely under. Of course, with a rolling start, and the fact that I don't see any tyre warmers around the pit garages and something in a series like this, those tyres will definitely be under pressure still, nevertheless, to start. But at least, plenty of a chance here to be comfortable and ready to roll off the grid here. So recapping basically how things went at the first weekend in Chung. Well, on the Saturday, it definitely was a good day out for Team Singer Motorsport, or Singer Motorsport Team Thailand. The number 12 machine of Piti Birombaki and Kantasak Kasiri. The number 12 Honda NSX, which is going to be starting at a third place. So that blue and yellow painted Honda there. They were the winners of the opening day's race by just 2 seconds, though, from Chunhua Chen. And it was Jesse Cron in the Team AAI BMW M4 GT3 number 91, followed by Lin, pardon me, get that, Lin Hao, and it was the number 27, that Meng model, Audi R8, Lin Hao, and Marcus Winkelhock in that car. So that was your top 3 from the Saturday race. The Sunday race, though, we ended up having a slightly different order of things, although it was an incredible run to the line. In fact, I'm reminding myself here that the race result on the Sunday, after 1 hour, finishing margin of 0.074 seconds, with the Team AAI BMW winning that race ahead of the number 25 Be Quick Absolute Racing Audi, which is what we're on board with here right now, as it turns out. Atasak being one of the drivers that was there at Chung. Henk Kicks, though, filling in for into the car today with, pardon me, Huang Rohan, I believe it is, who is over also in Japan at GT World Challenge Asia with Absolute Racing there. Unfortunately unable to race here due to the clash this weekend. But safety car pulling away from the field. Here's Scott. So it's time to get the formation ready to rock and roll. Going to be, yes, it's only 4 rows, but we've got ourselves an hour of racing around the Bangsaen Grand Prix circuit here. As there's the instruction to get into 2x2 before the hairpin here. Actually this time for our GT3. So make sure it's all ready to rock and roll for our final race of the day.
Yeah, and trying to fire themselves down into that final corner. Still trying to warm up brakes. Still trying to warm up tyres. How long will Sandy Stuvik wait before he jumps on the power and tries to run as fast as he can and see if they can go after him? We are just about to go lights out and green flag racing for the final race of your Saturday racing action. Thailand Super Series brings you the Bangsaen Grand Prix, and we are off and racing immediately. The Audi on the second row looking to try and jump forward. That'll be Hao Lin trying to make some space, but it's the car from the third row of the grid. I think that might have been Henk Kicks who got a reasonable getaway. They're trying to dive it up the inside. Standing room only. Down to the inside though now for Hao Lin, trying to get a move done on the Team Singer car with Pity behind the wheel, and does manage to get that one through. Opens up an opportunity as well for Weng Long Lu to jump his way through in the second of the Audis there in the train as well. But in the meantime, Sandy Stuvik has launched the car well, has pulled away nicely. Tyre temp starts to build, and in a phenomenal position to start this race.
Nice clean jump from the front indeed. You can see there immediately Chunhua Chen already through on Douglas Koo in the BMW versus the Mercedes off that final row of the grid as well. So I'll fire on down towards turn 8 for the first time. This has also been a trouble spot on the track. How about there? In fact, he's going to force the issue. Henk Kicks was basically told to get out of the way or I'll make you move. He was able to hang on to it just though, as the BMW too far back to be able to get the spot away, but that nearly caused them all to trip up there something fierce. And with a clean getaway, that does mean we are 25 minutes from the pit window opening. Although at this point now we're approaching just 23 minutes away from that window, of course. Here in these 1 hour races, there's a bit of a bad run through turn 15 for Hao Lin. Going to allow Wen Long Lu to stay right on the gearbox and also keep Piti Birombaki there in the Honda NSX on the rear bumper too, as they run down into the hairpin at speed. And there we go, the 62 is in very hot though. Can he get it pulled up? He will. In fact, you actually get out a little bit faster, I think, from that corner thanks to that slightly deeper run through the turn. So positions made there on that second flying lap of the race.
And Piti Birombaki will need to get aggressive in the Honda NSX as they come off the final corner. The run down to turn number 1. You want to be all the way on the right-hand side for turn 1, but he comes the outside at turn 2. Deep under brakes now for Hao Lin as he gets into turn 1. Will he get the drive off of turn 2? Well, it was better drive for Piti Birombaki. Remember who won race number 1 all the way back at Chang a bit over a month ago, and now he's trying to find any space that he can get down through turn number 5 on the run down to the turn 6 hairpin. Not quite done, but again under pressure, and that 27 car not quick to start this race.
Definitely looking like it's a little slow to come up to pace there Definitely she's not helping Hal Lin's sort of, I guess, claim it. As long as he looks after the car, he then hands over to Christopher Haase in that machine there. So out goes Marcus Winkelhock, in goes in somebody else, world-renowned for their GT racing experience, especially in the Audi stables there. And interesting to see here, the number 25 machine, Henk Hicks, has still got Chunhua Chen behind him, so has done a good job to sort of settle into a rhythm now, it seems, and get a good start on this one as well. There's actually been a little update to the official start of the race time, because, yeah, we are only 3 minutes in, so I think they got that one slightly off, so just a revision to when the pit winner will open local time. Versus what time? It just says Chunhua Chen's lost it at 17, in the fence hard!
And you can just see the car was just not balanced on the middle of the road. He's close to the pit lane. He might just try and keep this one going all the way down to the pit lane because there's only Douglas Koo in behind him. It'll be about 7 seconds, but this one's not done. This is going to be for P2 on the road. Vorovu Biron Bakti forced to just step sideways because we have got ourselves an extremely hard charging Juan Yu at the moment, trying to make some time up, and indeed has made some time up, so he'll run up through Monkey Hill and start to run off into the sunset as well.
Much, yeah, once again, there's changing might be 2 cars in drives next 65, as we're going to see here.
Offline.
It looked fine until all of a sudden on the exit, it's violently snapped left there. Almost as if like he caught the wall.
Yeah, I was thinking the same,
I don't think it has, but just the way it behaved there on the exit of turn 17, and yeah, that's destroyed the left-hand side. The team AAI BMW, they're now going to have about 24 hours
that'll be done.
to look at trying to maybe fix that up. In fact, he hasn't even got it back to the pits. That's on pit entry, and it's blocking the pit entry as we speak. So if they can't get that car wheeled away carefully, I mean, I'm hoping they might be able to double wave yellows for a bit because you can't get the safety car back into the pit lane at this time. But it just means that that's not too far off the racing surface. So drivers going to have to... Oh, and there's debris all over 17 as well. What's the bet? We are going to have to get a safety car at some point once... yeah, so double wave yellows at 18 and 19 as they come through the hairpin there to end the lap. And you see the park-stricken car on the outside, but I get the feeling debris there. It is offline for the time being, but that's going to have to be something drivers are very careful about now. And in fact, someone with the safety car board on standby, so he's just there waiting to make sure that they can get a safety car out and back in to perhaps also get the track cleaned up. So it's top 2 there from BQ Absolute Racing Release Squad. The leading car is for the win here by BQAR machine to be precise. And as they round turns 1 and 2, the safety car boards and flags are coming out here, Scott, to bring this race to a pause.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. The problem they've got is that they need to get marshals out there to resurrect that car effectively, to drag that off the racing circuit. And they can't do that under racing conditions. There might only be 7 other cars in the race, but it does not matter. You're still not risking marshals, and that's the big key. It's a safety thing. So, yeah, I'm not surprised. And if you have a look at the way that he's gesturing there, it's nearly as if the car did just swap on him. They'll have data that'll be able to tell him whether or not he did actually make contact. If it was contact on the left front, on the Armco on the way into the left-hander at 17. Now, 17 is the left-right combination through there. It's not flat. You do have to lift. And then it's nearly as if as he went to grab the gas again, the car was just not weighted in the rear, and the rear just snapped around on it.
Yeah, I'll be wanting to try and look at that a couple more times. I'll have to pull it up and look at it again separately to what we're seeing here whilst continuing the live coverage. So the car's a little further on back. It's now a reset. Unfortunately, though, that does mean we are down to 7 cars. And, oh, look how much he's moved the concrete barriers there on the exit of 17 back as well. It's maybe a good, half a metre deviation. Sure, you can say it's only half a metre at its peak, but that's a good amount of impact force driven into what's probably, a good half-ton, 1-ton block of concrete there through that mid-speed turn. So there we are. Most of the field caught up. Just got to get Douglas Koo to join the back of the queue as well. And then we are all here with our 7 remaining GT3 cars.
I believe Doug was actually just tippy-toeing around, just not bringing himself quickly up to the rear end of the safety car queue, which is fine. I mean, that is correct in terms of how safe it is. But yeah, look, I mean, difficult start at this race. I mean, that's a huge hit to the left front, and whilst a lot of it looks like it might have been absorbed by the left front rim on that car, That's a hefty repair. Now, if I'm correct, the GT3 category tomorrow is generally just after the lunch break. It's generally the first or second category after lunch. So they've got probably around 20 hours to repair that car. Not a full 24, but it'll be somewhere close to 20 to 22 hours to get that car back in repaired condition. There has been, well, for the Porsche Cup race, there was, 3 cars destroyed across the weekend. There's a GT3 car, and there was also a GT4 car that had a tyre plucked off it as well. So that's 5 very expensive race cars effectively in tatters. And from the Porsche Cup categories, it was Dylan Pereira actually damaged his car during qualifying yesterday, didn't take part in the race that was just held before. So there's another one. There's 6 effectively multi-$100,000 race cars with significant damage bills. I will actually be honest with you, Dan, I'd be very surprised if they get that BMW back out.
Yeah, true. It's also entirely possible as they won't be able to get it fixed in time. It takes a lot to fix these cars up in impact like that, it would seem. Speaking of tomorrow, yeah, actually it's just under 23 hours until the scheduled start of the fight, because TSS Supercar GT3 will be running again as the final race of the day tomorrow as well, but an hour earlier than today's, actually about half an hour earlier, sorry, than today's scheduled start. So as of right now, as I'm saying this, we're about 22, well, we are scheduled time 22 hours and 50 minutes away from when that final race will get underway. We start a little earlier and finish a little earlier is the plan tomorrow, at least. So that's the comparison to today's schedule. So pretty much a whole day, but they're going to have to see whether Team AI will want to try and get some sleep and then get up and start early, or if they'll need to start potentially work through the night to fix on that, try and get that thing fixed if they can.
I think they've got to try and get it fixed through the night. I think the big concern is, if you commit to going, we'll get it done tomorrow morning, and then you get in there and something's a little bit more cracked or broken than you expected on first assessment, well, you don't have the time on your hands. Whereas if you do that sort of now-ish and you get in there overnight, you get halfway into it and you go, well, there's actually a bar that's cracked a little bit further up. You give yourself the option to go, yes, we can fix this car at the racetrack, or no, we can't. But you give yourself that option. If you don't have a crack at it until tomorrow, well, you don't have that as an option. So.
Very true there indeed. Well, one of the things that we can afford to also talk about with the GT3s is the fact that being a 1 hour race, it does also have itself the compensation times for the pit stop, and we do have the updated information regarding the official document, or a provisional document, which is also being through a revision. So given there's now only 7 cars to talk about, I'll walk you through them all. So once again, the minimum time for any category with the 1 hour races is 95 seconds from pit entry to pit exit. And then we start looking at things. If you've got an all bronze driver lineup, such as the case of Henk Kicks and Adisak Tung Pucharon in the number 25, that adds on no extra time. What they do have, though, is they've got success time from Chung added on. They finished second in that race. At least the number 25 finished second in that race. They will have to add on 10 seconds. So they've still got the second shortest pit stop of 105 seconds entry to exit. The shortest time of them all is slightly smaller. It's the Douglas Koo in that Viper Nizza Mercedes AMG. Because he's running as a solo driver in that car, they actually add on 8 seconds of compensation time to account for the fact that, well, there's not a faster or slower driver getting into that car. So that's the difference there. The longest time, though, this is a pretty nasty one, actually. So it's the number 62 entry. So it's Lu Wenlong in that number 62 Audi from Be Quick Absolute Racing. Because he is an FIA rated silver driver, that's worth 46 seconds of extra hold time in the pit lane, plus 8 seconds because Lou is racing by himself, according to the information I've got here on the pit stop time data, and 15 seconds because it's a brand new entrant to the series as well. So that's 164 seconds entry to exit. We're barely just under 3 minutes in the pit lane, which is going to feel like an eternity around here, because that'll mean almost going 2 full laps down on somebody who stays out on track in the meantime.
Yeah, difficult, and it's the problem is you've still got to get out there and after the pit stop and go after it as well. And for these guys, this is the AM drivers that's in at the moment. For race 1 of the weekend, they put the AM drivers in, or the odd numbered race, and if you even numbered race, it's the faster or the pro driver that'll start, and then they'll hand it back over to the AM. And that created a significant moment last year in the final race of the weekend, whereby we had a 3-way fight for the win of the weekend. Should have been won by the Marcus Winkelhock entry car last year, by the way. They had the shortest pit stop. They were in the right spot. They were due to pop out with the lead and probably should have been able to carry on, but a clutch failure at that pit stop. They couldn't get the car to launch. They couldn't get it to stay in gear and launch out of the pit stop. So some sort of clutch drama prevented them from winning that race last year. So look, even though, it's all on here, anything can sort of happen, anything can change. Safety car is going to be coming into the pit lane at the end of this lap. Sandy Stuvik is going to resume the lead of this race and attempt to run away, Dan, and Sandy's going to have to run as hard as he possibly can, because that margin in the car now has been reduced significantly.
Yeah, we're only looking at about 10 minutes from now until the pit window opening up. And also for that number 37 win here by Big Quick Absolute Racing Audi, they are also going to have the disadvantage of a 141-second pit stop. Now obviously we've been to rule out the 62 Audi behind, because they've got the even longer pit stop than that. So it's not so much a competition with the 62 behind in terms of Lu Wenlong there. But what it is going to be is the race against the number 89 Honda NSX there of Vodovud Birumbakti and Carlo Van Dam. Being a FIA bronze and FIA gold driver pairing, their pit stop time is only 126 seconds from entry to exit. So that 89 car, if they have a good run in the first half of this race, and also in the second, mind you, watch out for them to be strong contenders after the pit stops all shake out, because there goes the safety car back to the pit lane. Oh man, they actually had to clean up the fluids from the AI BMW. And early will go Sandy Stuvik, Scott, before their hairpin to end the lap. We go back racing green here at Bangsaen.
Yeah, but unfortunately for Sandy, Wenlong Lu was out of the blocks very quickly and trailing as closely as he possibly could. They're going to try and get some temperature into those tyres. And how much would Vodovud Birumbakti like a win at the Bangsaen Grand Prix? He's got every opportunity to do it, but he's got to make sure he stays relevant with these guys. Stuvik was wide at 1. That means he's shallow on the entry to turn 2. And here comes the 62 machine. Wenlong Lu is out here with a vengeance, and he wants to lead this race.
He's going to put all kinds of pressure up Monkey Hill at racing pace once again on the 37 machine. Down into turn 6, they will both drop and keep it pretty much nose to tail though, which is going to be a feisty one to watch out for when we get to an overtaking opportunity somewhere on in the lap. But of course, the better drive being the first car out of the hairpin for Stuvik. Opens up about a car length or 2. They're down into turn 8 here as the team down in the pit lane. They got their monitors and they're watching. The radio's on, but here we go into the monument. You can see here the different lines. Who's willing to get comfortable? Who's got confidence through there? The answer looks to be really that number 62 machine of Lu Wenlong, really looking strong here as they work their way back up to pace. A little comfortable on lower pressures and temperatures perhaps of the tyres, because of course they've got to bring those back up to pace. And in the meantime, they are absolutely dropping everyone in behind in the process.
I'm just wondering, I'm just having a look at our entry list. So not confirmed, by the way, could be a 2-car entry, the 62 machine. They did register 2 Chinese drivers, both of them silver-rated drivers, on the last version of the entry list that we've actually got available to us. But on timing and scoring, we're only showing Lu Wenlong in the car. So we're not confident on that, so leave that one with us. We might get an update on that, because there's also Li Wan Yu, who's also supposed to run in that car, was by our timing and scoring officially supposed to start this car. Either way, it is creating an interesting fight at the front end of this race, because Sandy Stuvik has not been able to make any ground over the 62 car, and now that was incredibly close to the rear bumper of the leading Audi R8 Evo. So Stuvik has got some work to do. Street circuit, though, will favour him from a defensive capability. He's just going to have to position the car well and just not offer any opportunities. Trying to fill the mirror, trying to just make sure that he knows that he's coming. And that there in the pit lane looks like the secondary driver from the 62 machine. So I would expect that, yeah, we will have, by our timing scoring, I believe it's Lee Juan Yu behind the wheel of the 62 car, due to hand over to Lu Wenlong.
Yeah, that does make sense, because actually, yeah, the entry list is dated this morning. The compensation times I was talking about for the pit stops is dated yesterday afternoon. So yes, I would presume then in that case that there should be 2 drivers for the 62. In that case, that should remove some of the penalties, because it'll be a silver and bronze lineup, which is only 20, which is no. So on the I've got a final entry list from yesterday. Not there was a provisional one that I was working on previously. I've actually just tagged you in the one for the the updated one. I'm seeing a bronze silver pairing for the 62 Audi. So that would mean less time lost in the pit lane because of the different pairing. Would take down their time by about, well, as you just see here on track, I believe that was a pass. Yep, that was a pass. Piti Brombakti through on Hao Lin in the 27 Audi. They must have gone through turns 1 and 2. It's a reduction of time to the tune of, well, it goes from 46 down to 27. So what's that, 19 seconds reduced? Plus you lose the 8 seconds for a single drive entry. I believe that might have been Carlo Van Dam there in the pit lane. That's a bit deep into the hairpin to the 27. You can see that's a real hard time to get out of there in any order of clean operations.
It's about 5.5 minutes away from the pits lane window opening, by the way, so just keep half an eye on that. And this battle's still not going away. And have a look how close right now the 62 machine climbs on the run down to turn 15. You've got to be alongside before you get into the braking zone. You won't fire it in deep down there and get the move done because it narrows on the exit. Then it's this tricky part of the racetrack. You've got to carry speed. This corner, though, I think might be the best opportunity. You can just see forced Sandy Stuvik to cover towards the middle of the road, but you get the feeling that Juan Yu has got an opportunity here to try and steal the lead of this race if he's close enough. He did get good drive. He is starting to close as they run down the front straight. Best opportunity would be all the way down here. Will he force Sandy Stuvik to go to the middle of the road? He's going to come to the right-hand side of the road. There's a little bit of curvature, a little bit of banking here on the inside, and not quite far enough up, but he is just about getting there. 39 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock, and Sandy Stuvik's race lead time, I think, is about to expire.
Yeah, it's looking feisty here, but of course this section of the track can't pass through here, despite what Lee Juan Yu would like to do through this part of the road. As further on back here, Henk Kicks is now putting some serious pressure on Howlin and saying that they've absolutely lost touch with Piti Brombakti. So that Honda NSX is now cleared off into the sunset almost. So something up maybe with the 27 here, this Meng model sponsored Be Quick Absolute Racing Audi. You'd hope not, but they've definitely lost a good 4 or 5. They got 3.5 seconds at the start finish line. I reckon that gap's grown, and I can confirm on that first sector, it has grown by an additional second. So it's more like 4.5 seconds up the road now as we watch these two down into turn 8 here. And definitely looks a little bit of a handful under brakes there as the 27 machine trying to get that one pulled up for turn 8 and then into the monument section here. Try and thread the needle through the walls and get out the other side and back on the power. That part of the track, though, definitely Howlin looking a little bit more confident versus Henk Kicks.
Yeah, and back up. I was just about to say, I want to keep an eye on this battle and whether or not Juan Yu was a little bit closer. He didn't get the exit he was looking for off the final corner. I reckon last lap might have been his best opportunity. The other problem they've got right here is, and I think that's what's just happening, trying to get some fresh air into the nose of that car. Might cool down the tyres just a fraction, might cool down the engine just a fraction if they are overheating. And remember, quite hot in Thailand as well. And another part of the equation is the humidity in this part of the world. It does not allow these cars to breathe. And that can cause the expiration of parts as the weekend goes on. Something else you've got to plan for, something else you've got to work around. And the other side of things is evaporative cooling or radiators. Well, they don't work as well with a high humidity.
Yeah, no, they certainly do not. So that's one thing to watch out for. As still here at the battle for 5th on the road. Hal Lin versus Henk Kicks at the moment. Both of these cars going to have to change over to drivers. It's going to be Christopher Haas, as I said, in the 27 who will take over. It will be Adisak who will take the wheel of the 25 machine on the other hand. So that'll be one to watch out for. Christopher being one of the, we expect him to be one of the better drivers that we will have in the field as a result. Unfortunately, we won't get to see Max Hesser, who's been brought in by Team AAI today in that BMW, of course, getting damage sustained and is more and truly out of the race, because that could have been a good one to watch, because those two cars fighting at Chung, even though it was different drivers from international acclaim in GT3 that were aboard, they would have been facing much. As we see now, improved lap times on that current lap at the front of the field. It's a 135.141 for Sandy Stubik, new fastest lap of the race, only just shadowed by Li Juan Yu, 135.281. So not quite as fast, but certainly right about there. And interesting to note, I was obviously watching the timing and speeds and stuff during that Carrera Cup Asia race that was on earlier. These GT3 cars not that much quicker around here, Scott. Now, of course, there is a whole different things there. Handcuff tyres here. Oh, that's a bit deep for Henk Kicks. Meanwhile, turn 2 does get it pulled up, though. Stays out of the fence and anything like that. But obviously very different things like the Hankook tyres here for all of the Be Quick Thailand Super Series categories. I believe it's Michelin tyres that were used on the Carrera Cup cars. So maybe a bit of difference there in the tyre and how it's performing this weekend. But also, you may be interested to know, I guess there's, at the peak of the pace of both of those categories of car, that a track there's also probably not a lot of opportunity for Porsche Cup car to lose time on a GT3, perhaps, it might suggest.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's interesting. So the Porsche Cup cars are a touch faster in terms of straight line capabilities, but driving aids is what makes the GT3 cars just a little bit better, a little bit more downforce as far as they're concerned. Also, just having a look at the 27 cars co-driver, brand new to the series as well, Christopher Haas. Capable driver, incredibly capable driver. Just how capable? Won the ADAC GT Masters Series for Ryder Engineering in 2007. Also winner of the Nürburgring 24 Hours in both 2012 and 2014, and the 24 Hours of Spa in 2017. That's what you got coming up for the 27 car in the back half of this race as well. At the moment, how far off the lead of the race are they? About 28.6 seconds, and they're in that battle with Henk Kicks and Adisak as well. So that's worthwhile keeping half an eye on, and the pit window is open. That might be one of the first cars you see dive into the lane. I want to hand on over to the Platinum rated driver, release him, and see what he can do in an Audi R8 at Anger around Bangsaen Street Circuit.
You know, I have to say, it's very interesting you bring up a stat. Was it 2007 you said for Christopher Haas winning the ADAC GT Masters? That just sort of speaks to, that's now a 17 years ago. To be noting a win back there as continue to watch our top two now into the 1 minute 34s. These Audi R8s from Be Quick Absolute Racing, they're only getting faster as the fuel burns out. The tyres aren't dropping off just yet at this stage of the race. We'll have to see if maybe there's spare tyres to go on these cars as well in the pit stops. So we're already a minute into the pit window as these drivers come to the pit entry. Will either of them stay to left of screen and come in? Was that? Yes, it is. Okay, for Li Juan Yu, he will bring the 62 Audi into the pit lane as soon as they can. Get that service done here, but Sandy Stubik going to carry on for another lap here.
Yeah, and
it is going to be at least one tyre? 2 tyres.
Minimum 2 tyres, yeah. They're going to change working side tyres. The right-hand side tyres are probably going to go on board this car, and it'll be the all-Chinese driver pairing behind the wheel of the number 62 Be Quick Absolute Racing car. And of course, Rorovu Biron Bhakti is going to hand on over to Carlo van Dam, will be his co-driver. The gold-rated driver from the Netherlands. He's been racing in this series for a number of years now, and has come back for another crack here this year.
They're doing a 4-tyre change on the Singer Motorsport Team Thailand Honda here by the looks of things. There's now also, they've just started on the right front now, working on the left front as they go. More of the Be Quick Absolute Racing Audis are in. Henk Kicks, his stint here is done and dusted. He'll hand over to Adisak for that one. As I'm just trying to say, I don't think I saw a driver change happening on the 62, so we might only have, well, either of, I think it would be Lu Wenlong. Let's have to see what the pit time is for that 62. If it is up around that 164 second mark, then that will confirm it's Lu Wenlong in the car as an FIA rated silver driver. If it's a little bit less, then it'd be Li Xuan Yu behind the wheel at this time. So let's see now. All the work done on the 89 Honda NSX. Just got to wait for the time to tick away here. This must feel like an eternity because they've got to wait so they can get this car released and get around to the pit exit no sooner than 2 minutes and 6 seconds after they cross the pit entry line.
Yeah, the difficulty as well for Carlo Van Dam. I mean, might not necessarily sit down and say, hey, he's been, you know, such a notable driver in terms of his outright finishes, but there are still titles for him. He's won the All Japan Formula 3 title all the way back in 2008, as well as a German F3 title. Made the move to Japan all the way back then, and it brought him success when there was no drives on offer in Europe at the time. Since then, has found a supreme amount of success driving for Team Singer Thailand for a number of years. He's been competing for Singer Motorsport in the GT Asia series before as well. So found a home, made it work, and I think he's in with a really good shot just with that that pit stop balance of performance time there, Dan. I think this car, that 89 car, has got a really, really strong chance of winning today's race.
And you can see here, looks like fresh tyres going on the number 12 Honda NSX, the sister car from Singer Motorsport Team Thailand. Sandy Stuvik, though, yet to come to the pit lane, is, though, putting in some strong, still putting in high 1 minute 34 lap times here. So this clearly seems to be a good move from the win here by Be Quick Absolute Racing team entry. Although this time around, it looks like Sandy Stuvik will come to the pit lane. So we're not even halfway into the pit window. And I do believe here the only car left is Douglas Koo to come to the pit lane in the number 65 Mercedes AMG GT3 for Viper Nizza Racing. And there we go, tyres going on, of course, the 65 Audi as well. Sandy Stuvik, his time for the race is done. It'll be Yi Deng jumping aboard this number 37 Audi.
And Yi Deng's had a phenomenal start to the 2024 China Endurance Championship, coming out and winning the first race of the season in the number 37 Win Here car. So very, very happy with the way that he's driving for 2024 to pull off a win early on in the season. He'll be thinking at this pairing with Sandy Stuvik. Sandy's done a phenomenal job to hand that car over in the lead of the race, but silver driver pairing meant that Sandy did have to try and pull some time out, and that right now is the number 89 machine trying to find a way down the inside. Adasak at the wheel of the 25 car. He does pull that pass off. That will be for position on the road, and that will be for effective position. Both drivers now completed their pit stop. The entire field have done their pit stops, by the way. So next time by the start-finish line, we'll get a cleansing of the field. We'll get an opportunity to see who is on top.
And having a look at the pit time for the number 62 Audi, it is definitely Lu Wenlong, the only driver in that car, because the pit stop time, 2 minutes and 47 seconds. That's 167 seconds in other words. As Douglas Koo will be our final driver into the pit lane, and that will complete the pit cycle. As you can see there, the instruction, it looks like to fire up the 37 Audi in the background, although now, look at that there. Well, we've actually got to push it back to make sure we can get clear of the Mercedes. It's pulled in front. So that's a couple of seconds potentially lost there as they try and get that car sorted out and able to get rolling as the pit stop in front continues here for Douglas, and get himself a bit of an extra drink in. And despite all the cabin comforts that you can get in these GT3 cars, it is definitely still going to be hot and thirsty work behind the wheel here at Bangsaen.
Yeah, and that humidity is quite high up at the moment as well. So we are now into the second half of the race here this afternoon, and it's starting to get to the point whereby you've got to press on. It's sort of everything's in your own hands at the moment if you are going to find a way to press forward. But that Audi's been sat there for quite an extended time. At the moment, they finally got that one rolling out of the pit lane. So and apologies for the pictures at the moment as we try and get some coverage back to you, ladies and gents. We're just looking at moving to a backup feed at the moment. But in the meantime, I can tell you at the 37 car, by my timing and scoring's got the lead of the race. So we just wait for an update on that one, which would put Yi Deng in the lead. And timing and scoring had it by about 12 seconds over Carlo Van Dam. So some work for Van Dam to do.
Yeah, it will be. Now, interestingly, that's not so much the pit stop. The pit stop was a little bit longer for this 37. It just shows you the margin that they'll be pulled by our front two cars. You can see here Lu Wenlong now in behind Christopher Haase as these two Audis work their way up the hill as they come down in towards turn number 6 here once again. Interestingly, that's not so much the pit stop. The pit stop was a little bit longer for this 37.
Yeah, and this will be crucial for both of these guys' race.
They'll be pulled by our front two cars. You can see here Lu Wenlong now
as it's coming down now to the time to press on, see if you can find anything. Looking for a move that can be done, and this could control what the rest of your afternoon looks like. Because if that 62 machine cannot get the job done on Christopher Haase, and they're starting to make a little bit of time on the next car up the road as well. I think that is out of sack they are. So we're about to see a three-way fight for 4th position on the road. Oh, my word. Parking lot when they get down to turn number 15. Someone's going to have a crack. I think it'll be on the run down at 18 and 19. I don't think they'll wait. All right, the flip-flop through 17 now on the left and the 17 right now. Who's going to carry the speed? Looking for the run down the inside. Here comes the 62 machine and the 27. Both of them fire on down through on the entry. And then the 62 has got the power cooked up to this thing as well. So I think there might be 2 overtakes in one straightaway. One on the way in, one on the way out of the front straight away now for Wenlong, and he is not hanging around. He is looking to get aggressive with the 27 car. Run down to turn number 1. The kink at the crest of the hill and just covered nicely. Positions the car very defensively for the 27. Christopher Haase behind the wheel. Well, Christopher Haase, you've got your work cut out for you.
Yeah, he does indeed. Lu Wenlong is looking absolutely fired up. It's almost in the Armco as the wall comes back across there. So Christopher's not holding back, and then a little nudge. He runs a little deep in, and Lou was not able to get the car pulled up without a tiny nudge there through the exit of the turn 6 hairpin. That will give the 27 the breathing room it needs as they work their way on down towards turn number 8. Try and keep our eyes on the lap times, and like looking at things at the moment, I don't know if I'm seeing it on the last lap. It might have just been a little of a slow warm-up lap for Yi Deng, perhaps. As here's another look at that here into turn 6 for Haase. The car just misses the inside line, and as a result, little touch there in the left rear corner of the 27 Meng model Audi there. But thankfully, no harm, no foul. They carry on, nose to tail, though. Back with live pitches we are.
Yeah, and now back up towards this battle as well. By the way, margin for the lead, now down under 9 seconds. We said it was over 12 when they first come out, so yeah, you might have been right. They might have just been phasing that tyre in for Yi Deng. Now he's got it all in his own hands. What do the sector times start to look like? Well, I can tell you, Carlo Van Dam is taking small chunks of time out of him in each of the sectors. He's taken about 1.5 tenths in the first sector. There is time on the clock, but he's going to need to get that down in under 5 seconds and then have a go at him. So that'll be the big key. Oh, and by the way, Christopher Haase goes ahead and is very, very quick as he's trying to make some time out of this one. And on the run down to the hairpin right now. And then on the way out for the number 27 Audi. And on the way out, picks up fastest first sector of the race. The times are starting to improve. All of these cars, the entirety of our top 5 running in the 1:35. So that we've got a difference of a low of a 1:35.1 all the way through to 1:35.7s at the moment. And surprisingly, Van Dam was actually the slowest of that group in second place.
I mean, yeah, the only problem for drivers like Christopher Haase and Lu Wenlong, they might be 2 of the faster drivers out on track at the moment, but 20 seconds down the road, thanks to the way the field spread out before the pit stops. It's not so much because of the pit stops, really, because the car, apart from Lu Wenlong, the 62 has obviously lost a bunch of time thanks to the way its pit stop worked out for it. So 1:35.472, by the way, for Yi Deng on this lap as he comes on through. For Carlo Van Dam, slightly slower, but a personal best for the number 89 Singer Motorsport Team Thailand Honda NSX, 1:35.516. Cantasack, Kasiri across the line, 35.634 in that number 12 machine, looking decent. But then you see it there on screen, Christopher Haase, 134.34 for being hustled by Lu Wenlong, 34.449. So they pull a second back in on everyone else, well, the top three, to be precise, of course. The question is, they need more than that if they're going to get closer over the course of the race. The question is, though, maybe they can go and hunt down Cantasack Kasiri here for third at a very minimum. That should be achievable based on the gap there on screen.
Yeah, I mean, that'll be achievable, but the problem is, are they taking too much out of the tyre? And are the drivers up ahead protecting the tyre just a little bit, trying to give themselves more to work with in the back half of the race? Temperatures coming down over in Thailand as well. We are in the back end of the afternoon, 5 o'clock now local time, and that means the sun's now come off the circuit, which means the track will be cooling down as this one progresses. Have a look at this one. Although starting to make some time is Christopher Haase, he still has Wenlong in that rear view mirror, and look at, he has made about a car length there, Dan, so he is starting to stretch that margin just a little bit.
Again, maybe just a bit of confidence thing, just starting to run lap after lap after lap in a race situation to build up and know how the car's responding as it's improving, as you're improving as well, as they work their way down into turns 18 and 19. You can see here, really try and get a nice strong double apex and power back out the other side here for this, then sweep through turn 20 and stay in the power for the start-finish straight. The line they will come. It was a 135.0 for your race leader, 35.4 for Van Dam in second, 35.2 for Cantasack, and a 34.312 and a 34.364. So again, pulling back nearly another second on Cantasack on that last lap. So they will definitely be after him and get there in time for a good scrap for third between the three cars running third, fourth, and fifth at this time on the road. Whoa, again, turn 5. That left wing mirror, Scott, is definitely at risk on the 27 machine of disappearing.
I think the wing mirrors on everyone are at risk at the moment because I think everyone's just stepping up. And reminder, they've got to put this car back on the road again for tomorrow. So, you know, and we've already got one car in the pits and retired for the day with a lot of damage. At this rate, what level of risk are these guys driving? Is this 9/10 or is this everything they've got and perhaps a little bit more? The best can lift under circumstances like these. How good is this drive, though, from Lu Wenlong? You know, really managing to stick with Christopher Haase. Is this an opportunity as well? Is he just sitting here and just watching? He's braking a touch later here. Okay, I can adjust. I can go with him. There was a touch more in the car that last time by. Do you think he's lifting his game just to match Christopher Haase?
Oh, I would have to say that definitely looks to be the case because on this current lap, he's got the two fastest, or the fastest Sector 1 and fastest Sector 2 of anyone in this session. It's not by much, but it'll do nicely as they come to the line for both of these cars. And it's not an improvement in Sector 3, but it is a 134.163 for Lu Wenlong, the fastest lap of the race. Not too far behind is Christopher Haase's time, but critically also, Cantasack Kasiri just lifted as well. You can see there, last lap time for the number 12 of 34.395. So all of a sudden, the gains we were seeing from these two relative to third have just suddenly stalled out quite massively. They have still gained nicely on Carlo Van Dam and Yi Deng, but the gaps up the road for them, that's quite a bit more. And was more, I wasn't expecting those gaps to fully close down even with 20 minutes still in this race. It was more about the fight for third, which may have just sort of responded in due course, thanks to Cantasack, as you said, perhaps just taking it easy and now being notified of, okay, they're coming. It's time for you to step up and show us what you got.
But how good's the pace compared to the race leaders as well? Because they took 0.7 of a second out of that race leader on that last lap by, and about the same out of Carlo Van Dam as well. The margin from Yi Deng to Carlo Van Dam is now about 10.6 seconds. Something's happened to Van Dam. That car is not performing at the moment, and I think they're going to get there. I think there's every opportunity that Cantasack is actually going to come up on the back end of Carlo Van Dam at the tail end of this race. If that happens, well, the other side of the coin is, how quickly do this pair start to close in? Are we going to see a four-way scrap at the end of this race for second place? I think Yi Deng is 10 seconds down the road. I think that's enough, Dan. I think he's safe from here because relative to these two cars, that's about 18 seconds.
Well, they've just completed the 21st lap of the race. Yi Deng, 134.439 last lap. That's an improvement we haven't seen from the 37 in this stint so far. Van Dam, actually the outlier of the top four, on 135.677. Candice Akasiri, once again, 134.3, keeping the cars behind covered as they do 134.214 and 261 respectively. So, yeah, they're now both coming towards P2 even more so than P3 because they're only making a tenth of a second. There is a flash of Candice Akasiri's car through the rear mirror, although on that particular lap, Christopher Haase pulled half a second out of Cantisac through Sector 1 alone. So maybe, again, switching back on, finding a rhythm, finding something that just clicks as these cars then work their way through the monument section once more. And we're coming up to the Sector 2 marker, and we'll show you the numbers here in a second, Scott. It's pretty much dead. In fact, it's actually Candice, fastest car through Sector 2 was Lu Wenlong, then it was Cantisac, and then Christopher Haase in that order for your fastest three.
I think what happened on that lap as well as they come through to the Sector 2 timing beacon was that Cantisac went through and set the fastest Sector 2 lap time of the session, and then Lu Wenlong went and beat it on the same lap. So both of them were 17 thousandths of a second on that lap. So this car, comfortable. We think Yi Deng has done enough. Sandy Stuvik put them in a great position. Yi Deng's now capitalised on that, pushed down the road. We think that's okay. They've probably got the race win. But second place, that's where all the money is off. I just don't know. It's going to be a tough battle.
Yeah, that's the expectation there indeed. As we'll put things around here. Keep our eyes on Yi Deng, though, as he works his way around. He's now lapping in the mid to low 134s. So Yi Deng, yeah, I think he's doing enough. He's building his margin to second place. In the form of Carlo Van Dam, which is going to be really important at this stage of the race as the clock continues to tick down past 16 minutes remaining. Critically, though, Christopher Haase, first car into the 1 minute 33s, a 33.695, which was the fastest lap of the race we've seen so far. Well, that was deep, though, from Yi Deng through turn 15. Scott nearly throwing that one in a bit too hot on that occasion.
Yeah, well, if he loses half a second a lap from here to the other race, he's still going to win by like 8 seconds or so at this point in time. So he's got a lot of margin up his sleeve, and I think he's going to be relatively okay. So somebody from the wall might just want to get on the radio and just say, hey, race management, you're doing a really, really good job. You've got a huge amount of margin. How about the margin, though? Cantisac's managed to find some more time again, although Christopher Haase is reasonably quick at the moment. But that last margin, you see that it was about 6 seconds? I think those numbers are actually wrong, because if I look at my timing sheets at the moment, the margin from Cantisac to Christopher Haase is about 2.7 seconds. And the other side is Cantisac's only 3 seconds now behind Carlo Van Dam. But Van Dam looks to be responding now in terms of his lap times as well. He's got that car back down into the 34s, just set its fastest lap of the race. The life in that tyre might be at the back end. They might be running the pressures a little bit lower, and now it's up to pressure.
That's quite possible, yeah, because the two Audis here on screen right now, 33.829 for Haase, 33.923 there on that last lap. So they're still chasing after Cantisac. So there's Carlo Van Dam, second place. The first of the Singer Motorsport Team Thailand Honda NSX GT3s, having done a 34.617 on that lap. Is this a case of just knowing to look after the tyre and bring it in really gradually and have pace at the end? That could be a possibility. He's just crossed the Sector 2 marker, so we'll keep you updated like I mentioned the cars behind. He lost in the first sector. About half a second was the maximum loss to Christopher Haase in Sector 1. Then in Sector 2, actually gains back some time versus Haase, but lost time to Cantisac and Lu Wenlong by about 0.3 of a second. So the ebb and flow now starting to come on a sector-by-sector basis. We'll look here to see as the laps come around this time by what it is going to be. A 35.760 for your race leader Yi Deng, a 35.103 for Van Dam on that current lap, and then in behind, Candice Akasiri, 34.178, pulls nearly a full second out of the second place versus third place battle, and it's 34.3 and 34.5 for the Audis in behind. So they are still closing down quick. We are looking like we're on track for a four-way fight for second indeed. There you go. 2, 3, 4, 5 in shot. If we get a good, nice, long one, it's 2, 3, 4, 5 all in a single frame.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. And the problem they've got is what do they do with the Team Singer, Team Thailand entries? Because you've got second and third on the road. Do they let Kantasak through and just go, hey, let's not fight it for this second spot. Let's take a second spot for that car. Remember, they won race number 1. And in terms of points, they're sitting really, really pretty for overall championship honours. Do they just go, okay, let's get that car out of the way? And the other thing that they're looking at on screen at the moment is Douglas Koo. That's lap traffic that's in the middle of all this. He's got potential to slow up Carlo Van Dam here. That could be a huge problem because that margin is just going to be deleted. 2.5 seconds now. Kantasak is down to, and Carlo Van Dam's absolutely being held up. He's on the headlights. He's trying to get down the inside, but there's just about room there. Where does Douglas Koo go? Can they get both cars through? There's a little bit of a checkup now for Kantasak, and with 12 minutes on the clock, this is getting spicy. This is getting tight. It was 2.5 seconds between Kantasak and Carlo Van Dam at the line last time by. It'll be less than that, and I get the feeling Haase is going to be even closer than that as well.
Oh, there you go. There come the Audis already through the final turn, and I think they're clearing Douglas Koo on the front straight as we speak. Couldn't have come at a better time for those two Be Quick Absolute Racing entries. There's a 36.
Wenlong had a slow lap.
Yeah, he has had a bit of a slow one. 35.0 versus a 34.9. So they're actually, both of them are slowing down the Audis, but relative to Carlo Van Dam, stuck behind Douglas Koo at the end of Sector 2 and the start of Sector 3, a 36.7 has put a massive nail in the gap that Van Dam had. I mean, in saying that, he had the margin. He could afford to get held up a little bit there and then make a reasonably safe run out of between turn 16 and 17 for the pass there. But indeed, there we go. All 4 cars for the fraction of a second in the single frame here as they work down to turn 8. We've still got 11 minutes on the clock, ladies and gentlemen, plus another lap on top of that one there as well. It is on here at Bangsaen for second place.
No, nothing's been decided. So I'll give you the margins. I'll give you the margins when they got to the start-finish line on the last lap. It's 13 seconds from Yi Deng to Carlo Van Dam. Then from Van Dam, it's 1.3 seconds back to Kantasak. He'll be under that when they get there this time by. 2.3 seconds from Kantasak to Christopher Haase, who sits first. And Lu Wenlong was just over a second back from them in 5th spot. So we are going to end up with 4 cars in this battle. And it's probably going to be either this lap or the next... it's going to be this next time by. I think they're all going to sort of get chained up together. Then what starts to happen, because the tyres can overheat from here down, dirty air is going to become a huge factor, and this is where you sort of go, well, your platinum rated driver, this is where he'll show his skill set. Not just in outright pace, but in ability to set up and ability to overtake. We've already seen defensive attributes from Christopher Haase. Now we're going to see the aggressive ones.
Yeah, and on that lap, fastest car in the top 5, well, it was actually Yi Deng. Now, we're only talking in a matter of hundredths of a second there, but it looks like now for Yi Deng, once again, everyone else's pace is starting to drop away as they've been absolutely running themselves ragged, especially his teammates there in 4th and 5th. It's part of the Be Quick Absolute Racing stables there. So it really does look like it is going to be a comfortable run home there. Critically, though, it was 6/10 lost by Carlo Van Dam to the 2 Audis behind, as well as the Audi in front as well. Only lost about 0.3 of a second, though, to Kantasak Kasiri behind him in the second of the Honda NSX GT3s. As there we are, last laps flashed up on screen. On the current laps so far, has lost about 2 to 3/10 in Sector 1 to the Audis. In Sector 2, which we're going through any second now, looking like he's going to have lost about another 2/10. So again, the Audis are starting to close in and are continuing to close on in. But at this point, it is definitely Yi Deng as he comes across the line. 33.957 personal best for the win here by BQAR Audi there out front. So that is more reassurance that lead is looking pretty comfortable at this time.
Yeah, man. Oh, this is just going to be interesting. This is just getting some really nice spice at the back end of this race. Anything can happen from here. I mean, I'm not going to curse him just because, I mean, you hate to do it, but I've already done it. But Yi Deng, could anything happen to him? All of a sudden, you know, everything changes, doesn't it?
Yeah, indeed. It could be anywhere, indeed. How about that there? They close up even more by the time we pick them up here, running out of turn 7 towards turn 8. On that particular lap, personal best Sector 1 from Lu Wenlong. Have the Audis just found a little thing? Because he's been running in dirty air as well this entire run, pretty much, as we tick under 8 minutes remaining on the board as well. as he found a way to get something hooked up critically, pulled another 3-4 tenths out of Carlo Van Dam in the opening sector, and they all flashed through the sector 2 timing beam, and it's about 2 tenths gain for Lu Wenlong, as well as Candice Akasiri. Those were the 2 best cars through sector 2. Actually pretty evenly matched between Van Dam and Haase. In fact, Haase, the slowest car of these 4 through the middle of the lap. Needs to focus on driving with eyes forward and not in the rearview mirrors, I think, if these 2 Be Quick Absolute Racing Audis want a chance at catching up to the Singer Motorsport Team Thailand Hondas in front.
Yeah, and time's running out. Keep your eyes on that clock. Lap times, by the way, 1 minute 34 is just about for our entire leading 5. The only driver to dip in the 33s on that last lap was Wenlong, Lu, who sits 5th. So in terms of your times, we're looking at about, you're going to get 6 minutes on the clock. Is going to be 4 laps, effectively. About 6 minutes 15, 6 minutes 20 will be 4 laps. So 5 laps from here, plus 1 more lap. So we're going to get 6 racing laps worth of time left on this one, and they bounce down the hill. Here come the Audis. They've arrived now on scene. It's 2 Honda NSXs. It's 2 Audis, brought to you by Absolute Be Quick and the Meng model machine as well. Team Singer NSX versus the Audis in behind. Who is going to come out on top? 6.5 minutes left on the clock as they turn in at the end of turn 7.
Now, you'd say is the tyres starting to drop off. Well, Lu Wenlong said not in sector 3 last lap around. It was the fastest final sector anyone's recorded on that last lap. They got him into the 33s once again. So it might be a case of the tyres can heat up, but if you then maybe back it off a little bit, they've got more to give, because he has been a little slower in a couple of laps previous. On this current lap, it is fastest of these guys to sector 1 is Christopher Haase by about half a second, fastest to slowest. Second sector though, fastest driver Lu Wenlong, once again to the tune of nearly 4 tenths of a second here. So they round 18 and 19 once again, and also watch them here as they come out of the final corner. All of them now sticking to drivers right down the start-finish straight, and all getting every little wisp of slipstream they can get before they'll move themselves back over to the left-hand side and open up the run into turn number 1.
Yeah, looking for any bit of air, anything they can do to get some life back into these tyres as well as they start to ale. We say ale, the cool temperatures of this afternoon's racing is at least leaving some life in the tyres as well. Monkey Hill, 5.5 minutes left on the clock. Turn 4 and have a look at how close to the fence Lu Wenlong was right there. There is nothing left in what these drivers can do. They are giving it all, and Lu Wenlong is just about to wrap out. A little bit more music on the rear bumper of the 27 machine. Christopher Haase has got to find some speed, because Lu Wenlong's been in dirty air this entire run, and he's still glued to the rear bumper of that Audi.
And also there on the run to turn 8, Candice Akasiri got out a little bit from behind Carlo Van Dam. Was that a sign to say, hey, we need to get going collectively? Was that a, I need to get going and I need to find a way past you, which means I'm going to start looking in your rearview mirror and be a bit of a nuisance if you start looking backwards? Or was that just a case of, I need some clean air in my air intakes now that I've caught you up, so I can keep my own pace up for self-defense? Whatever it is, they work their way through here. It's actually a personal best sector 2 on this current lap from Carlo Van Dam, and actually the fastest driver through sector 2 of our 2nd through 5th battle here on the road. But the margins are close. It is coming down now to who might stumble first, because the gap's actually basically stabilizing here pretty suddenly. And in fact, on that lap there, Van Dam, the fastest driver, but we are now talking in hundredths of a second, not tenths.
Yeah, fastest lap of the race still sits in the clutches of Christopher Haase, 33.695. But I tell you, it's by less than a tenth of a second to Lu Wenlong behind the wheel of the 62 Audi right now. It was the 33.784. None of the race leaders just gone down to the 33s. 9.57 was his next best time. And then it's Cantisac, 34.178. But the tyres are starting to ale. All of these cars, every single one of them, ran a 34.5 on the last lap. How close to a 34.5? Well, Carlo Van Dam didn't actually run a 34.5. He ran a 34.499. So 1,000th of a second out of the 34.5s. That's how close this group is. Now they've all been tagged together in the dirty air, and that just might be the breathing room Carlo Van Dam needs.
Yep, we'll come back to the race leader of Yi Deng here as he rounds turn 17. When he crosses the line, it will be 3 laps to go. Don't forget, time has to run out before we see the final lap board here at Bangsaen. in this TSS Supercar GT3 race. So even though the time will reach 0 before he completes the next 2 laps, it'll be 2 laps plus another one there. As blue flags on display as well. The car in front of him on the track is the 25 Audi of Adisak, currently behind the wheel. Unfortunately for him, he has not been able to recover after running a little bit behind the pace of our front runners tonight, and now on the verge of going down a lap. As back to the battle for second, we will look. And again, they're all so even now at this point in the race. Van Dam, again, the fastest driver of the 4. Then it was Lu Wenlong. Then it was Christopher Haase. And it was Kanta Sakasiri looking a little bit vulnerable there of these drivers. All to the tune, though, of only about 3/10 fastest, the slowest.
Yeah, it's actually less than 0.3 of a second between the lap times in all 4 cars. And you can just see now, Kantasak's just struggling to get the turn in that Acura NSX at the front end of that car. So Kantasak now might be the vulnerable species. There's 2 Singer Team Thailand cars on the podium at the moment, but with 2.5 laps left to run in this race, is the tyre going to hang on? Has he overheated them? And remember, in terms of dirty air, barring Lu Wenlong, who's been there the entirety of the run, attached to the rear bumper of Christopher Haase, he's been in the dirty air the longest out of all of them. So if his tyres are starting to go off now that they've hit that point, Haase might just be able to find something on the last lap, but he's got to not over-activate those front tyres as it currently stands. And that is the run out of the final corner. I think that's Adisak that's just been put 1 lap down as well.
Yeah, it is indeed. So there goes Yideng rounding the final turn. Yeah, it is 1 lap down on your race leader. On that lap, it does mean it's a little slow for Yideng. Back in the 1:35s now, but when you've got just 2 laps to go in this race and no pressure from behind, you can afford to be a second off the pace compared to the drivers behind at this stage, who have all just done lap times in the 1:34s. And in fact, it was actually a bit of a slow one from Carlo Van Dam, a 34.874 versus a 34.5 for Kanta Sakasiri, 34.4 for Christopher Haase. It just allows Kantasak to get right back up to him again. But you see the ebb and the flow of these drivers through turns 1 and 2, and then they run back up towards turn 6. Who's got the best driver where it counts? Of course, turn 2, turn 6, turn 8, through the monument, 10, 11, 12, and 15, of course, as well. I'll tell you, 19 and 20. As here we go through 6, they close up.
Haase is absolutely closer. Christopher Haase has made some ground. What's the sector times as they come through the Sector 1 beam? 35.8 means that he was second fastest in the group. The fastest of the group through Sector 1 was again Lu Wenlong at the back end of this chain. You just get the feeling if Lu Wenlong was a touch closer, he might be able to do something about it. He certainly seems the fastest of these guys. Second last time for a race on this 6th of July. As the Supercar GT3 category comes, they're going to have 1 more lap. Yideng has done a phenomenal job, set up by Sandy Stuvik in the first sector. They're going to win this race, and they're going to win it by a landslide. But everyone's eyes are glued to the battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. It's going to be Carlo Van Dam from Kantasak as they get the last lap board. There will be 1 more lap left to run in race number 3 for 2024. Who is going to pop out on the other side? Could we see a last lap pass to nick a podium spot? No, the Audis are just too far back, Dan.
Well, not the start of this lap, that's for sure. It's going to have to be some big heroics towards the end of this one here. And just an ebb and flow. Yeah, he is indeed. He's starting to find a bit of muscle late in the race, although Van Dam slightly quicker overall on the last lap anyways. But never mind last lap, because it's all about this final lap here and now to wrap up the racing action. Have these guys in the Audis got anything left that they can throw? They're certainly willing to throw it into turn 5, that's for sure, as they work their way down to the hairpin and they get nice and close. And Kantasak looks a little vulnerable there off the exit of turn 6. It won't be here through this first sector, but then maybe through the monument. If that's also vulnerable, is there something perhaps up for grabs at turn 15, or is it all going to come down to turn 18 at the very end of the lap here, Scott?
I think they're just not close enough. I just don't think, and there was another bad corner there for Haase. Wasn't able to make some ground at the turn in at turn 7. I tell you who is making ground, though, is that 62 machine. Once again, excuse me, Wenlong is closing. Wenlong is absolutely closing in on these margins. And I tell you, at this point in time, he's doing everything he possibly can. He's looked the best of the Audis in the final run, but no one is going to get close. Yideng is going to come out of the final corner. He's had a phenomenal start to 2024. Chalk up another race win for the win here, Audi by absolute Be Quick. And that 37 machine looks strong. It was aggressive back at Chang. Behind the wheel was Sandy Stuvik on that occasion, but Yi Dang is proving to be a class all of his own. And it's going to be second place across the line. Carlo Van Dam is going to come home and pick up second place. He was ailing in the middle sector of the race. He managed to look after the tyres. He got that one done. And Kantasak Kanta D comes home in third place. A podium. A double podium for Singer Team Thailand. They will be over the moon with that result.
They have held off the pressure beautifully there. Christopher Haase will have to look on and say fourth is the best we can do here today. And then for Lu Wenlong, the ultra-long pit stop that put him, well, in the opening part of that race, running with Sandy Stuvik, did drop back a little bit after the safety car restart, which, of course, was unfortunate for Chunhua Chen, which robbed us of one of our cars in this race. But yeah, then made up some wonderful time there on the back of Haase there, just absolutely pushing those two absolute Be Quick Absolute Racing Audis along as best they could. But at the front of the field, it was Sandy Stuvik and Yi Deng in the win here by BQAR. Audi R8 that would stay out front. Lights to flag for the 37. Boravul Bidram and Carlo Van Dam will be very happy, I think, there with second for the first of the Singer Motorsport Team Thailand Honda and SX GT3s, with Piti Bidram and Kantasak Kasiri going to take that third and final spot on the podium in our second Honda NSX GT3 from Singer Motorsport Team Thailand. That there being your running order, 7 finishes out of our 8 starters. Indeed, commiserations to the team AAOI BMW, Chunhua Chen and Max Haase not able to get a run in during the race. Max Hesse, sorry, in the racing session, which is unfortunate there, that's for sure. And yeah, fastest time of your race winner was a 1 minute 33.957, but don't forget, fastest lap of the race, a 33.695, coming out of the number 27 sister Audi, closely matched by a 33.784 by Lu Wenlong in that second half of the race as well, Scott. But unfortunately, that means we're at the end of our racing action for today, but that still means there's one more day left to come tomorrow, and we should expect some highlights, of course, to recap this race that we've just seen as well here shortly.
Yeah, how good was the racing action for your Thailand Supercar GT3 series? And I tell you, Lu Wenlong will sit there and he'll look at that result and he go, I think it was the quickest car. And to be honest, I think he was. Realistically, you take that extra pit stop time out, I think he deserved to win today. If you move him ahead of both of the number 12 and the 27 machines, I reckon he would have been able to make that move on Carlo Van Dam and get the job done up in a second. And then from there, he really would have gone after Yi Deng in the 37 win here by Be Quick Absolute Racing. But what a race in terms of things. That is absolutely how it's done. Phenomenal racing action. Really good race in terms of things. And we got to see these guys at least have a go at each other. A few panels traded, a few little bits of paint traded between Wenlong Lu and Christopher Haase as well. So, you know, all in all, for GT3 racing on a street circuit like that, that was just about as good as it gets.
Yeah, of course. Unfortunately, we didn't actually see any moves there towards the end of the race, but that also tells you how hard everyone behind Carlo Van Dam was pushing that they got there. And unfortunately, just didn't have a little bit more left in reserve to make the move done. So it would have to settle for where they came across the line, it would seem. So as you see there now, your top 3 podium cars lined up for these post-race interviews and such. And there are other drivers there filing on through. As some pretty happy guys out of the Be Quick Absolute Racing stables there. So congratulating Yi Deng there by the looks of things. Actually, that would be Sandy Stuvik right there with him, of course. Thumbs up there for him. Yeah, that's a pretty good day out for the team at Be Quick.
Hey, you can just see them. They're just chilling out and just enjoying the racing action at the back end of that one. And phenomenal drive from all the drivers up there and on the podium as well. You know, hands being shaken all around. Just good racing action. That's what you're looking for. And Yi Deng's really celebrating, enjoying the drive, as is everyone that was up there. And just a phenomenal race overall. And good he's going to be down there. And I believe these interviews should be coming to us hopefully in English, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, whether or not some of them, yes. It's a question of whether we'll get the audio, unfortunately, Scott. Maybe a bit of a coin toss there. And look, unfortunately, we might be having some issues with the video feed as well to make things different. But in case we don't get the audio from Goody, so thinking about what we are getting set to have on our schedule tomorrow. We have 4 races back to back to start your Sunday morning. Well, at least a Sunday morning in Thailand. It'll be a Sunday afternoon-ish for us here in Australia, but wherever you are in the world, we've got 4 races to start the day. In fact, actually, pardon me, there'll be 5 races in a row. No break there for any of those. Kick off our day. Then there'll be a short break for the second and final race of Porsche Carrera Cup Asia. And then the drivers here of Thailand Supercar or TSS Supercar GT3 will be back out to conclude the day's action. So that is a total of 6 races of English commentary, plus the 7th, which will be hosted over on Porsche Motorsport Asia Pacific. Their channel there. We'll make sure to get you the links when that broadcast starts up in the afternoon then. But noting it will start a little earlier tomorrow, 11:30 a.m. Thailand time for the beginning of our commentary and coverage as well. We're getting off to a nice early start tomorrow morning, Scott, or at least the drivers at the track up. For us, it's a little bit more relaxed in terms of when we get underway.
Yeah, certainly. Have a look at the fans, able to get down in there, get right up and close to all the GT3 cars as well. And you can see they've been moved sort of into a parc ferme, and they'll indeed be checked for the ride heights as well, just to make sure they passed the post-race inspection limits as well. But look, I mean, how good was that? When you come here, it is difficult to get good racing. You know, it's a very slow track, and GT3 cars do tend to struggle with when you've got a little bit of a narrower track. You know, you get a little bit more runoff, you do get more racing, but at the same time, that comes with the risk. It comes with the risk factor. Those walls are going to be close, and there was a lot of risk taken by a lot of the drivers. None of those guys were driving within their limits. They were pushing that. All of them wanted to be able to go and nick that podium off, and hey, you know, sometimes it's going to pop out like that at the other side as well. And don't forget, for the viewers that are watching along at the moment, tomorrow it'll be the inverse. So what we'll see is all of those pro drivers will actually start the race, and then they'll hand off to their amateur counterparts, or stay in the car in the case of both Douglas Koo and Lu Wenlong. So, you know, it's going to be an interesting race to see the inverse of that. Last year that created exactly what you just saw there, but for the race win instead of being for P2. So, you know, it's not over and done with. And like you said, we've got Super Compact to come your way tomorrow. We've got both the Super Pickup categories, GTM and GTC racing action as well. And the conclusion of Porsche Cup Asia as well over on their channels. But my word, Dan, honestly, I don't know what it's taken, but it's the racing feels like it's stepped up another notch again this year. I think the racing this year was better than it was last year.
I think we have seen some more exciting racing out of the Thailand Super Series categories, that's for sure, across nearly all of them there this weekend. And we've still got a day left to come. So, yeah, start off with Thailand Super Pickup Division 2 in the morning with their final sprint race of the weekend. And then the TSS Supercar GTC, that our category, which will include those Toyota Supras, the Trans Am V8 cars, that Daytona Coupe, the Nissan R35, the Lamborghini Gallardo Super Trofeo will be on. Then you got your Division 1 drivers in Super Pickup. So we get our 3 sprint races out of the way, and then it's into our Super Compact race to finish off the season, or finish off the weekend for them. Then it'll be the final race of GTM and Supercar GT4, like we saw them earlier. They'll go again. Then is it Carrera Cup Asia, and then Supercar GT3. That's a brief rundown of the order and how we'll go for that one there tomorrow. And yeah, look forward to seeing in those longer races for Super Compact, for GTM, GT4, and for GT3, like we saw right here, as you said, flip the order of the starting drivers, and we'll see how that affects the race results when they all come to their checkered flags.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to bring us to the conclusion of today's racing coverage. We hope that you'll jump back on board and witness everything that we've got in store for you tomorrow. I want to say a big thank you to the entirety of the team from Thailand Super Series. All the marshals have had a very busy weekend with repairing barriers, and the recovery crews as well. And for the teams that are down there and have some cars to repair overnight, we wish you all the best of luck. Hope that you get some sleep overall. For all the fans that have been joining us right across the weekend, thank you very much for tuning in. We'll be back again tomorrow for some more racing action and to conclude the weekend of the Bangsaen Grand Prix. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we will see you all tomorrow. Have a lovely evening, and we'll be back again then.